Bono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo.
Okay now.
The person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding for game, man.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. One day, you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no Jelumba. Oh, where would he get? I got
these recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue.
Oye tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Don't turn, it be low con. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, no blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Emi power. Emi loco, OTD, Emi loco, Baba, Emi loco, Edaku, Ojeti. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our
where are you? Where to make it's only to if I don't come find more, I give up Atare, Boku Meji Okababa, Boku Meta Okawase, Ori lo tumo edu, Boku Ono ni tumo ese, Akomi, Imo tu Imo jo, Imo emi ni won ki dale, Boba lo melemo, Wa fi joye elemo, Akomi mo ba lo bevere, Wa fi joye eruku, Wo bate mi, Wa fi joye alare, Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. Who wouldn't say amen to that? Whether you like the protagonist in the clip or not. So Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, that's a prayer that everybody must say amen to. Literally means may God never depart from you. So Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we go again. We go again as we always go. So we do that thing that we do. Play that funky music, white boy. So we do that thing that we do, and we're doing it yet again. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So that always has to be the first wish. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as I'm inviting you to do it now. So I keep saying click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, but some of you already in already. So click on the like button just as soon as I'm inviting you to do it now. If you haven't done it already, then do it now. If you are watching in playback, please still do it. It still counts. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. Click on like and subscribe. Very, very important that you do that. Click on the like button, click on the subscription button, and then if you want to be active in the conversation, click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. Let me pop it into the comment section. If you want to be an active participant in the conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will pop you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll engage you in conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated, as easy as ABC. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So follow through as I'm giving those directions right there. So if you haven't done it already, click on like. If you are not already subscribed, you know if you're not subscribed because the subscription button will be showing as red on your screen. So if the subscription button is not grayed out, then you are not fully subscribed yet. You're not a full member of the team yet. So click on that so it turns gray. So that's a one-off click. And then if you want to come and engage in the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then it'll bring you into the studio, and then I'll have a conversation, or the panel will have a conversation with you. So it's nothing complex at all. Very, very straightforward stuff. So do all those things. And then the last click, the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube screen, the dollar sign at the bottom of the YouTube, click on that as well and super sticker towards the stream. So that is somewhat of a nod towards the stream to acknowledge maybe the effort that you feel that the stream is making. So do that. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats with every stream. So we've often hit than not. So let us hit it off today. Let us hit it today as well. So you can start us off by being the first to super chat, super sticker towards the stream. But please don't super anything derisory like some $2 nonsense. Don't do that. Rather not do that than be silly. So super chat something nice and cozy and all that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. super chats towards the stream, both on Facebook and on YouTube. So do all those things and you'll be subsumed. Your body will be overwhelmed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So do all those things. So do all those things. So we're day 3 now. We're day 3 now. Oh, so there it is right there. So that's Alexander Gomez setting the example. So we're day 3 now in this now days of anarchy promised us by the Peter Sowore space, and we saw the first flush, the first outburst of anarchical behavior on day 1, but from day 2, the thing dampened down to somewhat of a damp. In fact, I'd already lined up what I was going to say, but let me move it around a little bit. So maybe this will be a better spot to start it off. So I'll start it off with this because you need to say this. So yes, they promised us days of anarchy, that they were going to hold the Nigerian state to ransom and rage and ravage through and bring the Tinubu administration to its heel. So that was all the promise. And like I said, there was somewhat of a sporadic outburst in the first outing, but then from the second day it petered down, and then from the third day now nobody even knows that anybody is still protesting, but they will tell you that they still are. So that is where we are. So we go through all of that, and then we'll see what we land on at the end. They started off the protest as a protest against bad governance, but what Nigeria is experiencing under this particular administration is anything but bad governance. It's not anything rather like bad governance. It's yes, I think probably I was right. Anything but bad governance. So we are probably experiencing one of the better, and if all the policies put together, probably the best administration we've yet experienced. So there is nothing to suggest that we're experiencing anything like bad governance. The students' loan, the credit scheme, the this, that, and the other, all a plethora of people-centric, the Southeast Commission, which will dedicate huge pockets of money to infrastructure development there. A similar commission towards the northern space, just missing gaps, all the missing gaps being blocked, all within. So this is nothing like bad administration. So what exactly are they protesting against is where the question is. But of course, we all know what they are protesting against. So they started off the protest to tell us that it was a protest against bad governance. But in a moment, I'll play you a clip. But before I play you this clip, I trailed this, so let me bring you this one first. So let me bring you this one first. We kick it off from here. So this is from the Nigeria Police Force press release. Protest. Police releases record of incidents. So there's a chart. So I'll give you a few paragraphs, but really we go to the chart. Cautions Amnesty International on releasing unconfirmed figures reports. The Nigeria Police Force finds it necessary to refute a recent report publicized by Amnesty International, which claimed that 13 individuals have lost their lives due to the protest in Nigeria that began on August 1st, 2024. Amnesty International further alleges that the Nigeria Police Force finds it necessary to refute a recent report publicized by Amnesty International, which claims that 13 individuals have lost their lives due to the protest in Nigeria that began on the 1st of August 2024. Amnesty International further alleges that security personnel deliberately deployed tactics designed to kill whilst managing gatherings and used firearms as tactical tools for protest management. So these are the allegations being put out there by Amnesty International. The Nigeria Police Force wishes to provide an accurate account of incidents from the first 2 days of the nationwide protest. In Bono State, 4 individuals lost their lives and 34 were severely injured in a terrorist attack by suspected Boko Haram ISWAP elements who infiltrated the crowd of protesters and detonated an improvised explosive device. So that's 4 in Bono. Additionally, an incident occurred involving unregistered Honda Prelude car that ran into protesters, resulting in the death of two civilians. The driver abandoned the vehicle and fled the scene. Although the vehicle was vandalized after the incident, it has been recovered and is currently in police custody. Efforts are ongoing to trace the driver and bring him to justice. There was another incident reported in Yauri local government area of Kebbi State, where a group of individuals mobilized to loot a shop. In the process, a local vigilante man shot and killed one of the looters. The commissioner of police in charge of Kebbi State is currently investigating the incident. This brings the total number of deaths recorded during the protest to 7. So Amnesty, I'm not quite sure where Amnesty, you know, we have to start querying, because all these spaces come from international spaces. People often defer to them, but how are they able to record that is the thing? On what basis? Because are they on the ground documenting incidents of death? So they're just plucking random figures, because the only real space that can give us a near accurate report of incidents, losses of life, injuries, etc., are the police. There is nobody else. There is no way. And think about it for a moment. Remove your obedient hypobian hat for a moment and think about it as a logical, rational thinking human being. How is it possible that Amnesty International is able to conclude that 13 people died? So where did they get those figures from? So these are just abstract figures that they pluck and throw at African narrative. So this is it now. But fortunately, the Nigerian space able to debunk. So it goes on. There was another incident reported in Yauri local government of Kebbi State, where a group of individuals mobilized to loot a shop. In the process, a local vigilante man shot and killed one of the looters. The commissioner of police in charge of Kebbi State is currently investigating the incident. This brings the total number of deaths recorded during the protest to 7. It is important to state that there were no other recorded fatalities during the protest apart from those mentioned above. So where are Amnesty International getting those figures from? That's the first question you have to. But I'm sure you want to surrender to it, and you will say they underestimate it even, because of course we know the obedience space will want to tell us that about 10,000 people have been shot by the police and whatnot. But where are those figures coming from? However, incidents or incidences of armed robbery, arson, mischief, looting of public institutions and private businesses, destruction of both public and private property were recorded during the protest. Arrests were made with respect to these criminal incidences, and a number of recoveries made from the suspect while the protest was ongoing. The Nigerian police personnel deployed to manage the protest have acted professionally, refraining from using lethal weapons. In instances where protesters became rioters, the police deployed tear gas to disperse them. Even when our officers on lawful duty were attacked and injured, the police effected arrest using tear gas, demonstrating utmost restraint. In an effort to combat the trend of crime and criminality, the police have arrested a total of 681 individuals who committed various criminal offenses, such as armed robbery, arson, mischief, and destruction of public and destruction of both public and private property. Dangerous weapons, including 2 AK-47 rifles and assorted live ammunition, were recovered from the so-called protesters. So these are the tools and accoutrements of protest, of course. Additionally, stolen items such as furniture, electronics, phones, and other various shop items and vital infrastructures worth billions of naira were recovered from the arrested persons. Contrary to circulating news, organizers of the protest or protesters were not arrested. Those in police custody are under investigation for clear connections to criminal activities. Furthermore, 9, that is number 9, police officers sustained various dangerous injuries during attacks by protesters. One of them, who was initially reported dead, miraculously survived but remains in critical condition. The ongoing protest has obviously turned violent. We therefore advise law-abiding citizens taking part in the protests across the country to immediately withdraw from it. This advice becomes necessary in view of the violence that has characterized the protest in the last 2 days. It is reasonably expected that peaceful protesters would withdraw from the protest that has turned violent. So this is the table of our events from the Nigerian police force. So numbers of arrests made. So these are the people arrested. Most of them in Kano State, actually, as you would expect. 332 arrested in Kano, an additional 57 the second day. Most of them are, in fact, if not all of them, are actually in the north. So FCT, Gombe, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Nasarawa, Sokoto, a total of 681 people in custody. So those are the statistical facts, contrary to what you may or may not have been told by Amnesty International. So since we are already in the readouts, so let's just get the readouts out of the way. So now they claim they are protesting against bad governance. So let's audit what 1 year has been like under this administration. Tinubu's 1 year, the economic indices. So Tinubu's 1 year, the economic indices. So yes, petrol prices increased by 194%, diesel 67%, food inflation 37.52 increase, inflation rate 31 point. So the inflation rate in the economy in total is 31. So if food increase is actually 37.5%, that is not consistent with what we're being told. All shares indexes. So the share market is the stock market is doing quite well. It's up by 75.1. Foreign reserves, that was down by 6%, but I think it's now up now by the latest charts. Exchange rate in the red, public debt still in the red, but you know when it's telling you it's in the red, but improving, coming forward from the bastardization that we saw under Buhari. Fuel production significantly increased. Interest rate worryingly aggressive. GDP growth up by nearly a digit. So those are some of the figures that audits the Tinubu 1 year. But Operation Burn Down Lagos is still very much in place. So let's now see. This is an attempt by protesters to block a section of Ketu-Ojota axis of Ikorodu Road in Lagos. But the police intervened and the road was open. So the anarchy, they are so desperate to bring that anarchy to Lagos. But let's see what's going on here. All right, so that's an attempt to foment anarchy in Ojota, but swiftly dealt with by the police. So attempts to foment anarchy in Ojota quickly dealt with by the police. But now a lot of people called for it, and it looks as though by 7 a.m. tomorrow. Let me send the link. Actually, yes. Well, let me send the link. The room needs populating. There's no one here, so if you want the conversation, I keep on saying this, you have to join in. It's a participatory sport, as I keep saying. So now a lot of people called for it, and it looks as though by 7 a.m. tomorrow, Tinubu will have that nationwide broadcast. Almost certain to be a pre-recorded something or the other. I'm against this. I think he should just have ignored the space and let it play out. President Bola Tinubu will address the nation in a broadcast on Sunday, August the 1st. Let's do that again. President Bola Tinubu will address the nation in a broadcast on Sunday, August the 4th, 2024 at 7 a.m. The special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngelale, made this known in a statement on Saturday titled President Tinubu to Address the Nation. He urged television, radio, and other electronic media outlets to join the network services of the Nigerian Television Authority and the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria for the broadcast. The statement adds, the broadcast will be repeated on the network services of NTA and FRCN at 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. on the same day. Protesters have continued to hit the streets in Lagos, Oyo, Abuja, and other states as they called for, amongst others, the reversal of fuel subsidy and the skyrocketing. So we all know what they're calling for. So Tinubu addresses the nation. I'm not quite sure if he will say anything that will insulate them. It almost starting to flare them up even more. So I think you should just ignore them. That's just my recommendation. But let's go on from Tinubu to this one. Nationwide protest, don't fall for the trick. Tinubu tells, Sowore rather. Nationwide protest, don't fall for the trick. Sowore warns ahead of Tinubu's Sunday address. So what's the trick that they're not falling for? Former presidential, by the way, this guy is still orchestrating this thing from New Jersey. As soon as he arrives in Nigeria, of course, straight in handcuffs. Former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has urged Nigerians not to be deceived by President Bola Tinubu's planned nationwide broadcast on Sunday. His statement comes after it was announced that the president will address the nation as the ongoing nationwide hunger protest enters day 3. Special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngelale, disclosed this in a statement on Saturday. However, Sowore urged people to start arriving in Abuja on Sunday for the planned invasion of Eagle Square on Monday. We have been informed of a plan by the at official BAT to address the... What do you mean you have been informed? It was announced publicly. So what secret information are you revealing? They made a press release that you will be doing it. So how exactly are you especially being informed? We have been... It's just the use of... And this guy purports to be a journalist. We have been informed of a plan by the art official ABAT to address the nation tomorrow. I don't quite know why he's putting the nation in quotation marks. Is Nigeria not a nation, or what exactly does that mean? Tomorrow, Sunday, the address is designed to chill what they know would be a massive outing of #End Bad Governance in Nigeria on Monday, August the 5th, 2024. Don't fall for the trick. Keep mobilizing for Eagle Square at 7 a.m. on Monday. People should start arriving in Abuja tomorrow if they decide to close down roads entering Abuja. Satellite towns around Abuja are also being mobilized to engage in the action. #No going back. #End Bad Governance. Revolution now, he said on Twitter. So that's the... my goodness me. It's just unbelievable stuff. From that to this, forces that cancelled my father's election now after Tinubu. So this is the Abiola space showing solidarity somewhat towards Tinubu. So this is one of the Abiola sons. Jamiu Abiola, son of late Nigerian businessman and politician MKO Abiola, has said the forces that cancelled his father's election and denied him the opportunity to become Nigeria's president and now after President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, pardon me, correspondents report that Nigerians have taken to the streets since August the 1st in a protest against bad governance and hardship. Now in its 3rd day, the protesters are threatening to go beyond the 10 days it was initially slated for if their demands are not addressed. Abiola who was also a presidential candidate, but now works for the present government, said this as a guest on China's television, etc., etc. A lot of Nigerians are looking at this president like every other president because a lot of them have experienced broken promises in the past. So, as far as they're concerned, anything that seems difficult is another broken promise. The president we have now is a different kind of president because he believes in democracy. He believes in and loves the common man. He needs to be given time. Those protesting are emotional and have not sat down to think of the president's achievement since he assumed office. So they are not emotional and they don't especially care about what the president's achievements are or not. These are partisan actors that are determined to truncate and frustrate the administration in situation. So we have to be on board with what is going on. Just so these are not people that are, they do know what he has achieved, you know, but they don't want him to succeed. Some people still have not gotten over the fact that they were not destined by God to win the last election. So now you are on board. There are some people who have sinister motives, the same people that worked against my dad and canceled this election. Do you think they would want someone who was trying to support my dad to become president and succeed? It is the same forces that we have now. He further attributed the hardship in the country to God, saying it was a test every Nigerian must pass. Sometimes, I shouldn't have said that, by the way. Sometimes for things to get better, it has to get tough. It is a test, and it is from God. So that is the Abiola space, Sowore showing solidarity towards Tinubu right there. So let's go on from there to another one. So there's been a lot of disruptions in the telecommunications, and the telco company have now come out to address that. So just as this loads up, why internet was disrupted during hunger protests, telcos. Nigeria telecommunication providers have attributed the country's recent internet disruption to cable cuts by hoodlums during the #EndBadGovernance protest. This explanation comes after accusations from various organizations that some of the network providers deliberately interfered with the network to restrict coverage of the demonstration. Speaking on behalf of telecom operators in Nigeria, Gbolahan Owonuga, the executive secretary of the Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria, told correspondents that network outage was caused by demonstrators damaging some internet cables. He stated, there are lots of cable cuts across Nigeria. Some of the protesters went into the manhole and cut the cables. The network disruption is not a matter of government trying to sabotage the protest. It is as a result of cable cuts. So this miscreant now running amok. So now presidency condemns Igbo must go proposed protest in Lagos. So this Igbo must go thing, it seems to be taking on a life of its own. They've already designated a date for the protest, by the way, which I think is later on this month. So it will come almost immediately after this protest against lost elections that we're having now. Presidency condemns Igbo must go proposed protest in Lagos. The presidency has condemned those behind Igbo must go proposed protests slated to hold in Lagos and other Southwest states. Senior Special Assistant on New Media and Digital Media to the President Bola Tinubu, Ortega Ogra, said those calling for protest against Ndigbo and stoking ethnic tension in the country are diseases and dangers to the society. He noted that Nigerians, irrespective of ethnic and religious leanings, are united and one, as enshrined in the Constitution. He called on security agencies to move against those behind the call. It is my firm and personal belief that anyone who attempts to stoke ethnic or religious tension in Nigeria under any guise or for any reason is a disease and a danger to society and should be held accountable under the law. This behavior is extremely reckless and dangerous in a country made up of 350 plus ethnic nationalities with diverse religious beliefs. Nigeria stands as one united nation guided guided by constitutional law. When we succeed, we do so together as Nigerians. So it goes on and on. So there it is right there. That hashtag Igbo must go looks as though it wants to hashtag just after this hashtag end bad governance. Call for Kyari sack generates more controversy, tears reps apart. So a lot of people identify Mele Kyari as one of the arrowheads. This is from Enibehi Effiong. So this just I'm doing this one blind because I don't know the backdrop to it, but let me just bring it to you quickly. I didn't want to dignify this silliness with the response, but I am familiar with social media. I know how this type of demonic post can turn into something else. My response: I never knew the I don't actually know the backdrop to this story, so maybe it says wait, oh, is this Photoshop or AI? Article son pro bono lawyer taking selfie and organizing protest at Ojota. So this is one of this one's father at Atiku looted Nigeria to stupor. He sold all properties, etc., etc. So I think this so-called human rights lawyer has been caught in selfies with Atiku. So I'm not sure which is which, but these are two. The one in the white t-shirt, that looks very much like the Atiku son because he looks like a northerner. So let's do it. It says, wait, is this Photoshop or AI? Atiku son and pro bono lawyer taking selfie and organizing protest in Ojota. It says, this one's father at Atiku looted Nigeria to stupor. He sold all properties and looted even the monies from the CBN schools and manufacturing companies. He even wanted to sell an NPC to his friends, but his son is protesting today in Lagos, not in Abuja or Adamawa. Please, someone should help me ask him how much his father sold Ascon at a court Abasi Akwa Ibom for. How much did he sell Nitel and which one of the companies he sold is working today? So that article son there. So I think this is the picture that the guy is responding to, this so-called human rights lawyer. So there he is in a selfie with article son. So now let's see what his defense is. So at least we have a bit of a backdrop to it. Let's go back a tad. Hopefully, so there is. So here he is now responding. I did not want to dignify this silliness with the response, but I am familiar with social media and I know how this type of demonic post can turn into something else. So my response: 1, I never knew the gentleman until we met on Thursday at the Ganefa Waimi Freedom Park, Ojota. Number 2, when he approached me and requested for a picture, I did not know he was Atiku Abubakar's son. Number 3, in fact, I only got to follow him back on X after the protest. So why would you follow somebody randomly? You being a known celebrity figure, why would you follow him unless you knew who he was? And number 4, Shehu's privileged status only got to my knowledge when he said his father follows my public advocacies. Seeing the surprise or the lack of knowledge on my face, he mentioned his father's name. This was when he was about leaving the protest ground. Number 5, I don't have his phone number. and I never requested for it. Even if I get to have it later, it will not be affecting anything. So this is the pro bono lawyer now crossing to the bodying up with the pro bono looter. It's unbelievable stuff. Number 6, despite being the son of a billionaire and a former vice president, he joins the protest. Those who are making silly comments about the picture have chosen to defend the incompetent Tinubu/APC regime that has imposed hardship on Nigerians. So I wonder what Atiku Abubakar imposed on Nigerians. And number 7, the fact that some of these online mischief makers see the pictures as some kind of jackpot shows how mentally depraved they are. If you think that some of us are outspoken because people in power have not tried to compromise us, then you are mistaken. Anyone who knows me well can attest to the fact that I keep a respectable distance from politicians and people in government, including those I have some form of relationship with. I don't go about seeking favors from the corridors of power. So this is the guy. He's protesting a bit too much. So he's another dollar bag pro bono guy, essentially what we're saying here. If anyone knows the opportunities for self-gratification and offers that some of us have rejected, they will shut their mouth. A lot of them claim to do their... I see a lot of these so-called people claiming that they've been approached, but they turned it. It's all a lie, by the way. None of them have been approached. In fact, a lot of them are actually looking to be approached, to be given. A lot of these people you see on these media spaces, especially the social media space, they are just doing it in anticipation of the bag. That's just what it is. There's nothing else beyond that. So forget all of these empty heads that tell you that they were approached. Nobody approached you. So let's leave that. That's Inibihi Effiong, whoever he is. So that is Inibihi Effiong. So let's leave that. Let's go on from that then to the clips. So let's go to the video clips that we have now. The room does need populating, by the way. I keep on saying that. If anybody wants the conversation, then you have to come and participate. Yes, let's go on to the video clips. Yes, let's go to this one first. I'll just run them in the order that I have them, and then we run commentaries on them. Let's kick it off with this.
And anger and bitterness and hate. Where did we pick it from? It makes me...
For a protest to be successful, it must have 2 key things. I'm not even a fan of protests in the first place, government protests, because I believe that the best way to hold the government responsible, accountable, is during elections. But even if you want to protest, there are 2 things you need to do. You must have a clear goal and you must have a leadership. The reason why you need a clear goal is so that everybody is united towards what they want to achieve. So that once they get it, everybody goes home. And that agitation does not result to chaos. The reason why I need a leadership is because for every protest, for every agitation, there is room for negotiation, there is room for dialogue. Let's take this past labor protest, for example. They came out and said they needed an increase in minimum wage. Labor was asking for 494,000 naira. Government said they do not have the money, and honestly, government cannot pay that. So they said, okay, the leadership, come, let us talk. And then they deliberated. From 400, they came to 200, 100, and then they settled on 70. Now, you can argue that 70,000 is too poor, but at least somebody has doubled their salary. So it was successful. They achieved something because they had a clear goal and they had the leadership. And that is my problem I have with this current protest. There is no goal, there is no leadership. Everybody does on the street. One person is asking for reduction in fuel subsidy, another person is asking for corruption, another person is asking for electricity. Nobody knows exactly what it is they are fighting for. And there is no leadership. So it is a recipe for chaos. Let's take NSAS, for example. NSAS had a clear goal. Put an end to police brutality. Police was harassing young people. We needed to stop it, which was good. And if you remember, at a point, government disbanded SARS. They said, okay, no more SARS. You can have the argument that, okay, they just, put the policemen in another organization. Now, the place where NSAS got it wrong was that there was no definite leadership. So that even when government said, okay, we want to disband SARS, they would have come and said, okay, you see these officers that you want to disband, we want them out of the police force. It's not just enough of, giving them a new name, we want them out of the police force. But because there was no leadership, the people did not know when to end. So you notice that even after government disbanded NSAS, people are now on the road. They say, we want this, we want that, we want that. Now started to mess up everywhere. And that's why NSAS became what it became. So look at any protest, look at any agitation in the world. If you talk about the ones in America, you have clear leadership. People like Martin Luther, they had a clear goal. We want the rights of black people to vote. We want the rights of black people to enter the bus. We want this, we want that. So you cannot just enter the road and just be scattering everyone until you're going to get anything. What's going to happen is that by the time this thing results to chaos, government will send in the forces to clear everybody, and then you now have casualties, unnecessary casualties. So there is need for every protest to have a goal and a leadership.
And that guy is exactly right, of course. There is no clear leadership in this protest, and there is no coherent request as well. So if you look at, I've just got a list of, if they say there's no coherent request, the people arrowheading this protest, they're the Take It Back movement led by Omoyele Sowore, and this is the list of their demands. Their topmost demand is to scrap the 1999 constitution and replace it with the People's Constitution. So that has no meaning. It says, toss the Senate arm of the legislature and keep one house. So that has no meaning. Pay 250,000 naira minimum wage, that has no meaning. It says invest heavily in education. They are already doing that. Rationalize public-owned enterprises sold to government officials. So reinstate a corrupt-free subsidy regime to reduce hunger. So that's still stupid. Probe past and present Nigerian leaders who have looted the treasury. So you can request that, and I think a lot of them still with the EFCC anyway. Restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate Nigeria's diversity. So that's just the ambiguity of that. Number 10, reasons reforms of security agencies. So maybe that's a request that has some validity, but that really is still nothing. Establish a special energy fund immediately to drive massive corruption-free power sector development. So that's just nonsense. That's a policy thrust, which the government might have other ways to attack that space. Immediate restructuring of Nigerian electoral body, INEC. So that's just silly. Massive investment in public works and industrialization. So we already have the Lagos-Calabar super highway, so I'm not quite sure what more is more massive than that. We've seen the transformation of the Third Mainland Bridge and the Lagos-Ibadan. All this it is already ongoing. Massive shakeup of Nigerian judiciary. So this is what they are requesting. So it's not coherent. Certainly nothing really significant that is achievable. It's just really so there is nothing really underpinning this. So if you go through the list of requests, there's even releasing Nnamdi Kanu there. So it has no meaning, which is the frustration you could hear from that guy's voice. But let's go to the next clip. There is no sequence of order. I'm just going to play them in the order that I've uploaded them. So here is the next one.
Pride and anger and bitterness and hate. Where did we pick it from? It makes me want to shout. It makes me want to shout. Look at the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Igbo people in Kano or even in Lagos. We are the only people who are not welcoming foreigners. I swear, this is truth. We do not welcome foreigners. We Bachie Benin. No, they are coming to take our land. Now come back, Upano, and develop that your land. No way. Igbo man will go to another person and tell that person that their land is no man's land. But Igbo man will come to their own land and say, no, don't come to this land. You are coming to take our land. Igbo man will be shouting, crying and beating his head and shouting, you are coming to take our land, oh, you are coming to take our land, oh, you are coming to take our farmland, oh, you are coming to, but you already have occupied and you have taken other people's land, bought other people's land. We do, honestly speaking, you need to go and cast away that bitterness, that spirit and energy of bitterness and hate. on foreigners. And when I mean foreigners, it is not even only Hausas and Fulani, including the Yorubas. Including the Yorubas. We have a name for everybody that is not Igbo. We have a name for everybody that is not Igbo. Everybody that is not Igbo, we have a name for them, including the Calabar people. But
so there it is right there. So all these clips that I'm going to be playing you, they were sent in by subscribers. So these are what people are talking about and want to talk about. So what that guy was saying there is not news to anybody. We know that the most ethnically clannish, we know who the most ethnically clannish Nigerians are, but let's move on swiftly from there, but we're still within that same parameter as we go to the next clip.
Firstly, I want to address those. I always say things like, hey, Peter Obi did not win. Why are you always talking about him? Hey, Peter Obi is people's headache. You are in a terrible mental condition and you need urgent medical attention. Tell me, is it the same way Peter Obi tweets about everything going on in Nigeria before he contested the election? And since he has contested and lost, good news almost never makes it to his tweets. It's only bad news about Nigeria. There is even no problem if he has dedicated himself to bad news. But at least don't be biased in sharing your bad news. About 4 or 5 days ago, he identified our police anyhow for Southeast. And he has not said anything about it. Is that not enough bad news? Allegedly, this is a tweet by Simon Ekpa saying that you are a committed member of the IPOB. Not so long ago, you called for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, knowing how terrible that man is. And for the policemen we fired how many days ago for Sowore. It is reported now that Simon Ekpa is taking responsibility, saying he is responsible for the fire of our policemen. Peter Obi, talk about that. Are you not concerned about how your people they fire? About how your people are losing lives and property?
So that's also a subsisting narrative against Peter Obi. The sort of curated tweets that he releases. So if a building falls down in Lagos, Peter Obi is the first to tweet. If a whole community gets wiped down in the Southeast, Peter Obi never tweets. So we can, I think we all know that. Whether you are for or against him, we all know that. And people talk about the space being ethnicized, but I often insist that nobody has ever ethnicized the Nigerian political space in quite the way that Peter Obi has. But we were talking about, we're still with the protest, and Operation Target Lagos has not yet died its natural death. Listen to this.
We really want to protest in Lagos. You see that Ikeja? We really want to protest in Lagos. You see that Ikeja? From Alawusa down to under bridge. That's where we're supposed to be at. You know, no other place. Because Ikeja is the center of Lagos. It is where the government office is at. It is where all these politicians, that is where their offices are. House of Rep member, anybody that holds a government position, Ikeja and Alawusa is where their offices are. So what are we doing at Ojota? You know, all the businesses that you can think about, a lot of them are inside Ojota there. I say Ojota, Ikeja there. So, I don't know, you know. I'm worried about the numbers in Lagos, and I'm also worried about energy in Lagos. When I look at other states, you know, I see they have more energy than us, you know. And we are supposed to be the ones holding this protest. And when I mean holding, I mean sustaining it. It is our energy that will rub off on other states. Remember how NSAS was? It was Abuja and Lagos energy that rubbed over. But right now, it seems that other states are taking the lead. Look at this place, what do you call it? Throughout yesterday, the North, they did wonders. To the extent some governors had to declare curfew and indefinite listing. I'm sure that the North can still mobilize themselves to come out again. I'm sure they are arresting some of their leaders, but I'm sure that they...
Okay. So there are quite a few things to take from that clip. So I'm sure you all paid attention to the accent of the person speaking, that lady. So just take that as a backdrop. So the one thing is she's mobilizing for an assault against Ikeja, because she says that's central to governance and business in Lagos. So why am I saying that she's mobilizing for an assault against Ikeja? She's invoking the spirit of NSAS. You heard that. And then she's also invoking the spirit of the examples of what we saw in the North, even in the course of this protest. So if people conclude that an assault against the Ikeja space is being planned, then that's not too far of what we heard from her. So a lot of that has now led us to this point. So this is where the Lagos space is now. So this now, let me play this actually, because this is in tandem. This is a follow-on from where that space is. So a counter sort of presentation. Let me just play it.
So there's this tweet made by Ligospedia on X calling for. So there's this tweet made by Ligospedia on X calling for protests against Igbo people so that they can leave Southwest. Though I don't support this movement and I can condemn it because it is hate speech. Now that Atiku has also come out to condemn it and call it hate speech, I think it's becoming political already. Yes, we all know it is hate speech, just like Mr. Wasiri Adamawa said. But do you think of all people, Atiku is in the position to condemn this act? Yes, I mean Atiku. What antecedent do you have as an elderly person to condemn this tweet, Mr. Atiku Wasiri? I would have let it slide if it's just a random person talking. But you, Mr. Atiku, you don't have the antecedent. Let Atiku come and tell us what happens to Deborah Samuel and tell us why he deleted his tweets immediately his northern brother threatened him concerning the tweet he made. Atiku, what did you do when you tried to speak up for Deborah Samuel that was murdered gruesomely? Atiku, what did you do? You deleted your post because your Arewa threatened you. Atiku must be thinking he can just wake up and write any political statement that suits him about Yoruba people and get away with it. Sir, Mr. Wasiri Atiku, may I remind you that it takes someone with clean hands to come to equity. You are not man enough to condemn the bigots emanating from your region. Then you are not in any way qualified to put mouth to this matter. And to my Igbo people calling for heaven to fall because someone tweeted that you should go back to your land. May I quickly remind you people that you told us that you will leave Yoruba land in Exodus immediately after 2023 election. Or have you forgotten you promised us that? If you have forgotten, now I'm reminding you. These same southeastern people that can't do without Yoruba land has been calling for the boycott of Lagos economy. Imagine Mariana Mogalu, an Igbo woman who started hashtag on Twitter calling people not to invest in Lagos and Yoruba state again. Please help me remind Mr. Wasiri what he did. Mr. Atiku, did you condemn it? Even Igbo people did not even caution her. In fact, 95% of southeastern people supported Mariana Mogalu by helping her to retweet and trend the hashtag. And today you people are lamenting over court to remind you over your promise you made last year that you will leave Lagos and Yoruba land entirely. Now you are lamenting on social space. You don't want to leave Lagos, but you can join your sister to call for the boycott of Lagos economy from those who are coming to invest, from foreign investors. You all supported her by retweeting the post to show how bigot most of you are. Now that someone made a tweet calling for Igbo to leave Lagos, you started lamenting. Oh, why all this your lamentation? You have all been claiming you don't like Lagos. Some people will rather celebrate Lagos failure than to celebrate its success. The same Lagos you and I know you can never do without in your life. If you are hell-bent in destroying it, think we will wait till that happens? As a patriotic citizen of Nigeria, I don't support hate speech. For Atiku to be fair in his statement, let him call for the arrest of lunatic who set Deborah Samuel ablaze. 1. Let him condemn the tweet Mariana Mogalu, an Igbo woman calling for the boycott of Lagos economy, and let him call for the immediate arrest of those rascals from Southeast who has been disrespecting Yoruba traditional ruler. Yes, without doing all this, then Atiku is not being fair. He is just an ordinary politician using a political statement to look for cheap support because of his presidential ambition. He must come to equity, then he must come with fair hands. God bless Nigeria. God bless Yoruba people. Thank you.
All right. So there's no doubt that the erstwhile placid people of the indigenous southwestern people these extra placid indigenous people of the Southwest are being radicalized in the politics that is playing on around them, because of course they see what is going on and they see the agenda at play, and they see that if they see that they're being put upon. So they see that they're being put upon. But let's contrast what was said. Let's contrast what that guy said with this. Let's contrast it with this.
Castrated goats, all of them, including Yesonwike, the former governor of Ikwere. Castrated goats, all of them, including Yesonwike, the former governor of Ikwere of Rivers State. Even Odili is from Ikwere. He's a castrated goat. Then Amechi, Chibika Amechi is from Ikwere, a castrated goat, smelling. This is so smellish. They can never only talk that they are part of the Igbo tribe. You know, let me tell you, Ohaneze is canvassing Ikwere as part of Igbos, not knowing that they are waking up from their slumber. They don't read, they don't follow politics, they don't go online and see what is trending currently. Ikwere and Ijo, they have conspired to carve out their own nation from Igbo land, so that they will be the richest oil nation in the world. Not knowing that Akufesia or Dalawo. You know that? Akufesia Dalawo. Igbo land will swallow you. How many are you? How can Igbo man tell me say he's not an Igbo man? If they don't join us, we force them because they are on the Biafran land. How can you tell me say we not go force them to become Biafra? Is it not our land? We drive them away into the sea. They will live on top of water, as their Ijo brothers are living. Ijo, are they claiming any land? They are riverine dwellers. They dwell on the river. They build their stick, makeshift. They stay on top. Underground is water. When there is ocean surge, they will all float on the water because they are fish, all of them. They can swim. When the river subsides, they go back to their makeshift, their slums. So these people, they think that Igbo man will be begging them. They think that Nnamdi Kanu and other Biafran lovers will be begging Ikwere Biko Bibo. Ikwere that are Igbo, they know themselves. Ikwere that are Sabocha.
All right. So Peter Obi was very quick to tweet to request, even demand the arrest of the people behind the Igbo must leave Lagos Southwest hashtag. And a lot of people feel that that's crossed the line. But is it tweeting to condemn this? And is it tweeting to condemn that clip? Or is he even commenting on this now next clip?
Adema, a very quick one, Makam. Ndi nona asindi Igbo si Lagos na ndi Igbo si ada Yoruba na. Obodo na ega na Twitter on a trend. Igbo must go. Igbo must leave Lagos. Igbo must leave Southwest. Igbo must do this. Igbo must do that. Abro na ịma ndị ahụ biko gwafa na enwere m ozi maka ha. Gwa ha na afọ anaghị atụ ụjọ obute ụzọ. Gwa ha na ike ga-ada ajụkwanụ nwoke oyi. Gwa ha na ebe ọbụla nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa na-atụ aka ma nne ya anọghị ebe ahụ nna ya anọrọ ya. Gwa ndị dị otu ahụ na-akụkata aka n'obi egosi ndị mmụọ ebe ndị mmadụ. Gwa ha na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose na ada arị ya enu. Gwa ndị a na-asị ndị Igbo ya na ndị Igbo ya na ndị Igbo ya na. Gwa ha na okenye anaghịkwa na anọ n'ụlọ ewu amụọ n'ogbere. Gwa ha na anyị kwenyere na egbe bere ugo beru nke si ibe ya ebe na nkukwa ya kwajisa. Gwa ha na ọba anyị mepere Lagos. Gwa ndị a na-asị ndị Igbo si na Lagos na ọba anyị nwa mere invest na Lagos. Na Lagos na-emeke millions today as internally generated revenue. Gwa ha na ọba anyị bụ ndị Igbo. Gwa na estate niile enwe na Lagos ọ dị 100, ndị Igbo nwe 99. Gwa ha na ahịa niile na-akpọtụ na Lagos taa ọ dị 100, Igbo nwe 99. Gwa ha na every economic development ahụrụ na Lagos taa ọ dị 100%, anyị wa contribute to 99%. Gwa ndị dị otu ahụ na anyị ada atụ ụjọ. Gwa ndị dị otu ahụ na ha chọọ mmiri anyị enye ha mmiri. Gwa ndị dị otu ahụ na ha chọọ ọkụ anyị ga-enye ha ọkụ. Gwa ndị dị otu ahụ na ha chọọ ọgụ anyị ga-enye ha ọgụ. Gwakwa ndị dị otu ahụ na ha chọọ udo na anyị ga-enye ha udo. Ọ bụrụ na ha chọọ udo, nsogbu adịgo. Ha chọkwa n'ọgụ, nsogbu adịgo. Ha chọọ ka agba ya agba fee ya efe, ha enweghị nsogbu. ha chọọ ka ejiri ekwe kwuo ya n'ọnụ nsogbu adịrọ ha chọọ ka ele ya n'anya nsogbu adịrọ achọ ka aga ya ihe a na-aga n'ụkwụ nsogbu adịrọ achọ ka apịa ya n'ọkpọ enweghị nsogbu ihe ọbụla otu ọbụla ha siri chọọ ya ndị Igbo dị 100% ready anyị ada-atụ ụjọ hapụkwa na because of agha lụrụ na Naịjirịa anyị na-ezetu onwe anyị eze mana iburu ọgụ bịa bụ onye Igbo gosi gị ihe ọ bụ iburu ọgụ bịa bụ onye Igbo onye Igbo ga-esiti gị down kụọ gị ya kụjisa gị ụkwụ pịa gị ibi ịghọta ihe a na-akọrọ gị so gwa ndị a na-asị Igbo must leave Lagos, leave Southwest, this and that anyị tacha afụfụ anyị arapụrụ unu ya no anyị ga-anọ na Lagos ihe anyị ga-ebupụ na Lagos unu bụ afịa anyị ihe anyị ebupụ na Lagos unu bụ biznes anyị mana ọ bụrụ maka esteti anyị ọ bụrụ maka ụlọ anyị ndị anyị rụrụ ebe a ọ bụrụ maka ihe ndị ọzọ anyị nwere ebe ahụ ọ ya anọ and anyị ha anị ya ndị Yoruba one na-anụ.
All right, it goes on and on for a while longer, but you don't need an interpreter to understand anything that I was saying there. And this call also has been a call since February 2023. So they're still calling for it. What page?
Take over military. Army. Soldier. Military. Soldier. Army. Military.
So quite clearly, it's not a protest against bad governance. It's a protest for regime change. So this last clip will solidify that narrative, and then we kick the session off.
These guys are not willing. This is a demonic. These guys are not willing. This is a demonic organization. This is an old man who doesn't have, give or take, 25, 30 years to live on this earth, but he wants to damage Nigeria for the young ones. He cares less about nobody. And he will stop at nothing to rule over the ashes. So the best is for everybody to activate Tinubu must go. There is no other way around this. He has united Nigerians, quite frankly, with hunger, with insecurity, with starvation. People can no longer get anything reasonable from this government. There is no need. I was waiting for Wike, since he calls himself the Obiakpo Thug, to come out today and receive protesters. But you can see these criminals in government, these politicians that are completely disconnected from reality. They have all hidden. I saw Dino Malaya today. You know, ordinarily he will make videos of his fleet of cars, pounce around them and gallivant and then drive off in one. Today he's sitting quietly in one corner of his house, making a video urging people to calm down in the protest. Well, Nigerians have risen. This is what it is. This is what it should be. Active citizenship is where it must go. It is unfortunate to have lost people today. Very, very terrible and unfortunate. We didn't expect that, you know, these guys would, you know, just go away without a fight. We know that all the while, you know, all the parameters and indices we're getting is of either countering the protest or basically unleashing violence upon peaceful protesters. So right now, there is no other thing I am saying except Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the criminal drug baron and certificate forging bandit of Chicago State University and the illegitimate president of Nigeria, must go. Tinubu must go. Any other person that tells you otherwise, let that person go to hell. Tinubu must go, period. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. People of course.
All right. So there you have it. It's beyond equivocation. They tell you that the protest is against bad governance, but their actual call is for the army to take over and Tinubu must go. So it's a regime change protest rather than anything else. Never going to happen, of course. This will come and go. But this will be the last hand that they play of that. So we play the K guides and then we kick off the session.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So the panel is a bit sparse at the moment. So I've sent the link. Anybody that wants to be part of it, click on the link. But joining us, we have Solly. Good to have you, Solly. Ajale Koko is in the house. Good to have you, Ajale Koko. Patoski joins us. Patoski joins us as well. So good to see you, Patrick. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with you, Solly, since the room is a bit sparse. Solly. Look at this.
Hello, I'm here.
We know you too well now. Maybe you've gone and be doing that thing. That's all right. So yeah, let's kick it off with you. We will at some point move away from this protest storyline, but it has to run its natural course before we leave it. So the protest now transmuting into Tinubu must go, army must take over. But what are you making of the latest development so far? And what are you also making of the language of the Southwesterners requesting that the Southeasterners leave their region, and Tinubu about to address the country tomorrow? What is your anticipation of what is likely to say?
Well, they are trying to use that Tinubu must go as the reason for them to say, oh, the protest is being hijacked. But you can bring out multiple videos here, and you will not see, if you bring out 100 videos, maybe only 5 videos would be Tinubu should go. And obviously, that's coming from Ipobians. I've not seen any placard of Tinubu should go in the north. I've not seen any placard of Tinubu should go in the southeast. I've not seen any placard of Tinubu should go in the southwest. You know, so it's just those miscreant, illiterate Ipobians.
But you've just now heard of people requesting for a military takeover.
No, I'll still get to that topic. You know, first we have to talk about the Tinubu must go. So it's just the usual brainwashed Ipobians up to mischief again. And luckily, for the first time, their propaganda is not working. You know, their propaganda is not working because the Southeast has done the right thing, which is the best thing, which is the most strategic thing to do. Maybe they did not know at that moment, but it's the most strategic thing they could have done. Sit down at home in their house and do nothing. Because when they are looking for scapegoats, they will use the Southeasterners to not like they are not responsible, right? But it is best that they avoided it so that they will not use them as the scapegoats. Now, they don't know who to point fingers at. So that's a very good move and a good strategy. So obviously, Tinubu is not going to go. You know, all of us know that. Maybe some Ipobians living in La La Land, as usual, don't know that. But I think the whole general country knows that Tinubu is not going anywhere. So we should not fear that propaganda. Then secondly, they are saying military should take over, which is good in my opinion, because when people are telling you that they are hungry and you keep on giving them reason why they are not hungry, you are just making them angrier and angrier.
Well, they are not giving them reasons why they are not. But who has given them reasons why they are not hungry?
One man yesterday on this platform, I said people are hungry. Some people on this platform came and said some Nigerians have always been hungry. They should bear the hunger.
Nigeria.
Wait,
Hold
let
on.
me finish
No,
now.
no,
Let me
hold
tell you
on.
what.
Just hold on. We were all here yesterday as well. Nigerians have always been hungry, one, but this government situation has always acknowledged the situation that the country, the people are in. There was never a moment that they said it was otherwise, and they have not embarked on a mass food importation to address that space. So how are they? Just stick to facts, man.
So now, yes, I'm not saying Nigerians have not been hungry before. I never said that. But now, there is bearable hunger and there is unbearable hunger. Because before, if somebody had 300 naira, 500 naira, they could eat very well, morning, afternoon, evening, rice and beans, ewagoin, beans and. But now, you have to spend 500 naira to buy 1 cup of gari. If somebody wants to eat 3 times a day, they need to spend 1,500 on 3 cups of gari. That's 30 times in a month. That's 45,000 naira. Minimum wage was 30,000 naira. We've now accounted for money for transport to go to work and come back. We've now accounted for petrol. We've now accounted for drinking water. It's only gari. We've not even accounted for sugar or epa in the gari. You know, so to survive in Nigeria, you need at least 1,500 naira a day now. Then what else did you say? That they've acknowledged the hunger? Yes, you are right. They have acknowledged the hunger. But like, what's the name of this that was supposed to be Yoruba president? His son that was speaking. That one is now saying people should endure this one and that one, that it is a test, that God is giving a test. Government is giving us a test to suffer and die. You know, they acknowledge it.
No, hold on. You keep saying let me finish. It's a conversational space now. You're not here to.
Is it not
are you sermonizing?
We have not finished.
Hold on. Yes. Can you hold on? It's Tinubu that said XYZ. Nobody cares about that. Look, it's conversational, so people will interject you if you are running away on a flight of fancy. Look, what is going on now? It's not a consequence of the Tinubu administration. It's a consequence of 30, 40 years of maladministration. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that. I never said
yes,
I'm not.
Yes, and a lot of the measures that is being taken by this government. I can bring you clips. Can somebody resend me that clip when Peter Obi was telling us that he will remove the fuel subsidy immediately, and when Atiku said exactly the same thing, everybody universally knows that these measures are the measures that has to be taken to rescue the country. So it's not. It's just the chicken came home to roost in his administration. That's all. And the things that he's doing now are things that has to be done. And Nigerians have lived so subsidized their life for so long that now they have to go through that pain period to come to the reality of what life is. So forget all of this diggity that you are doing. You don't know the backdrop of this.
Okay, I do. I'm not disagreeing with you. You keep on telling me things which are true that I agree with you on. I'm not arguing with you on those bases. But what is democracy is the choice of majority of the people, and the majority of the people have told you that they don't want the subsidy removed. Look for another means to remove it. You can cut down the salaries, you can cut down the extra excesses that they give them in government. They are looting more money than they've ever looted out of. The worst part is they are not even looting it into Nigeria. They are looting it outside Nigeria to go and become glorified immigrants in another man's country. You know, and the worst part of this administration is that they are not doing corruption right in front of our face. If everybody is going to manage and suffer, let the politicians also have cuts in their daily income also, whether
So
it's from
sorry,
allocation, whether it's
how
from
are they doing?
salary.
No,
But
yes.
but they
How are
are
they doing
getting
corruption?
increases.
No, we
They are
know you
getting
said that. You said
increases.
that
They are
severally. Just,
collecting weight.
guy, can you hold on? You just rattle.
But you are not
When
letting me
somebody else-
finish anything.
Yeah, we know what you are going to say now.
One
They are
man.
getting out. Can you just settle it down?
One man.
You said, oh no, hold on. You said corruption. They are doing corruption right in your face. So give an example of that corruption that they're doing right in your face. So just allow the slot for people to interrogate what you're saying. Give an example.
All the loan they've been collecting, where's the money going to? Right. Wait, now let me finish. Now you said that they are importing food into the land. Are they sharing the food or are they hiding the food? Because I can send you multiple videos of them hiding the food that you say that they are importing for the Nigerian people and repackaging it so that they can go and sell it from the money that they've borrowed based on Nigerian poor people.
All right, just carry on. I don't think you have a full grasp of.
Let's go there now.
Let Larry come in. Just settle down. Let it be.
Because I'm not done with the military part.
Just hold on. Sorry, you have to bring it down a bit. Let it be conversational. Yeah, Larry.
Yeah, one man. So I think probably what you can actually do, let him flow and let's have a times conversation.
All right. It's just a bit frustrating. It's just rattling up.
We can have a time conversation so that we can go around and.
All right. Back to you, Solly. But let me play you this clip before you come back, Solly.
Sir, our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed. Is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Well done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day.
So there it is right there. Everybody said they would do exactly the same thing, but carry on, Solly.
Okay. And I'm not supporting Peter Obi now. Obviously, he's even one of the worst candidates. You know, if they were voting again, obviously out of the three, Tinubu is still the best out of the three. However, let's go back to it again. Democracy is the voice of the majority, right? Because it's the majority that give you the vote to get there in the first place. Now, the majority are telling you they don't want you to remove subsidy. Remove subsidy from every other place. Because if you put back subsidy for that fuel, the price of everything will go back. Nobody will be clamoring for increase in minimum wage and take away all those nonsense loans and give us grants. You have to give the people something. You know, and then you are saying, or are we in democratic military regime, right? Because if the voice of the people are not being considered, the majority, then this is democratic military regime. So if it is democratic military regime and people are telling you they are hungry and you say, we know you are hungry, but you must suffer. It is divine sufferness. But you that you are telling us to suffer, just like in animal farm, you are not suffering, you are living lavish. In fact, you are increasing your pay gap, your pay wage. The way to give yourself increase in minimum wage, everybody was selling. They did it in less than 24 hours. You know, so people are not stupid. They know military regime is bad. They know it will be worse. They know they will lose their rights. They know. But it is out of that pettiness. Since government is so petty to hide food from you, literally hiding, as in how you are collecting every single money in the country, you are now hiding food that you borrowed money.
Where is government hiding food from you?
I've sent the video to you on your Instagram, one man, in different states in Lagos, and we found out about this first during NSAS. In every single state in Nigeria, they hid food from people. After they've stolen your money, they've stolen your resources, they've looted out everything, they've stolen your land, then they now use you to loan money to buy food, and they steal that one from you and sell it back to you. You know that you know people are hungry and you are hiding the food from them. again. So if we're already in
you shouldn't be saying
oh my God.
what do you mean, oh your God? You are just running away with things
Let
you
me
don't know.
finish first now.
What do you forget finishing? How do you know? Who told you they are hiding food? Where are
I
you
sent
getting
you
that
the
from?
video. You can open it on Instagram. I know you saw all my videos.
A video of what? Of them hiding food?
Yes, and repackaging it, and it was in 2 states. Okay, so if we're already in democratic military regime, it is better for us to know directly who is making us suffer, and we will know that, okay, we are suffering for a reason because we're a military regime, you know, and all these politicians that think they are invisible, like Yaya Bello, let all of us suffer together. Let us all be humbled. You know, because you are not a military man, but you are treating people like you are in a military regime. Let all of us be humbled. Let all of us suffer together. Then maybe we will have somebody that wants to actually lead the country well. I support those people. In fact, those people that are bringing out Russian flag, maybe Nigerians are not hungry, right? Nigerians are not hungry. If they have so much food in their house, will they be on the street carrying Russian flag? If you are not hiding food from them after stealing from them, will they be on the road carrying Russian flag? Now, if Russia sees this, Russia can use it as propaganda that people want to be saved in Nigeria. They can use it as propaganda. When people are telling you they are hungry, you are telling them, don't worry, endure. They will take it far. And that Russian flag is not going to be the end of it. It's going to get worse and what till that subsidy comes back. He is smart enough to find another solution. You say they are using it for corruption. They are using it. Don't you own the police? Don't you own the army? If you want to stop this corruption this week, you can. And you let the first subsidy flow smoothly. If it's their business, they will protect it with their dying breath. But because it's poor man that is benefiting from it, let's just remove it. That doesn't make any sense. So let them support military regime. In fact, bring North Korean flag, bring Chinese flag too. Let everybody suffer together. That is what I want. That is what the majority want. If you are not going to bring, if you are ready to risk everything on that subsidy, which IMF told him to do, then so be it. Let all of us go out in a blazing fire. So be it. I support them. Next, they should bring North Korea and Chinese flag too. Maybe people are not hungry. No problem. It will get worse.
Are you done?
Yes.
Right. Nobody said people are not hungry, so I'm not quite sure.
People on this platform who are living abroad said that people are not hungry. That is when I knew that some people are just wicked.
You see, can you just slow down? Nobody on this platform have ever said people are not hungry.
They said, especially somebody that was even telling you that, oh, this is my Peking enjoying UK, telling you that people in Nigeria are not hungry. Meanwhile, they can't send their own Peking to Nigeria to suffer. On this platform, they did. Less than 2 days ago.
Nobody has ever said people are not hungry in Nigeria. What people have said on this platform is that there is no food scarcity in Nigeria, it's food affordability. And what people have also said is that strengthening the economy to give the currency value is the best panacea. So I'm not quite sure where you're getting that from. And all of these things are, all the clips from Edo State are people claiming that they're rebagging food. When they were looting wherever they were looting, you could see the bags quite clearly marked in state colors. So I'm not quite sure if they are claiming they are rebagging it or not, but the bags that these looters were looting had the state logo all over it. So you cannot say they are preventing people from food. So if they are warehousing the food for distribution and these people are breaking into that warehouse before the distribution, then that is a narrative. So a lot of these things are just populist mantras that you're saying.
Can I reply that?
Just hold on. You had a good go. You are saying they should reinstate the subsidy. With what are they going to reinstate the subsidy? The subsidy was gulping about 40% of the country's revenue. The country cannot sustain a subsidy regime. So they have to find other ways to insulate that, but they cannot reinstate it. You know, so they have, what they should do is what they are doing is to ensure energy stability, ensure food security, and then go on to strengthening the economy, which is exactly what they are doing. You know, so I'm not quite sure. In fact, I'm not sure about anything you just said.
Okay, so you said that they stole the food. You said they stole the food before they could distribute it. We have to use past antecedents. How many years did NSAS pass for them to distribute food? They kept that food. Now we're using past antecedents. So,
sorry, what are you
they
talking
kept,
about?
we're using past antecedents of NSAS. They kept
Of what?
that food, NSAS, right?
Yes.
Because you are saying that they kept it there and people stole it before they distributed it. I want to bring us back to 2020 when they found the foods in all the states. These people kept the food so long that the food spoiled. So are you telling me that if these same people who kept food so long till the food spoiled are keeping foods to distribute it at the right time, suddenly?
That's not even in SARS anyway, so I'm not even sure what you're talking about. That's COVID food. But anyway, look, there's a lot of half stories in a lot of these stories that you people circulate, and then because you circulate it around enough, it takes on a life of its own. There is no there is no backstory to all of those lootings that took place. So, like for instance, somewhere in the north, a rice mill privately owned was looted and food carted out. So there's a lot of either public owned or privately owned storehouses that were looted in the course of that NSAS, and to justify that looting, then they were claiming that these were government-owned food that should have been distributed to the people. We don't know sufficient enough to be reaching that conclusion, and I really should encourage you not to encourage people to be looting. I don't know what you're talking
I didn't
about.
encourage
Sorry,
them
man.
to loot. I didn't encourage them to loot. I never encouraged them to loot. You know, so that's just my own opinion on the topic. People are hungry. People are not going to listen to all these extra things that you are saying. Oh, it's taking 40% of how many percent of the country's revenue has been stolen by the politicians? You can't be unfair saying that people just want to take a tiny chunk of the take, but the tiny chunk is all that is left because we've eaten everything. Who is going to listen to that?
I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
They've eaten the whole cake. Somebody now wants to take a little piece of the cake. You are not saying, that's too much now. To finish, or if you take small, nobody's going to listen to that. You want to compare how much the fuel subsidy is costing to how much they've looted out of the country? Do you really want to compare that? They've taken more than the fuel subsidy. So people can't just have a little piece of the cake.
Look, the best way for people to have, in fact, not just a little, but a big chunk of the cake, is for the economy to be grown in a proper and a responsible manner. So the idea of subsidizing lives as a justification for corruption, that doesn't really hold. What Tinubu is doing now is the best course of action for that country to free float the Nigerian state and let it establish its value. It's a difference of opinion, but for me, that's the best course of action. Free float the Naira, build infrastructure, liberalize the space and economic flow. And that is exactly what it's doing. So there is no other way. But, if you want to take us to Tinubu's speech tomorrow, what are you anticipating?
Are you going to live stream it?
I may well do, but it's at 7 a.m., so I'm not quite sure if I would, but, we'll see.
Okay, well, I'm just going to end it with this. It costs 1,500 naira to eat gari 3 times a day now, without sugar, without milk, or without any addition. 45,000 naira a month. Over the next 3 years, let's see how the administration will let it play out. All these other additional things that you're talking about, and we all know that price of food will not stop here. It will just keep on increasing, so let's see how it plays out. I just want to move on to this speech. I don't know. I feel like the only reason why is because yesterday a lot of people were saying, you should ignore them. You should not even say anything. It's a smart move for not saying anything. Russian flag has come out. Now he's ready to speak. So that's the only reason why.
Well, what has the Russian flag got to do with him?
It's a threat. We are surrounded by countries that have Russian support. So obviously,
Sorry, man.
like I said,
what has the Russian flag got to do with the country?
Let me finish.
Is protesting. So
Let me
at some point it will speak. So what has the Russian flag got to do
obviously
with
the
it?
Russian flag was pointed out there. Like I said yesterday, Nigeria is very ripe for military coup. Obviously, we are surrounded by pro-Russia countries that already have military coup, and these people will want to use the opportunity to come into the country to create influence. That's it. And obviously, we know that the West is supporting Tinubu, so they will obviously push their boy to quickly stop it. You may not take it as a big threat, but the international community, especially the West, will take it as a big threat, a very serious threat, because they are benefiting a lot from what they are stealing from Nigeria. So, let's not act like it doesn't mean anything or it's not really. The people that brought this thing out, they are very, very smart and tactical. They knew what to get the federal government's attention. Meanwhile, we in the South, we are busy insulting each other. That's why they always say these people know politics more than us. Now, if we move into the Southwest, where they are saying, what were they even saying about, they want to do protests.
Yeah.
I kept on saying it here. Yesterday, I said it, that shout out on Twitter is not going to be the end. It's just going to keep on getting worse and worse and worse. Unfortunately, there are some bad eggs, right? They know what they say will cause problem for others, but they don't care because they are not living there.
Are you saying the Igbo must go is bad eggs?
No. I'm saying when the Igbos started insulting the Southwest, disrespecting them, this one and that one, the same thing they do in the Southeast, the South, I was saying it's not going to play out well. Okay, you say you don't support those Igbos, but when you are around them and when you hear those utterances, you don't caution them because you don't want to be secluded from your community. But at the end of the day, it's still going to affect you. Those people that you are not cautioning is never going to affect them because number one, they don't live in Lagos. Number two, they don't even live in Nigeria. And they are pushing out like that Yahoo, I don't even know, I don't know how to pronounce his name, that died previously. He was pushing a lot of these narratives, Nobody was cautioning him. Now he has gone. Who is suffering the burden of it? The people that he left behind. If you want this thing to stop, caution the people that are pushing it. Sometimes it's even fake accounts that is coming to push it out. Immediately you see it come out, you condemn it because people are watching you. Some of these people, they may not support this movement, but they will not do anything about it and they will keep quiet about it. Because when you were doing your own and you thought nobody could stop you, you kept quiet. When others were doing their own and you thought nobody could stop them, you kept quiet. So the Yoruba people are going to do the same thing. And the worst kind of Yoruba people that you can meet are the Yoruba people that don't get angry, are the Yoruba people that don't shout, are the Yoruba people that don't insult you. They are the worst type of Yoruba because they will never stop.
Sorry, how deeply felt do you think this sentiment is, this hashtag? Because the Lagos state government has come out to respond to it, and the presidency as well. Atiku is also whipping it up for ethnic jingoism. But how deeply rooted within the Yoruba space do you think this sentiment is?
Just like every other country in the world, the reality is that the Southwest government will not do anything about it because it favors
No. That wasn't the question. How deeply rooted within this space do you think this sentiment is?
My own opinion or the Southwest opinion in general?
Do you understand the question first?
That's why I'm trying to point it out. I'm not sure if you're talking about me or the
No. I'm asking how deeply. I'll only ask one more time. How deeply rooted within the Southwest space do you think this hashtag is? How deep within the Yoruba space do you think this sentiment is?
I think majority of Yoruba people don't support it, and the Southwest is just using it for politics, However, normally, most of the Yoruba people in Southwest, they would have condemned it, they would have defended the Igbos, but you've insulted them for years. These Fulani people, when they were defending Buhari, they didn't start by defending Buhari. Some of them condemned Buhari, but you insulted them to the point where they just decided to keep quiet. It's the same thing in the Southwest. That's why I say it's going to keep on getting worse, because you are insulting the people that voted for your man. You are insulting the people that are condemning this statement. You are insulting the people that don't support this statement. You are condemning the people that defend you in Lagos. So who do you have left? You've literally burnt the whole bridge in the Southwest. So majority obviously don't support it because we are not tribalistic people. We are not the kind of people that will go and do genocide. We are not the kind of people that want to throw away people from Lagos. We have so many tribes living in Lagos. You know, it's all pinpointed down to one tribe. And this, when everybody is saying you are doing something, then everybody can't be wrong, you know. And unfortunately, most people feel the only way, sometimes some people will slap you and they will bully you. The only time that they will understand what they are doing is wrong is when you slap them back. And that's the situation we're in. And this slap back is a very big slap back. You know, it's just going to get worse because nobody is going to defend you. Nobody is going to go against. If they do this protest, you will see government will not stop them, and you will see nobody will stop them, and they will do it peacefully. And it will be like the whole Southwest is supporting them, but the whole Southwest is not. I'm not supporting it. I feel like majority of the people on this platform that are Yoruba are not supporting it. But who will speak for you now? Nobody. You've cut the whole bridge. Nobody will speak for you. Because if we speak for you, you insult us tomorrow. You know, if we speak for you, you insult us tomorrow. So it's better to just avoid it. You know, I don't care if somebody calls me Omali. I don't care if somebody insults me from the Southwest, this one and down. You know, but I'm defending another person and that person is insulting me. Like, what am I now benefiting from it? I'm not benefiting anything from it. I'm not benefiting anything from defending you. I'm not benefiting anything from condemning it. All I'm getting is insults. So I'll just avoid it. And that will be the sentiment of the majority of the Southwest. They will avoid it, they won't stop it, and they will just let it happen. Unfortunately. It's a sad case, but it's going to keep on getting worse until you start condemning the statements that come from the Southeast that are bad.
All right, take us to the next headline on the screen, Solly. Why internet was disrupted during hunger protests. This is coming from a telecommunications company. But what they are telling us is that the ne'er-do-wells that constitutes the majority of these days of anarchy, they are the ones going into the wherever it is to cut the cable of the internet connection. But a lot of people actually feel that it is the government pulling the plugs on the internet in order to frustrate the protest. So what's your take on that?
From what I know, is majorly being MTN, you know, and a lot of these companies owe federal government a lot of money. So I believe, even though I don't have proof, my sentiment would be, and my opinion would be that, yes, government has a hand in it, but this won't stop the protesters. All the moves that they've been making is just like they've been shooting themselves in the foot. If they are just allowed these people to protest in peace, never can they remove the Tinubu government. And I believe the federal government knows that. But now they are trying to push the protesters back, which is something that was a very bad idea. There's one guy, I think he's a northerner, that was in the APC camp, but he doesn't have any political post. He also spoke up. He said, for the sake of the party, because these moves are going to destroy the APC party, whether they like it or not. They should have just let the people protest. They can't remove the president. So what is all this paying anti-protesters for, removing network, all these moves, like all this, so much work, so much effort, so much money they spent on anti-protest, on pushing the protesters back? It wasn't necessary. You know, so it's just going to crumble the party.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You said something about APC breaking up. So why do you say that?
I can't hear you. I can barely hear you.
Why do you say APC breaking up? APC might break. There's a possibility that APC might break up. Why? What led you to that? Conclusion?
Because we can already see signs of discord in the party. Everybody in the party knows what is going on. Everybody in the party, not everybody, but you have people in the party that know what is going on. They know this is the wrong move, and they have investments in the party. They may not have political positions. They may have, for example, you look at that guy that was in House of Speaker, that was a senator, because he spoke up about what was going on before the protest. They removed him, suspended him, demoted him. Is that how to treat somebody that is in your party that is talking about an issue? So they've eventually silenced everybody in the party. And if you silence everybody, you now have an echo chamber. So when you are doing something wrong, you will not know that you are doing something wrong, because the people that want to talk, you've silenced them. And the people that want to destroy the party, you are allowing them to continue to talk. If you don't have multiple voices, then you will not know how to balance things. And they've silenced the party, and they are making all the wrong moves. You know, this is the same way PDP went out. This is why PDP lost the election, this last election, because there was already discord in the party. They could not agree. They had people saying this one on the left, people this one on the right, and they were punishing people for saying different opinions. So what did they end up with? Echo chamber. And we all know how echo chamber plays out all the time. Echo chamber always loses. You can ask the obedience. You can check on PDP. Echo chamber always loses.
You said everything right until when you have to bring obedience into this matter.
Are they not an echo chamber?
Hold on. Have you stopped taking Amsterdam? Because this one you've been talking like a very sensible person. These past 2 days I've been hearing you on this platform.
No,
I don't know. Are you a repentant APC now or what?
No, I still feel, I don't. Okay, I'm not. In my opinion,
what's going on here?
No, in my opinion, out of all the people that are running for presidency, no, let me not say all, between Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu, I still believe Tinubu was the best out of the bunch. However, I'm not saying he's a good president, but he's the best out of the three. And yes, I've been reducing my cannabis intake, reducing it little by little. You know,
so maybe you should be increasing it. You have landed in the Bulabalus and the Bulabas.
So you can't just stop anything. You can't stop anything cold turkey. You have to reduce it. Nothing is good. Even if you're eating jollof rice, you have to reduce it little by little. If you stop cold turkey, it can affect you. So I'm doing it right.
All right. Give us just a little flavor on the headline on the screen, and then we move the conversation on to Pr0Test. So Tinubu to address the country tomorrow. You didn't really tell us what you think. What's your anticipation? What will he have to say to douse the tension?
Honestly, one man, I have no single idea, because I feel like if he had something to say, he would have said it since. So this is just something that can be an emergency. It might go for what the people want. However, he might not, which will only make people angrier. So this has to be a very, very strategic speech. It can't just be any nonsense that he said before that people are suffering, but there is nothing that he can do about it, like he said before. That will just put the whole country into flames, because people are angry. And every time somebody comes out to say rubbish, it just makes them angrier. You know, so it has to be very, very,
sorry, I think it's a mistake for him to speak at all, because there is no way he will win if he comes out to speak and he acquiesces to the demands of this miscreants. Then they will feel that they've had a win, and they won't stop there. They will continue to push and push, because we know that it's a regime change that they're after. But if it comes out and it doesn't acquiesce but explains government policy, like you said, they would double down on it again. It should just, because we've seen the peak of the demonstration. So anything else now is just, they're starting. If you look at this chart that was released by the police, you see that things are starting to peter down. So on day one, they had a series of incidents, and then on day two, they just had smatterings of incidents. The only spike point was really in Kano State. So that is to tell you that they've had their blowout day, which was the first day, and it's starting to peter down. So he should just let them wash it out and then carry on. I think it would be a mistake for him to address this deplorable elements.
Yes, that is what every single person has been saying. He should have just said nothing, let them protest. After 10 days, they would have been tired and they will go home. That would have been the best thing to do. But I'm going to bring it back to that Russian flag. I believe that is the only thing. I believe his initial
forget
plan.
Forget the Russian flag, my friend. Just what's all this
Oh,
Russian flag?
Let me give my own opinion now. You know, so I believe that is the only thing. This is my own personal belief. That is the only thing that is forcing him to give that speech, because the international
the Russians will come and take over
Let
Nigeria.
me finish now. Let me finish. The
Do
international.
you even know? Do you know who or what Nigeria is? That the Russians will come and take over Nigeria like they did in Niger Republic.
Let him make a submission.
All right. Okay, go on.
They can
It sounds
lend,
somewhat nonsensical to me, though.
but yes, they can lend influence into the Nigerian army. As we all know, when we had military coup before, it is not majority of the leaders of the military that did the coup. It was just some lower people in the military that did the coup. So they don't need to meet the higher ups in the military. They just need to meet some people that are suffering, that just have a little bit of power in the military. Get them to agree. You tell somebody that has been suffering since, collecting little change on the road, collecting little change from his officers, that he will own the country. Do you think that is not tempting for a Nigerian? And they will now tell them that they will give them Russian backing. The West is not going to come and fight for us in Nigeria, and they know this. People are going to be tempted. It starts little by little. It did not go overnight in one day in Niger. Burkina Faso was not overnight. All these other places were not overnight. The influence started creeping in little by little. And the Western community, they know this. So they would have pushed him to do this speech. This is just my opinion. I'm not saying I am right. I'm not saying I am wrong. Till tomorrow, until time plays out, we'll see what happens. I'm just dropping it out there. Anybody can counter me. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just giving my opinion.
All right, brilliant. Which you're entitled to, of course. So that's Bulabalu and Bulaba from Soli. So Bulabalu and Bulaba from Soli. But what are we getting from Patrick? So Patrick, you're up next. So the
woman let rational mind go.
All right. So rational mind is all right. Rational mind. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My phone here is about 14%. I might die anything. It might die anytime from now. So, and I'm still going to I'm still doing shopping around anyway. So, woman, what do you have for us?
It's just a whole wave of everything. The Tinubu to address the country tomorrow. What's the anticipation in what he has to say? Sowore threatening to storm the Eagle Square tomorrow. Hopefully he gets shot if he turns up in person. So the Abiola family coming to show their backing for the Tinubu narrative. Why the internet was disrupted during protests. This is the telecommunication space trying to justify shutting down the system to frustrate the protest. Presidency condemns hashtag Igbo must go proposed Lagos protest. So is it the narrative of the Southwest getting somewhat fed up with the excesses of the Southeast? So all of that, and then the backdrop of the protest itself, of course, a lot of goings on, but not so we've not yet gotten your soundings on the protest as well. So all of that, and then the call for the military to take over, the obedience space telling us that they're after a regime change. So everything in play. Rational mind.
Well, man, you see, when I come here and I speak the way I speak about you sometimes, even though because I know you very well, I know you, having been on your platform, I would have said maybe you are becoming like these bigots that are called the Agbado people. But it's okay. I know you. I know what you're doing. I know what you're about. You want to grab people like me to come on your platform, so that we can come and vibrate here. Anyway, one man, you see, for me, I know I said this because my reading of this protest that it was not going to hold. I really thought it was not going to hold because of the Tinubu propaganda machine and what they've done, what they've put in motion, just to. But then I think they succeeded in a way in getting the Southeasterners in not participating because the rhetorics we've seen, when I say these guys are bigots, and you guys wonder, the first lady in that Asura, we know what she said about these certain people. And when we keep saying that these people are bigots, yeah, you keep asking us to give you evidence. When the evidence are all there, the pronouncement of the first lady, even Tinubu himself, what are we talking about? And then you people come here, you're asking us for evidence. Well, it's okay.
What was Tinubu's pronouncement?
It's okay. I will get to that when I get the time. I don't have your time today, Skulata. So my point is this: about you, but you know your first lady said something, right? The first lady said
She was tongue in cheek.
He was talking. He
was tongue in cheek. She was messing around with someone. They were joking. Hey, but it was tongue in cheek. Now why are you?
Not tongue in cheek. Cut that crap, my friend. Cut that crap.
So she meant what she said, and she actioned on it.
She didn't mean it. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speak, my friend. If you don't know,
that's not how it is. When you're joking around, you're joking around.
Don't do this, don't do this,
This is not Agbado. I mean, you know it was tongue in cheek, and that's how you easily just said Tinubu too said something. So what did he say? Of course, now. When you joke with me, do I take it seriously?
I don't have the time.
I don't take it seriously.
No, it's not serious. And we've seen all the rhetoric that all of you are going about with coming on one man platform here and be spewing crap. I mean, bigotry and all of that. And you want
so I'm a bigot.
No, you are.
I'm a bigot.
Yeah, you are.
Really?
Yeah,
how am I a bigot?
Because if you align with people who are
how am I a bigot?
No, if you align with people who are bigots and you come here to come and
who do I align with? I align with Nigeria as a country. So what do you mean I align with bigots? What do you mean by that?
Cut that crap of you being married to an Igbo woman. Forget that crap.
So you made a claim that Tinubu said something. So what did he say? You can't just tarnish someone's image now.
Don't give me that BS of
no, but what did he say? Account for it.
I just mentioned to you your first lady, and you're telling me it's
and then it was tongue in cheek. She was smiling with the person and laughing.
No, all's fine. But I beg, let me be. I beg, let me be with this your Agbado crap that you always come here and do. So my friend, the thing is, my everybody. My point is this: is that woman, you guys, I even lost my. I don't even know what I'm even talking against them. What am I even talking about now? I forgot it. Somebody give me let me go. Is that?
Go and save your battery. Go and save your battery.
Save my battery for what? I mean, it's almost like 11% here. Let me just talk until you die. You die. It's okay. So my woman, can you just remind me where you late to work, baby? Look, let me go. No, me, but I'm
yeah, your friend, you were talking about the not calling for a military takeover. You were talking about the Tinubu address for tomorrow. So we're storming the Eagle Square.
When you say something like you wish Sowore should be shot, I don't know you to be like this. You and I will talk. It's private. Something I don't like to hear from you. You might not hate. You might not like Sowore. Let me not say hate. You might not like Sowore and his politics. Not to the point. Just like me, I say I wish Tinubu got shot or he dies. No, why would I wish that on somebody? I would never wish that on him. The only thing that is okay, I wish he's getting removed, impeached, or maybe he just abdicate the place himself. That's all I can say. But I will say that. Why would I do that? Woman, you are too sophisticated to be saying using kind of language. I mean, wish he gets shot. I was going to be happy over it if he gets shot. We all want our people to be happy in that country.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. I don't want him shot. Nobody to get shot.
That's why I said I know if I don't know you, like if you and I have not spoken in private, I would say maybe that's who you are. But I know friends, my friends. Woman is not like that. We know.
I know. Everybody knows that I was only being controversial. But
if anything they succeeded in doing was that they succeeded in intimidating the Igbos in not joining in this protest, and that was why the number you're seeing on the street is not as what you would have said. Maybe you would say in the answer. Well, even the answer even dwarf this one that I'm saying. Even No, I mean, this one dwarfs NSAS. NSAS is not at this scale. The scale of what I'm seeing on ground right now is because, what I mean, at the scale, as in the number of cities, states that are part of this protest. NSAS never got to this. Maybe you can talk of Lagos, maybe Abuja, maybe Port Harcourt, but this time around, virtually every state in Nigeria were all part of this.
That's not true. Your state, Ondo State, didn't do anything. Ekiti State didn't do
We know what they
anything.
did now. We know what they did now.
Akwa Ibom didn't do anything.
So what did they do?
Most of the southwest states, they barely did anything. Lagos was tiny. Ibadan was the first day and was just very slim pickings. So what are you talking about? And then you now say southeast, like you're talking like southeast can be easily bullied. So are you saying that Tinubu bullied southeast? He bullied them and they cowered. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You see.
Or they were protesting by sitting at home. Because you're saying like, oh, they just APC bullied them.
Let me not call your hair again. You're not my friend anymore because
whether you like it, I'm your paddy now. Oh, because you got to be chasing.
It's okay. So you see, my point is this: is that they succeeded in intimidating them, and that's why a lot of them, even their so-called socio-cultural group, Hanese, they were saying that no, they should not participate, and some other people are calling out. You see, that's what we're saying. If anything they succeeded, that's what they succeeded in doing. And when we say these people are bigots, when everybody's a Nigerian, no Nigerian, be you a Yoruba, be you an Igbo, be you an Hausa, be you a Fulani man, be you an Ibibio, be you an Efik man, a Kalabari man, whatever you are. Nobody goes to any supermarket in Nigeria or any local market in Nigeria, buys things cheaper than the others. And then because these people, you know how boisterous they are when they come out, how loud-mouthed they could be, how much of people who are passionate about what they do. It's just because of that, you single them out, you say they should not come out. You succeeded in doing that because in Southeast, from what I'm gathering from Southeast, virtually hardly any of the states are in Southeast out of this protest. Because if they had done that, you say, yeah, you see, they hate Tinubu, they want to sit him, bringing headlines for us to talk about.
Rational mind, that's not true.
That's not true. They decided not to protest because, let me tell you, they decided not to protest.
After what? What happened?
No, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Just chill. They decided not to protest. Hold on. They decided not to protest because they said the Southwest, so to say, quote and unquote, and the North were the one that wanted Tinubu, that voted for Tinubu. So they should go and deal with Tinubu that they are not hungry. That they are not hungry. They are painting a picture that they are not.
No, that's not what it is. No, that's not what it is. Don't come here.
That's the fact. They are painting a picture that they are not part of the protest because they are not hungry.
That's what you are manufacturing.
No, rational mind. That is the fact. That is the fact. Rational mind. That is the
fact. It's okay. That's your own fact. That's your own fact. I know most of us on this platform are listeners at home across the world. I know they know. Some of us cannot come here and sell people dummy, even though we sell some people dummy. Sooner or later, the fact will be out. The truth will be out. We know what these people they've been doing.
Nobody is coming. Whoever projects himself to be a dummy means that
hold on for him, enigmatic, because he doesn't have the back. You are breaking up quite heavily. You are breaking up.
Okay, I'm parked here now in front of the grocery store where I'm. Can you guys hear me very well? Let me just. Can you hear me?
That's a lot better. So stay as you are now. Yeah, carry on.
All right. So my point is this: is that we know what they did even before the election. How they've been making it look like it is Igbo versus Yoruba. I mean, we know. You see, come on. We have one dog here that come here that calls himself Jamiu. I've gone. I mean, let me not. I don't want to go. Let me not say much about that. Very soon, I'll quote it here very very soon. If he's in London, we could find out if he's not really in London. But my point is this: is that we see people like that come here, and they stoke these embers of disunity, wanting to butt Igbo people's head and Yoruba people's head together. Over what? Over one man's ambition. A guy who doesn't even know who you are, who is just only there just to make it enrich himself, that just the way he turned Lagos to his own personal estate. So my point is this: is that we need to cease and desist from this crap. It's not healthy for our mental health. And you wonder why people like Jamiu come here and they be spewing the kind of things he does. And even some educated people here, they come here and want to rewrite history.
Nobody is rewriting history, rational mind.
Anybody, when is your time?
Who put words into the guy that was talking about Lagos?
No.
They are the instigator, but when they reply, when they reply them or they respond,
enigmatic. When is your turn? When is your turn?
Because you're not speaking to them.
You need to rule now.
The matter.
Me only much time.
Rational mind.
No,
let me say something. Please just give me a second. Just give me a second. Rational mind. You see, what rational mind is saying is true. When they were trying to make this protest, we're all saying that is obedient is the Easterner. And when we say obedient, we know it's Southeast you are talking about. So that threat will make them not to participate. They didn't willingly say they are not participating. So let's not be double.
Patrick, that's not true. Patrick, that's not true. When they say obedient, Patrick, that's not true. When they say obedient, it doesn't mean Southeast.
It doesn't mean Southeast.
It doesn't mean Southeast.
You cannot be projecting obedient as Southeast every time. You cannot project Obi as Southeast. Go and listen to men. Hold
on. Let this guy speak. He doesn't have much time.
You wanted to go and dig some of your headlines, some of your talking points that you brought to us on this platform many weeks ago before this protest. How you make it like obedient, the Igbos. And I remember
I defy you to bring one headline that I've ever said.
Obedient are not Igbos. Rational mind, stop it.
Come on.
Stop it.
You're the one trying to narrow them to the Igbos.
You see, one man. I will not come here. I mean, I'm not. One man, you know me very well. I'm not here to demarcate anybody or demarcate anybody's platform. But I'm just saying that there's a talking point here. I remember I was here on this platform, and I was saying, let's just stop this whole crap of having to label obedient Igbos. I remember, maybe not really what you meant to say when you said, "Oh, the obedient," but when you say we know who are the obedient now. When you say something like that, we know what you're talking
Rational
about.
mind, don't waste your time.
So I know, Mama,
if you say the truth now. When we say obedient, we mean Igbo. Let's be objective.
We know. I mean, they just don't pretend.
Patrick, that's not the rational mind that is speaking right now. Is he Igbo?
Is he Igbo?
Is he Igbo? He's from Edo State.
Say we. Say we. So what are you talking? Do not rationalize that nonsense every time, because when Obi was speaking, go and listen to Obi when he was side by side with Alex Oti, the two of them. The state governor standing with Peter Obi. Obi said something differently. Alex Oti went 360 degrees to say something different. Obi was speaking.
So what's the point with that?
Obi was parroting the normal nonsense, supporting this hunger. That's why they're outside. And then as a sitting governor, that he knows he has security intel, and he knows he needs to actually speak in a certain way, unlike the reckless manner that Obi has.
What did he say now?
Listen to it now. We played it over here. But what actually rile people up is when you want to get
why are you bringing it up? It's okay. Let me land.
It's not.
Enigmatic, when is your turn? You can talk about it. Let me just land. You see,
but don't be the two of you don't be coming here and lying every time.
Don't give me that. Don't be. I'm too older than.
But you are not telling the truth.
You are lying now, and Pato is.
You are not telling the
All right. If we're not happy to hear rational mind, maybe we shouldn't let him come on anymore, because anytime he tries to speak, people try to let him speak. Rational mind.
My battery is dying already. So
carry on.
I won't be able to carry on because it's going to die here. So let me just
charge it and come back, because we need to have a balance.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Look at this guy. Look at that. So that's rational mind, of course. Is politics always different from norm?
Look at the door. Don't hit yourself on the head.
No, don't worry about that. So Larry, come in. Let's go to Larry. Larry, come in. All right, we don't see. There he is. So Larry, yes, the conversation seems to have taken a direction, but you bring it back. This headline on the screen is quite a worrying sign. Hopefully, it doesn't gain any momentum, because we don't want any more ethnic undertones in the politics. Tinubu speaking tomorrow, the protest still going on. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, panelists, and good evening, our viewers. Woman, you see, the problem I have is our politicians. They look for any way to take advantage of things. Now, let's speak to the specifics. Who is that person that actually said this thing? Just an individual on probably Twitter, that kind of like just bring up this thing, hashtag this, and this. And is this something that is popular? No. But just because politicians, they want to look for something, any hanging fruit, and just pick it and run away with it. And that's what they've actually just done. Oh, this person has to come, government they have to come in, condemn it, this and that. We know all those rhetorics. Am I for this? No. As a person, right? And I don't really think the Southwest people are actually for this. Even in Lagos, nobody's actually for, Igbo must go and all those things. It's just an individual that probably just picked his phone and just tweet something, and politicians fall like, okay, fine, that's just the way to take advantage. Oh, somebody said this. Anybody can go on Twitter and say all sorts of things. I've seen people go on Twitter and say, oh, Nigeria should collapse, Nigeria should be war, there should be this. So, which are normal thing, right? That you can always see every day. But when you see politicians, because some of those politicians, they look for a way to look for any hanging fruit and just pick it and run away with it. Because by doing that, they believe that the only thing they can do is to really make this popular. And this is not popular, right? Because I've not really seen, because when there is a single tweet, it becomes popular when you see a lot of people retweeting the same thing. And this is not the case here. So it's just a normal thing. Somebody just said something and they just want to create, something out of it. So for me, it's just, it doesn't really make sense for me. And, the politicians can always...
But the space that is coming out of is a place called Lagospedia. It's a place of great influence on the Twitter space.
No, wait. Lagospedia. Is Lagospedia a state agent? Yes or no?
More powerful than that, it's an influencer.
No. Just like anybody, right, that goes on Twitter, speak what some certain people want, becomes popular, has more people following him, then that's just what Lagospedia is, right? So Lagospedia is just like any other person, probably somebody that's supposed to be, say things that people that also believe in that thing, want to hear, and a lot of them just following him. So whatever that person says, does that make that thing, the reality? No. Right? So when we see people telling state institutions to condemn things, right, that some of all those people do, then and you see a whole lot of people that you even respect and like, oh, come and see what this person said, then we make those people popular. Because those are things when I put a tweet, I just said, like, probably I just wake up in my house, right? I have one thing on Twitter, I put a tweet, and that tweet is just to probably generate traffic. And at the end of the day, you are now seeing people compelling state institutions to come and condemn my tweet. That's the whole essence of you making me popular, right? So for me, I don't even think it's something that we should be discussing. It's not supposed to be a general issue, because for me, it doesn't really make sense. It's not what I believe in, and it's not what majority of people in the Southwest actually believe in. So the more we talk about this, the more we make it popular, which I think it doesn't even make sense in my own perspective.
All right, brilliant. Take us to Tinubu's much anticipated speech tomorrow. Solly is convinced that it's as a result of Russian flags being introduced into the protest that is forcing him out. What are you making of the anticipated speech?
One man, you know me, I don't go with all these conspiracy theories. That's not the kind of person I am. So let's talk to the reality. So it's this and that. Please don't do that. Now, Tinubu is going to address Nigerians tomorrow. What exactly is Tinubu going to tell Nigerians? And what exactly do I expect him to tell Nigerians? What I expect him to tell Nigerians is to be real and tell Nigerians the truth. I've seen a whole lot of people bring subsidy to 150, bring petrol price to 100 naira. Those are things that are not real. And I think what Nigeria needs is for the president to come out and let them know the truth. Number one, Nigeria is not rich. And whatsoever they want, right? I know it's painful because people want, people want things to, the prices, inflation, and all those things. But the major thing is we need to deal with the reality that we have on ground. And the reality is just that probably they can look for one or two things to cushion the effect of this. So if we are actually expecting probably Tinubu will come out tomorrow and say, oh, petrol now is this, oh, probably petrol price is this and that, I can tell you, right? That is just normal fantasy. You just believe things. So I think it needs to come out tomorrow. Let Nigerians know the truth and let them know probably there are one or two short-term solutions that is actually looking into. But for me personally, I know there are short-term solutions, right? At least for now, Dangote said August 10th or 12th. Dangote refinery is going to be bringing petrol. So which I think what the government needs to do, they need to start negotiating. Probably if there's a way they can negotiate with Dangote, and at least, since they won't be importing, probably if you are not importing, and probably you still keep the what you have, and that would definitely help you reduce whatever price. You still keep things the way it is. Don't import. Talk with Dangote, probably the landing fee and everything, right? If that is what you actually put in that price, and use that to reduce the price. Those are quick wins that they can actually do for now. But if we are actually expecting that probably, oh, they are going to do any magic, I don't see any magic they are going to do. Because, we've all, we Nigerians, right? We believe, oh, probably they should just wake up and do things. And the reality is just that some of those things, we don't even have some of those things. We don't even have it. You can't
Can
just
I
wake
ask
up
you?
as a, yeah, you said what?
I wanted to ask you a question,
Yeah.
and because you said you don't believe in conspiracy theory, so I believe that you give me your honest answer also. You said that Tinubu should come out and tell people the truth. How do you think the people will react to the truth? What do you think they will do with the truth?
Say, for me, whatsoever people react, the reality is the reality. And what he needs to do is to come out and let people know the truth. Because the major thing is this: transparency is key. And that's exactly what me I'm all about, right? He needs to tell people the truth and things that he's actually doing to cushion the effects. So him
Yes,
coming
but I said, how do you think they will react to it? I understand your point of him
okay,
coming to
when he has when he hasn't talked, how did people react? Right? The basic thing is, you see, you can only say, oh, how are people going to react? The last thing that will happen is probably, oh, protests will go on, right? And at the end of the day, look for one or two ways, right? And people start seeing one or two things that he's trying to do to cushion the effects. There's no magic. So if you say, oh, probably because people are going to react, you should come out tomorrow and say, oh, now petrol is 100 naira. Does that really make sense? So that's not what I don't believe in all those things. I believe what he needs to do.
Larry, I'm halfway on board with you. My instinct is for him not to come out at all. But a lot of this administration and the Buhari administration as well, they've always had communication problems. So if he is coming out tomorrow, what he should tell them is that, look, this was what we came into. This is what we are doing. This is the timeline of expectation. And this is what we are trying to do in the immediate terms to address this immediate impact. And then it should just leave it there. They will react adversely, but they are on board now with the storyline and the trajectory of the country. So there is nothing they will say that they will not spin the other way around anyway, but at least give them a true and accurate picture of the situation and then just leave it there. Let them do another round of routing and then shut it down.
So for me, right, I don't expect any magic. Probably if you're expecting, oh, probably he's going to come out and going to count like, oh, probably he doesn't want them to protest and say, oh, probably now petrol is now 300, petrol is this. No, that's not, even if he says that, you know, every sane person would definitely know that that's not real. So why will I wait for somebody to come and lie to me just for me to be happy than that person coming out to tell me the truth? And me knowing where the problem is and see how to really know what to do to adjust. So for me personally, I don't believe in all those things. Oh, he needs to do this. I don't believe in leaders who want to play to the gallery. I don't believe in leaders like that. I believe in leaders that are true to what they believe in. I believe in leaders that can come out and tell me openly, right, that this is exactly my current state and this is exactly what I can actually do. This is just like a doctor. You go to a doctor's office and the doctor, probably because he knows that you won't be happy, and diagnose you or something, and the doctor decides like, oh, let me not tell this person because this person is going to be angry or this person is not going to be happy. So tell me what you've diagnosed. Tell me the truth. Then tell me what I can do in order to get out of the problem. That's what I believe in. So I don't believe in, all these conspiracy theories.
But the majority are not to your level of sophistication, though.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of Nigerians are just subsistence living sort of people. Food, you know, and relationships. That's just what it is. They don't want to hear the complexities of governance. They want to live a life. So he has to speak to that, you know.
Oh man, it's not like Nigerians don't want to listen to, and that's why for me personally, I think the government should do more when it comes to orientation. Number one, the mindset that Nigeria is the giant of Africa, Nigeria is this rich, Nigeria is this wealthy. Now, let's take that mindset out of us. Nigeria is not a rich country. The mindset that, we have a lot of crude and we can do anything we want. That's another mindset that we need to take out. Now, the mindset is more like, the president coming out and telling us this is exactly what we have, and this is what this is going to cost us if we do this, and which we don't even have, right? Then we can start saying, what exactly can we do?
But Nigeria is richer than the standard of living that Nigerians are living.
One man, when you say Nigeria is richer than the standard of living, that, see, let's just be realistic.
Right? Nigeria is too rich for people not to be able to afford food or transportation.
You see, thank you, one man. Thank you.
When we say Nigeria is too rich, right? Nigeria is, the only thing is this. It's not like Nigeria does not even have the money. The problem is there's inequality in terms of income distribution, right? Which probably the government can, find a way to kind of like, do it in such a way that at least people can actually afford the basic things, right? So, but when we have this belief that, we can, this is not like, those days of Indoji Award that we have a whole lot. Presently, we don't have a whole lot. The only thing we do now is basically look for how to manage the little we have. Gone are those days when we have excess. We can talk of excess crude, excess this, excess that. Now, we don't have excess. Now, what we have now is how do we really manage the little we have? Because when you say a country is rich, right? When last a country that is rich can actually probably be doing a little bit of surplus budget. We've been running deficit budget for a long time. So leave this issue of, Nigeria is so rich, we can, no.
No, nobody's saying that, but Nigeria is richer than the standard of living that the average Nigeria is living.
Well, probably that's what you think.
No, that's a factual statement.
That's no.
Nigeria is top 30 economy globally.
See, one man.
At least it used to be.
One man. You can say all those things. Nigeria is this, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. Right? Now, if you go based on the statistics, based on the data, how rich is Nigeria compared to, you look at Nigeria, you look at the population, right? You look at the per capita income, then compare it with some other probably African countries, right? And look at where we are. Nigeria has a lot of glories, right? But presently, the way it is, I don't really think Nigeria is as rich as a lot of us think we have.
Please, can you also add this into your analysis?
Imagine. Please, sorry, please. Let me just stop. Then, probably let me just stop, please. There are a lot of people waiting, so I really want to talk and just leave here. One man, take me to another thing.
All right. So you know, this headline really concerns me. I'm not sure if you've spoken on this or not. This headline really concerns me only because people have been somewhat dismissive of it. But I feel that the sentiment in Yoruba land may already be swaying towards this sort of sentiment. So, and if someone who is coming to address it frontally, and the presidency is coming to address it frontally as well, that is to tell you that there are concerns about this sentiment. Igbo must go. So there's a procession being planned for Lagos State. So what are you making of that space? Do you recognize that sentiment amongst the indigenes of the Southwest?
No, I do not. The only people that talk of this are people that feel insecure. And the only people that talk about this are people that take advantage of people. And most times when you hear this is basically during election, right? And this is what probably politicians use as an advantage. So it's not what an average Southerner believes in, right? Because an average Southerner has a lot of Igbo people, Hausa people around them that they deal with every day. And they go to the same church, you know, they are in the same market, they go to parties together, and it's a whole lot of things. So people that talk about this are basically people that feel, oh, probably these other people, right? Oh, kind of like what we are eating, we want to be eating it alone. We don't want some other people. So for me, it's not part of what I believe in. People that talk about it, I see them as probably, I don't see them as smart people. I see them as probably people that are looking for a way to take advantage of anything that they see. It's just normal thing for politicians. Every year you see it here. You see it. It's just normal thing. Even in the US, during politics, right, when it's time for election, that's when you start hearing, oh, this is pro-black, this is against black people, which is normal. After election, everything fades off and life moves on. So for me, I don't really take it as something serious.
All right, take us to the headline on the screen. Why internet was disrupted during hunger protests. This is the telecommunication space. Telling us then that it's the protesters that were actually cutting cables. But do you believe that?
You see, for me personally, do I believe that? No. Do I not believe that? No. So, but basically, what the telecommunication companies have come out to tell us, right? They said if one or two people go in and cut their cables, probably I think I can still say probably that's the truth. I've seen a lot of conspiracy theory. Oh, probably the government told them not to, you know, to disrupt their service and everything, yada 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 yada, which I think it doesn't even make sense. Because most of all those people, except probably the government is telling them that, oh, this is how much you're going to lose, and then we're going to cover it up, right? Which no business guy can actually really do that. Or probably because of this and this, I decide to kind of like, you know, disrupt my service. And don't forget, some of all those companies have, you know, aside dealing with individuals, right? They have a lot of other companies that they have service level agreements with, and which they still need to keep up with. So when you see, oh, probably this is that, probably because of protests, they decide to go disrupt their own service. It doesn't really work like that. You know, you've seen a lot of instances where people go far, you know, disrupt, you know, vandalize things, do all sorts of things, which is still normal in Nigeria. So for me, if that is what they are telling us, then probably they've actually seen one or two things, and what are they really doing to fix it? Because it's just a normal thing. You see that the service is disrupted, probably there's vandalization or something. What exactly are they really doing to fix it? So it's them fixing it. So I'm not in for probably government, which I think doesn't really make sense to me ordinarily.
All right. The police come out to debunk narratives being put out there by Amnesty International. Amnesty International has been telling the international world that 13 people so far have lost their lives in the course of this protest. But the police have done a full audit of all of the reports that they are getting, and they can account for about 6 people and a few injuries. So what are you then making then of this divergence in data?
Now, police, Amnesty International, which of them is the facts? If you ask me, none of them is speaking to the facts. Police will tell you, oh, this is the number of people, right? Amnesty International will exaggerate and say this is the number. So probably if after the protest, and probably we'll see family members of people identifying one or two people, this person, this person, this person, then probably I can then believe, because we've been in this situation during NSAS, we heard a whole lot of things. Oh, 100 people died, 200 people died, this and that. But at the end of the day, when we talk to facts, who are the people that died? Probably it's not as we think it was actually is. So for me, Amnesty International, normal thing, blow the trumpet, oh, 100 people died, oh, 13, 15. Police will come, oh, it's reduced, it's just 2, it's just 3. All of them have different agendas, right? Police will always want to play themselves, as good. And Amnesty International, as you know, we always want to blow the trumpet and kind of like make it look at as it is. So, but do I really support what the police is doing? In terms of how are they really handling things professionally? I would say, I don't give them a pass mark, right? I think there are still better ways of handling this. I know.
Why are you not giving them a pass mark? I think they've done relatively well, given that the nationwide protest, and we've not yet heard of any real significant clash between the authorities and the protesters. So I think they've done reasonably well.
I think when they started, right? When they started, they were still trying to manage things. But in terms of tolerance, Nigerian police do not really have that level of tolerance. Like if you see what happened today, right? They went to stadium in Abuja and start tear gassing people, which I think doesn't really make sense. Because if you said you have a court injunction that said people should stay in stadium, why are you going to stadium to tear gas them? Right? So why don't you try to encourage them to be in that place? Probably there are other people outside the stadium, right, that are still loitering around. Try to encourage them to be in that place. So it doesn't really make sense to me, right, going to stadium to tear gas people. So that's, and police generally, they can do well probably in Abuja, in Lagos, right? I'm not even sure how they're really dealing with some other places where there are not a lot of cameras, right? And this whole protest, and this is it. I think it's all about lessons learned from this whole thing. It's all about lessons learned. And I think, number one, there's a lot of lessons learned from the North, particularly for the Northern leaders. They've learned a lot of lessons. I see a little bit of hypocrisy coming from the North, but I think it's actually backfired. They never thought it was going to be like this, right? They thought they could control it. They thought they could, probably one or two conspiracy, against Tinubu and everything. But the thing blew beyond what they could actually control, particularly in Kano, right? Prior to the protest, what I did was I went on to listen to Kwankwaso. And Kwankwaso was basically talking about probably why people need to protest. Oh, they need to protest. It's supposed to protest, see what the government is doing with Kano Emirates, with this and that. And I'm like, why is this man talking about Emirates? Why is this guy talking about, all those things? Are those the legitimate reason why people are actually protesting? Because it was basically picking up things, probably one or two things they had against the federal government, right? Which they were trying to use for their own advantage. But unfortunately, it didn't go the way they want. Prior to the protest, the governor was more like, oh, the protest should go on, it should do this, it should. And at the end of the day, I think, he felt, oh, no, that's not the best thing to do. So, and I've seen leaders in the North, right, coming out and talking. I've seen the likes of Shehu Sani also coming out and talking, to the point of kind of like trying to, a little bit of gaslight to the southeast. Probably the southeast, they didn't protest, and this was what probably hopefully they supported the protest and all those things. So I think it's just meant for the Northern leaders to now go and sit down, because the North is basically sitting on a gunpowder. Because if you look at the people protesting in the North, they are kids. and which shows that there has been a lot of neglect, a lot of things that they are not really looking at. You can't have a place where you have a lot of people below 18 years. If you look at all the protests in the north, it's just kids. And I don't know what they're actually doing, how they're really trying to tackle this. Because I don't think anybody can come in and help them tackle it. Probably they need to the alphas, everybody, religious leader, the emirate, and everybody, they need to come down and look at what they've actually learned from this and how they can tackle things. Right? This is not all about Tinubu. This is all about showing the North where they belong, showing the North the negligence in the North, showing them, if you look at the damage in the North and you start asking yourself, I was looking at the clip today, one of the guys was basically damaging the road. And I'm like, why? Does it really make sense? Does it really make sense? And these are kids. These are kids, 14, 13. And there are a whole lot of them. So I think they need to go back, sit down, call all of them, call themselves together and see what they can do, because it's a time bomb that might actually explode at any time, right? And even all this, Russia flag and all those things, for me, I think it's just a normal game being played in the North. These are flags, right? These are not just things. These are things that were made by some people. They are new flags, right? They made it and gave it to those kids, probably to, to show one or two things. Yeah, it's a normal thing, right? So, but I think it's a lot of lessons for the North. There is a whole lot of things that they still need to do. They can't control some of all those things. They tried it and it's backfired. And I think what Tinubu is just doing is basically, Tinubu knows if there's a protest in the North, right, and there's no protest in South and Lagos, can Nigeria still move forward? Economically, Nigeria can still move forward. That's why, people are like, oh, it needs to come and address the nation. I think what is happening is basically, where the money is coming from, the place is still good, it's still intact. Guys, keep destroying yourself. That's exactly what happened. Immediately the protest happened, Tinubu sent delegation to Bayelsa. And the Minister of Petroleum Resources was in Bayelsa to ensure that there's no protest in Bayelsa, which shows you that let's keep where the money is coming from. The other things can actually keep going, which the North need to now sit down and analyze things themselves, what they want to do and how they can even help those kids. There are a lot of almajiris. It's not a Tinubu thing. These are things that have been there for decades that they've not really looked into. You can have a lot of billionaires from the North, but what exactly have they really done to really help the North? So it's a whole lot. Probably what they need to do now is to now sit down, look at the lessons they've actually learned from this and how they can bring the billionaires. Yeah, those are the videos. How they can bring some of their billionaires to help some of all those kids. You can't keep having kids like this. These are kids. And you think, oh, it's all about politics. It's all about bringing all those kids out. You're sitting on a gunpowder. It can explode anytime. And once it's exploded, at the end of the day, it's still going to be the North, because Nigeria will move forward. If the North is facing a whole lot of things, Nigeria will still move forward. So, one man, thank you. You can go to some other people.
All right, but a lot of what you said, I agree with somewhat. I think there's a lot of eye-opening things going on here. They thought the demonstration would be against the Tinubu administration, but I think they are finding out, especially in the North, that the demonstration is actually against them. But I think they'll find out even more in the course of time. Let's see if Ajanle Koko is ready for us. Ajanle Koko.
All right, one man.
All right, Bilan, good to have you, Ajanle Koko. We're still in the protest space. Tinubu to address the nation. We actually have the transcript of his address for tomorrow, but I'm not going to read it out. I will wait for him to make his speech, and then we'll take it from there. About Tinubu to address the country tomorrow, what is your anticipation of what he has to say? And this rather worrying hashtag that is going around, inviting the Southeasterners to leave Lagos. So conversations around that. The telecommunications company coming to tell us that they are not shutting down internet access. It's the miscreants that are cutting cable. Do you believe that? And the protest enters its third day. What is your assessment? So all of that, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Tinubu is going to address the country tomorrow. Well, it's long overdue. We should have done that before now. Maybe like 2-3 times before the day scheduled for the protest, the first day of the protest. I mean, they gave them like, what do you call it? A notice, like a 10 days notice, or how many, maybe 2 weeks notice. So while he sent out his emissaries everywhere, talking to the traditional leader and politician, religious leader across the country, he should have made a nationwide broadcast. Maybe that will have helped him and those working for him across the country to make a better case for people not to go on protest. But, well, he failed to do that, and to a lot of people, and I particularly, that's to me is he showed a leadership, irresponsible leadership. He showed that it's so insensitive to a national issue, because a president cannot just sit down and not address the people when something is looming. You don't have to wait until when it happens. What he's trying to do now is campaign after election. What is called campaign after election. People have already started the campaign. Property have been destroyed across the country, in many places where they carried out demonstration, particularly in the north. Live, some people, unfortunately, some people lost their life. Many Nigerians lost their means of livelihood, their businesses. Government property has been lost, been destroyed, and now you are coming out. What does that signify? It's high level of insensitivity, irresponsibility of a leader. So, what am I expecting him to say tomorrow? I wish he can do the right thing. And the right thing that Nigerians are expecting, what can he do to bring down the price of petrol that can make life affordable, that can bring down the prices of goods and services in the country, that can bring down transportation costs, food costs. I mean, a lot of everything in the country. The economic activity is driven by the price of petrol. When the price of petrol is low, yes, it makes the it brings economic stability. When it's high, when the prices of everything goes up, it creates instability in the economy, and that is what the what do you call it? The removal of subsidy. That is what he has done to Nigeria. It's created economic instability. Cost of food is high. Inflation rate is, food inflation rate. Can you imagine 40% food inflation? 40%. Where in the world? Who can bear that? All of us can say whatever we like here. You imagine you have, food inflation rate at 40% in this country where we are. Everywhere we blow up, or in Britain, everywhere people that government will go down. So I wish he can do the right thing. And what's the right thing I want him to do? I wish he can announce, like Larry said, he should come clean, tell the Nigerian people the truth. What is the truth that I'm expecting him to say is that, look, petroleum subsidy already been removed before he came in, though he acted recklessly on the first day that he assumed office, the day of his inauguration. Petroleum subsidy is gone. It's gone forever. When they are not the one that remove it. Buhari was the one that removed the petroleum subsidy. He did not brag about it. He was even paying for it behind the door. And he didn't make noise about it. But you came the first day, you're trying to show your chest that you're a strong man, petroleum subsidy is on. And now you crash economic, you cause a shock in the economy. And then activities, economic activities suffered, and the currency floating is followed by that. And, what do you call it? Purchasing power of Nigeria is crushed. Look, I think. So that is why.
You were dipping a bit.
Oh, okay. So Tinubu must do something about the price of that. That is what can give people peace of mind. That is what can send signal to the people that, yes, this man is listening to us. That is what can show to people that their government is responsible and is trying to do something to make things work again for them. If the price of petrol go down, the cost of transportation will go down, the cost of food will go down, the cost of everything will go down, and life will be, once again, good for Nigerian people. Maybe not totally as we expected, but at least manageable. It's going to be, people will breathe a little bit. People will still be able to breathe. But now, Nigeria cannot even breathe. People that came out to protest, they are not. It is not a political rhetoric of some people that are being alleged here that is responsible for that. But because Nigerian people are not happy with their government, Nigerian people are not happy with the life they are living, and they believe that it's an opportunity for them to come out and express their grievances, their dissatisfaction at the way that the government has governed them. So Tinubu must do something to reduce the prices. How is he going to go about it? Maybe he's going to tell Nigerians that, okay, in the next 3 months, I'm going to have the refinery will be back. Our refinery, our national asset in Port Harcourt, and this other one, I don't, maybe in Wari or where again, maybe Kaduna, maybe they will back functioning again, and they'll be able to produce that petrol at a cost that will not be too high for Nigerian people. Maybe something like that. Maybe it's going to come out and tell us, look, I will give you I will reduce the price. We will give you subsidy while we are waiting for our refinery to come back on stream. Dangote refinery, anybody that is depending or thinking that Dangote refinery is bringing anything for Nigerian people, yes, it has its own role to play, but it's a personal owned business and they are profit-making organization. So I'm not so much relying on Dangote refinery to give economic support for Nigerian people, but rather our own refinery, if we can get back on stream and produce as much as possible what we consume in Nigeria in terms of petrol, I think that will bring, stability to the economy. So I'm expecting Tinubu to say something like that so that Nigeria will start to wait for, him to implement that, and that will send everybody back home. That will send everybody back home to relax and be hopeful that yes, Tinubu is trying to solve the economic problem. But if he doesn't do anything, if he doesn't say anything on that petrol, if he doesn't do anything about it, there's nothing that he's going to do that can change anything. I don't know what he can do now that can change anything, that can bring that economic hardship down for Nigerian people. Then nothing. Is it the, what do you call it? Is it the currency, the value of the currency? What's he going to do about it? It's falling every day. Our productivity is low. When the nation productivity is low, what do you expect? What's he trying to do?
Ajani Koko, try and bring it home. Enigmatic wants to leave, and I don't want him to leave without having spoken. I think he's been here for a while. So bring it home. Enigmatic, hang around for a moment. Yeah.
One man. I'm not here for Enigmatic. Maybe I want to drop down for him. Let him speak, and you can come back for him for me. Why is it?
No,
somebody else want to speak, and he has not spoken, and others have spoken for so many times. I didn't interrupt. Now I have to drop to bring it home for another.
No, don't drop. Carry on. So if Enigmatic can wait, then you'll join us again.
If you want him to speak, you can let him speak. I'll stay behind, and you call me later to come and speak. I do not accept anybody. So why should I have to be rushed to stop?
Don't be
why
mad.
do I have to be rushed? Why do you want to rush me out for another person?
I didn't want to rush you. I just didn't want him to leave. Haven't waited. But carry on.
No, let him go. Let Enigmatic speak, and let me come back later.
All right, let's do that. So Enigmatic, give us a nugget before you leave, and then we go back to Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, Baba, sorry, I don't even have much to say. All I would say is that if I wouldn't see any reason why Tinubu should be speaking to anyone tomorrow. Let them continue their silliness, and let them continue their. When they are tired, they will go back to their fathers or to their parents' house. If they like, let them join Afghanistan and Iraq flag, and then go and print every nation's flag and start be hoisting it in the north. That is the problem. So whoever believes that they are not okay with the administration, they know what to do. If they want to actually burn the country down within a year, that is all for them. We all have families in Nigeria. We all have businesses, chains of businesses in Nigeria. And then we know that things are globally not the same as it were. Even in America here, I know how much I used to buy milk. I know how much I used to buy strawberries, fruits, and everything. And you know how much it costs to get some certain staple foods in America, and how much they are now. But because of the silliness of some Nigerians, and because of they want to continually be puppets to some losers, to some politicians who just basically want to play politics for everything, then they can go ahead and do whatever. But if I were in Atiwaju's shoe, I won't speak to anybody tomorrow. Let the head freeze over. I will not speak until I'm ready to actually, because what am I speaking tomorrow? And now that he's speaking tomorrow, what I will just do is just tell them what they are. Go back to your state governors and to your local governments. Go and hold them to ransom. I'm not holding a dime to any of the states. And I've given over almost 600 billion in addition to their FAC allocation. And the least state that actually has the list of allocation, FAC allocation since the subsidy removal has been more than 70% increment. There is a particular state that has 100% increment in their FAC allocation, Anambra State. And Adamawa Jigawa State has 70%. The rest has more than 50% increment. And just like 3 or 4 weeks ago, United Nations globally, they released some funds for post-COVID-19 relief, whatever. Nigeria got theirs and they sent all the money to the governors. The list of the state was 2 billion, and that was Ogun State. The only state that did not get a dime was Kaduna State because of whatever Rufai had done. So Zamfara State, for instance, got 49 billion. 49 billion. Go and look at Zamfara's FAC allocation. Their FAC allocation used to be oscillating between 2 and 3 billion in the past, but now it's almost 8 billion, and then they just got 49 billion just less than 3 weeks ago. So when you see a governor like Bago in Niger State focusing on agriculture, why are the governors not doing that? That is not the job of the federal government. But if people want to be crying about hunger that has been existing since 1960, then they can go as well and die of that hunger. Omar, thank you so much. Let me go.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. So Ajale Koko, thank you for doing that. I just didn't want him to leave before he dropped something. So back to you, Ajale Koko.
All right. So, as I was saying, the floating of the naira has brought the value of the naira to its nil. Unproductivity, low productivity. What's he going to do to that? Because these three things have caused a serious economic setback for that country. Removal of oil subsidy, floating of the naira, that is currency devaluation. She just call it that nonsense floating. It's the currency devaluation. Low productivity. We are not producing. Our GDP has suffered a very serious setback. So what's it doing to turn around these three things that has caused a serious setback to economic of the country, which has caused a serious economic, which have brought a serious economic hardship as we never had before in the history of Nigeria on Nigerian people? What does he want to do? If he failed to address these 3 points that I mentioned, then Tinubu is a failure. You guys can continue to brag about him and continue to defend him and continue to talk grammar and English and whatever you can talk, to say whatever you want to say. If he failed to address these things, and I don't see what his government is doing, I don't see it at all, what they are doing to address these 3 problem that has caused a serious pain on Nigerian people. So I'm expecting him to address the nation on those 3 things, because those are our economy. Our GDP as of 2013, 2014 was $500 billion, 506 or 510. Today, our GDP is about 250. We were number 1 But today we have suffered, we have dropped down to number 4. Are we going to continue to drop down? Next year, are we going to drop down to number 5 and number 6? What is it doing to address it, to bring the productivity back in that country? So it needs to address. We have a country that does not belong to politicians alone. It belongs to all of us. And if we cannot tell the politician who is not your father, who is not my father, who is not your uncle, if you can't tell them that they are wrong or the way they are governing the country that belongs to all of us, this is the commonwealth of all of us. If we cannot be bold to tell them, then we are not serious people. All this nonsense shenanigan of tribal, that on both sides, people that are supporting.
But actually, Coco, you can't say it's tribal now, and you can't say we are nonsense people if we don't. There are people, and I probably add myself to that really agree with the trajectory that this guy is pushing the economy. I agree that the fuel subsidy is not sustainable, and I think all the economics say that. I agree that the arbitrage in the foreign exchange is not sustainable, and I think all the indices show that. So I agree the credit scheme that is creating for consumers in order to be able to expand their capacity to purchase. I agree with that. I agree with the student loan scheme. I agree with that. There's a lot that this guy is doing that people agree with outside of tribal sentiment. So you may disagree, but do not deny people who agree their right to agree.
What I'm saying here is that when he has done some few things that has not brought a general, that have not brought how do I describe it? That people have not felt the impact generally across the board, then it's not doing anything. Student loan, yes.
So that's your assessment, though. That's your assessment. If you are saying that if it's not done things that impact on the nation positively in 1 year, then it's not doing anything, then that's your assessment. Some people will say he has done things that has impacted immediately, and some people will say that the things that he's doing will impact positively permanently on the Nigerian storyline in the medium to long term. And some people will also argue that this is the necessity in order to bring that country out of that dependency on state and all of these things into a more track. A lot of people agree with what he's doing. So your assessment you are entitled to, but I don't think you can condemn him categorically.
So he has done something that impacts Nigerian generally.
Yes.
Mention it.
We've already mentioned it. The students' loan scheme.
It doesn't impact all Nigeria. No, don't say that.
Well, no? There's things that will. All right, it's your floor anyway. Just have your monologue. But I don't think you can universally state. Yes.
Yeah, it's not general. So tell me another thing that is general now, that's impacted all Nigerian people.
Look, I've already said what I have to say. The removing of the fuel subsidy is a positive move that impacts Nigerians positively. Whether you are saying whatever
removal of subsidy impact,
yes, no, well, that's my view. And the removal of the arbitrage in the foreign exchange space is something that impacts Nigerians positively because it establishes the true value of the economy. So all of these things are positive impacts. You may well be doing the price of Gari, which is populism, but I am not in that mindset. No.
Okay, so Nigerians that are demonstrating, that is the way Tinubu has impacted.
Nigerians are half-wit. When have you ever met the Nigerian populace that sheep? We've seen it in the churches. We've seen it in the mosques. We see that these people are just led by the nose to anything. They are just political tools. This is a political move being played here. So let's not be
moving them? Who is that politician that is moving?
We know how many times have we named them here? The Peter Obi and Sowore, the losers of the elections are the people moving them.
You see, when you are running this kind of propaganda, I think you have to lower it down.
No, that's my view. That's my view. Obi has been agitating for a people's action since he lost the election. Sowore has been agitating for a people's action just to maintain his relevance. And these are the spaces essentially orchestrating this move. Sowore identified the day. He did all of the who created they kicked it off on the 1st of October, which Sowore designated as the kickoff of his days of rage. So I mean, these are known, so these are political actors, so were the people not suffering prior, or we did not suffer post? All of these things are known. So it's a political move, and we all know that.
What bad?
Well, man, can you give me 2 minutes?
You keep saying you keep saying, give me 1 minute, I will let you speak. You keep saying it's a political, it's driven by some people, by Sowore and these things. So Nigerian people listening to them. So if the president policy have impacted them positively, why would they listen to Sowore and this thing and jump out to demonstrate across the country? Why?
Because the people are easily riled against the state. It's a universal norm. People are easily riled against the state because people feel vested upon by the state.
That is your own subjective view. It's not.
No, there's a universal norm.
Nigerian people are not happy with the way that Tinubu is running.
No, that's your assessment, though. That's your assessment.
Okay. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Okay, go ahead.
One man, I want to agree partially with Babaja Ajale Koko. One, the issue of fuel removal subsidy. Tinubu did not act very well. I should believe that his full experience to have taken the burden of Buhari on his head, because just like Babajale Koko said, well, for goodness sake, where will Tinubu brag over the removal? Because in the first instance, the subsidy is not sustainable. It was not the one that removed it. It was Buhari. And Buhari, if you remember what Buhari said when that they will appreciate, they will see the difference, they will see shege by which means that he already knew the landmine that is awaiting this government. So let us agree with Babajale Koko. Tinubu made a needless error. He shouldn't have credited the removal to himself. He would have.
Sorry. Who is talking? If the statement does not change anything, so if he even credited himself, somebody had removed it. So what impact does that one have? What impact does the statement had?
What I should have expected. I don't know. What I should have expected Tinubu to say is, this is the situation of things. Number one, apart from the subsidy, there is not even money there. 98%.
Whether he says it or not, the reality is we all know the reality. I don't understand. Just explain yourself. I don't know what you are saying. That
in the first instance, there is no money to pay for subsidy. 96% of money that Nigeria was generating, 96% is being used to service debt, not payment, not a debt repayment, just for the interest alone. So he was left with a 4%. 4%, for goodness sake, could Tinubu have used the 4% to pay the subsidy? So there was no money there, and Apart from that,
so no, hold on. Did you hear what Simba was saying? It's saying that if Tinubu had said fuel subsidy is removed or not, the fact is that fuel subsidy was removed. Everything that is playing out now, everything that the country is going through now, if Tinubu had said fuel subsidy was removed or not, it would still be the same circumstances. So what has that got to do with what has him saying it got to do with anything?
But why would like Tinubu number one man? Let us agree. Let us take a fact. There was a communication gap with this Tinubu regime. It's not communicating effectively. I will give you.
No, are you going to another space? Because you were saying that Tinubu should not have said fuel subsidy was removed.
Yeah.
And Simba was explaining to you that the fuel subsidy was removed irrespective of if Tinubu had said it or not. And Tinubu saying it is not what has led us here, is the fact that fuel subsidy was removed by the previous administration. So what has him saying it got to do with anything that is going on? Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. What I'm saying is Tinubu will have just communicated that one, this subsidy was removed by the previous government, and again, even if he had wanted to reactivate it, there was no money there to even do it, because 94% of the money that Nigeria was generating was using to pay the service of the debt incurred by the previous government. What stopped Tinubu from saying that? Everybody, but now nobody is behaving. Ordinary Nigerians are not blaming the previous government. It was Tinubu that they were blaming. That is the point. I am agreeing with Babajale Koko. Tinubu shouldn't have gone that route.
But Ajale Koko is not saying that Tinubu miscommunicated. Ajale Koko is saying that the subsidy should not be removed.
No. That I couldn't have agreed with Babajale Koko on that side. Except
you see, one man, you are listening to me with biased mind.
Exactly.
You see, you are listening to me with biased mind.
Exactly.
Is that not your point?
It's unfortunate that you are acting this way.
Is that not your point? No, is it your point that the subsidy should?
No, you are listening to me with biased mind.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Let me tell one man something. You see, all the while, Ajale Koko's position is that they should not remove subsidy. Right. But what he emphasized in his last conversation was that the guy would have announced it that way. And I thought about it, because announcing it will trigger a process that will hit up the system. It is already removed. You understand? What you need to do is just continue to implement that act that says no subsidy. But when you make such announcement on, especially on a special day like that, you can trigger even scarcity. People start holding on. You can hit up the system with the kind of pronouncement you make. I think I agree with him on that.
All right. But I thought his point was that the subsidy should not be removed. In fact, he was even saying that he should tell Nigerians that the subsidy is reinstated tomorrow.
It's not possible.
Yeah. So, Ajale Koko, maybe I misheard you, but that's what I thought I heard. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the problem, the real issue that is causing problem in Nigeria today, that is causing this crisis, economic crisis, is the issue of removal of subsidy. What does he want to do if he doesn't do anything about it?
No. What are you suggesting? What are you suggesting that he does?
Hold on, one man.
What does he do?
Hold on. He must say something about it in his address tomorrow, and he must give us subsidy back, if not in totality. He must do something that can give Nigerian people a breathing space. Let them breathe. Look, this subsidy, what we have seen this year, the economy is going to be harsher than what we are experiencing this year if it doesn't do something
about that subsidy now. That is the economic, the product that you have that is the economic lifeline of your country, is that petrol product. It drives every economic activity in the country. If you make it high, the economy will suffer. Because the price is high now. That is why you see Nigeria suffering. The economy is suffering. We are not as productive as we used to be. Even in the service area, service sector, we are having a serious setback. On productivity is what we are experiencing. Our economy is unproductive now. So it must, and I mentioned 3 points that the president must address on what he wants to do about it. The subsidy, the inflation. You see, if he has to do something, the subsidy is the most important thing. If he can say, okay, the subsidy, this is what I'm doing on it, that will bring down the price of that petroleum a little bit, Nigerian people will sit back and then listen and say, okay, which way forward? Nigerian people are very reasonable people. Nigerian people are not violent people. But politicians have pushed Nigerian people to the wall. And that is why we have seen this reaction. So this propaganda that Obi is the one that instigates them, Sowore is the one that instigates them, I think we should stop it. They are not. Is it Obi or Sowore that make it impossible for Nigeria to have what do you call it? Is it Sowore and make it impossible for Nigerian people not to have money to buy food to eat as they used to eat before? And their medical costs, the school fees of their children, and some other expenses. Is it Sowore and Obi that make it impossible for them? Why then are we saying Obi and Sowore is responsible, instigated these people to come out and destroy the country? No. So I think we have to tone it down. Tinubu, Obi have lost the election. Sowore have lost the election. The man that in charge is Tinubu. Is the one that we should center the issue in Nigeria. Is the one we should center it upon. Is the driver, is the one in charge, is the one that we should hold responsible all the time, not Obi or Sowore. Those two guys are innocent. They are not doing anything wrong. They are performing when they make their speech that they support people to protest. Is their constitutional responsibility, and they did not call for people to go violent. Both of them did not call for Nigerians to go violent. Or why are we saying they are the one that are instigating people to go and destroy things? I think that I think, to me, I think we are going
What's
too
the
far.
meaning of rage? What's the meaning of rage?
Okay, if I tell you that people are enraged, what does it mean?
And that's what I'm asking now.
And when people are enraged, are Nigerian people not enraged?
No, what's the meaning of rage?
No, are Nigerian people not enraged? What forced Nigerian people to be enraged? Are Nigerian people not enraged? Now, even yourself, you are enraged.
No, you have not
what is
answered my
going on
question.
in
What
the
is the
country?
meaning of rage?
Are you not enraged at the situation in Nigeria?
Jamiu, that question, rage.
No,
What's the meaning of rage?
I'm asking you, are you not enraged at what is happening in the country?
I'm
So
not
we are all
happy.
enraged. So Nigerians are enraged. So so that is the situation. We don't have to lie.
Patrick, let Google help Ajanle Koko. So this is it. It says rage, a violent, uncontrollable anger. So that's what rage is. Violent, uncontrollable anger.
Violent.
So days of that, violent, uncontrollable anger. This is it right there. That's what that's rage right there. That's it. Violent, uncontrollable anger. Days of it. That's what they are calling for.
Yeah, when we are enraged, that's to tell you that yes, we have been pushed to the wall, and we want to fight back at those evil.
All right.
I push Nigerian people to the wall.
Baba,
so,
can I ask, Baba? I have a question for you. When you are free, I can ask.
So
yeah, no, I ask that question actually. Let Ajanle Koko, if you don't mind, so that we can go to Patrick, Simba, and the star as well. So ask the question, and then maybe Ajanle Koko can round up, and then we'll go to other voices.
Okay. So Baba, so let's say now you are asked to advise the government, right? Knowing all what you've known, right? Not going to the past. Oh, he was not supposed to announce this. He announced this and all those things. So now advise the government on what you think are the short-term things to do, the medium-term thing to do, and the long-term things to do to get us out of this present situation. What will you say?
Well, the major cause of this economic crisis in Nigeria is the removal of petroleum subsidies. So what you have to do, you have to bring back the subsidy for now, so that we can have stability in the economy. Then number two, then that's
wait, before you go to the second one, please. You said you should bring back the subsidy.
Yes,
because if you're advising someone to do this, you should definitely be able to advise that person, how to finance that. Will you say probably in order to bring that subsidy, they should try to borrow more to be able to cushion that effect? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, this is what I'm going to say that he should do. I'm not going to advise him to borrow to fund subsidy, right? What he's going to do is that the state of our refineries that they have promised for the past 1 year that it's going to start functioning, we are going to reopen, going to start functioning. What is the state of the refinery? He must tell us the state. When will we start to roll out fuel from that place to satisfy the demand of our economy, of our home consumption? When? Because that is where we can get the supply that we need for our consumption at a very affordable price to stabilize the economy. I want to hear that. If he cannot do it, if I cannot bring it, he should be able to promise us that, look, when this is going to kick off in the next 3 months, and the price is going to be this. If at the moment they have in stock what can last us for the next 3 months, bring down the price. Bring down the price, and in the next 3 months, when the production kicking, then we will start to have it at a very affordable price for Nigerian people. The price is not affordable for Nigerian people. They are buying the few that are buying it, particularly for productivity and transportation. They're struggling to make a promise. To make profit, and that is what is responsible for the high cost of food, high cost of transportation, and other things that goods and services in the country. So that is the center of the crisis. It is the petroleum subsidy. If it doesn't tackle it, it's not going to get it right. It can never get the economy right, because that is what will bring productivity and bring back productivity in that country. The productivity is at the lowest ebb in that country now. And And if it doesn't do anything about that petrol, it can't get it back. And when we don't get it back, the economy will continue to suffer. So it is simple. Well, I mean, what is so hard? You look at it. Do you know how much they've spent for turnaround? What they spent for turnaround maintenance since 2004 and 2023 is about 17 trillion naira. Since 2012, rather. Till today, 17 trillion naira. How much did Govt build his own refinery? About 12 trillion naira.
Baba.
What country is this?
Baba Janle Koko. I understand your frustration. But you know, sometimes when we want to talk about solutioning, right?
The frustration is not vested in reality. Yeah, if you look at what Boas is saying there, it says, or is it somebody is saying it was Baba that those refineries they've been moribund for 15 years, and then Tinubu will announce tomorrow that they'll be working in 3 months. I mean, it's just, you know. Sorry, carry on, Larry.
So, Baba, I understand your frustration, right? Everybody wants things to be good. But sometimes when we talk about some of those things, I think we need to also be realistic, right? We can decide to like say, oh, probably we wish to get the moon in our hands, right? But in reality, we can't even get the moon. So in this case now, we can say, oh, probably if refineries start working, probably we can start, people can start buying petrol as low as 200. Is it real? No. So which means that even if you want to do normal charity, take the crude, refine it in our own refinery, make it as low as possible, and they'll sell it to people probably at 200 or 300. That means the implication of that is that we're not going to even get the revenue that we're going to even, we are going to even sell. So it's a whole lot of things. And even looking at what we have presently, there are a lot of commitment that's actually really gone into some of the things, some of the crude we have. So, and I think the basic thing is, sometimes when we talk about some of all these things, I understand everybody is frustrated. Oh, you think this is supposed to be this? We think, oh, we are supposed to be in this level. Yeah, it's normal. But sometimes we also need to also look at what is the present data that we have? What is the present situation? What will happen if we do this? What is the opportunity cost of not doing this? So those are things that we'll bring together in order to really be able to forge ahead. So if we don't do that, we'll all just keep coming and we'll be frustrated. Every day we'll complain, we'll be frustrated and everything. So which I think, to me personally, it's not really solving anything. It's just going to be more of being more frustrated. That's what I think, Baba.
You see, I disagree with you that when government even sell it low, if we start producing now, and then they are selling it at 200 or 300, government is not going to make revenue. I disagree with you. Government will make more revenue because when you have it at a very affordable price that propel economic, productivity within the system, government will make more money more than what they spend on subsidy for that fuel. So I don't know why it is so hard for them. It drives all economic activity. And we are talking about all economic activity. You are going to have productivity at all sectors. And you make revenue. You just need to improve. Now they have improved on the revenue base. They can improve more. What is so hard in it? This is the product that we produce, and we can use it to fund the economy. You can use it to increase our productivity, which will generate a lot of revenue, which will, give a kind of lifeline, economic lifeline to a lot of
sector in the economy. So what is so hard in it? It just this one product. If Tinubu failed to address it tomorrow, I will see him as the worst president in the history of Nigeria, because it's the remover of subsidy, which he recklessly announced. He's not the one that removed it. He recklessly announced it. He thought Nigeria is Lagos State, the way he governed Lagos, and the way all the shenanigans he did in Lagos, and all those small space where they can bully people and then get away with it. He think that is the way Nigeria is. Now I believe he has learned his learning. He has seen it that Nigeria is not it's not Lagos. Nigeria is far bigger than Lagos, and Nigerian people will push back, and they are pushing back already. And he must address that issue of subsidy tomorrow. If he fails to address it, and let us know when the refinery is going to kick off and what it's going to do on the price of petroleum, that shows it's highly irresponsible and insensitive to the economic crisis that we are going through in Nigeria. Let me leave it there so others can speak. Thank you.
All right,
and one man,
yeah.
Before I leave. So people in Lagos that are doing Igbo must go, they are Yoruba people, right?
I suspect so. It won't be the Igbos. I don't think it's the Igbos doing it.
Not people in Lagos, so somebody on Twitter.
Somebody on Twitter. Oh
tweeted.
no, I mean, we shouldn't take that serious. It's just one of those guys that are pushing back against the obedience.
But the presidency is responding to it. Atiku is talking about it. Sowore is addressing it. So I think they are taking it seriously.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, for the government to speak against it, particularly the governor of Lagos State, I think that's I think that's commendable, because we don't want to create a situation, a situation where people in other parts of Nigeria will not feel comfortable to come and live or do their business in Lagos. No, we don't want that. So
should we have the expectation that people from other parts of Nigeria, or Nigerians in general, should respect the people and culture indigenous to wherever they've decided to move to? Should they respect the people and culture that are indigenous to wherever they've chosen to move to?
Oh yes, that is very, very important. You can't go to any place that you are not indigenous to and disrespect the people there. You must respect them.
So saying their land is no man's land and telling them that Oro is rubbish and all of that is not the way to, yeah.
You know, those ones that are saying that, they are just I mean, they don't really know what they are doing, and it's just unfortunate that they are talking like that, and they are disrespecting the culture and tradition of the indigenous people. They should be told that they should be very sensitive to the culture and the tradition of the indigenous people where they reside. Every part of Nigeria have indigenous people that own the land. They have it. So wherever we find ourselves in Nigeria, let us respect indigenous people. Let us, not, even when it comes to politics, let us not struggle position with them. Say, oh, I want to be a governor in a particular place, or this. Just leave it to them. Let them feel comfortable. Let them feel comfortable with you that you are in their midst. That is the way we can respect each other in that country.
Baba, this last thing that you just said, I would totally disagree with you. I would totally disagree with you. You see,
Why?
Yeah, because you said, oh, probably politics, they should leave it for them.
So
Why?
you want somebody, hold on. Do you
Yeah.
know that by Nigerian constitution, do you know that everybody, if you have stayed in Lagos for more than, is it not how many years? Maybe 5 years. Do you know you can contest for the governorship of Lagos State?
Yeah, that is
So,
how.
so
That is
hold on.
Probably I
Hold on.
didn't hear you very well. Leave it for them. What do you mean by leave
Yeah,
it for
hold on. Yeah. So you want somebody from the north to come and contest the governorship of Lagos?
Yeah, if it's popular.
If it's popular,
Yes.
serious. Do you really know? Do you live in America? You are talking if it's popular to come and be. Would you? So your Northerners to come and contest for governorship of Ogun State, your own state.
See, let us understand one thing. You can't say you want something and at the same time not ready to face the consequence of getting that thing. You can't be talking of a mega city without facing.
What do you mean by what is mega city?
Wait now.
So that mega city doesn't have indigenous.
Hold on for him. Let him make the point.
Baba, wait. You can't be talking about Lagos as a mega city without seeing a situation where people that are non-aborigines having that right to contest. You can't be putting Lagos in the category of cities that are looking into some other cities that are global and not wanting other people that also reside in that place to have a say. You can't be talking of Lagos of tomorrow and thinking of Lagos of 50 years ago. So the problem we have as individuals is that a lot of things are reality that are in our hands. But rather than facing the reality, we rather dwell on the past things and think it's going to be like that. You are talking about this Lagos, right? Where you have a lot of people coming in every day, living in Lagos, paying taxes in Lagos, giving birth to people in Lagos, and we feel that whole Lagos they shouldn't even have a say. They shouldn't even contest. I think most of all those things, it's always good for us. Oh, probably.
I think Adalikoko gets the drift of where you are, but whatever Lagos is Yoruba land.
Nobody is going against the fact that
yes, and Yoruba people prefer that Yoruba land be governed by Yoruba. I don't think that's unreasonable. Is that unreasonable?
Hey, one man. We'll still be on those things every election and years to come until we face that reality, right? And we face the problem. Then it will still be the same thing. 2023 was different.
Don't go on a long something. What are you identifying? What are you identifying? Are you saying it's unreasonable for Yoruba people to expect to have a Yoruba person governing their land? What's the argument?
I'm not saying it's unreasonable, right? I am saying it's unreasonable when you think the other people should leave their ability to contest to the Yoruba people. I do not believe in that. I believe that if you are an Igbo person, you've been in Lagos or you were giving birth in Lagos, you also have the right to contest.
No, you are constitutionally, of course. So that's not even something that is new or original. But no, hold on. What people are saying is that they will prefer, and it's not an unreasonable preference, that Lagos be governed by a Yoruba man because it's a Yoruba land.
So
I mean, what's controversial in that?
So when you prefer Lagos should be governed by a Yoruba man, and when election comes and that Yoruba man is not popular, what happens?
All Yoruba men cannot be popular. There'll be a popular enough Yoruba man to govern Lagos. I don't have the expectation that a man from Sokoto will be more popular than a Yoruba person to govern Lagos.
One man, if you really want to live...
One man, let me support you.
I don't know what Larry is saying. Hold on, let Larry land this point there.
One man, some things are good for the hairs. Oh, we want this, we want this, we want that. Until we now start looking at the reality of things,
right?
We'll still be living in that particular sphere.
What is the reality of
reality of things is that Lagos is growing every day.
Yes.
And there are a lot of people that were giving birth in Lagos.
Yes.
Right? That are not probably giving birth to in Lagos by probably a non-Yoruba person.
Yes.
And they are beginning to have a say, and they are beginning to be more popular until we believe in that. And
more popular than what? More popular than the indigenes.
Who are the indigenes?
The Yoruba people.
The Yoruba.
Who are indigenous to Yoruba land?
Of what? Of Lagos.
Of Lagos. Yes. What are you
one
saying?
Man. One man, leave Larry. I don't even know what is causing this argument. Let's leave this argument, please.
Larry is a woke, one of those woke people.
No, I'm not one of those woke. It's not all about being one of those woke, right? The reality is that these people will contest. The only thing we can do, if you want your person to be more popular and you want Yoruba to be there, campaign more and win them more to your side. That's what I believe in.
Larry, is he even today? When in the Awolowo sick period, it was in Ibadan that sick while Amadu Bello chooses to govern in his northern part of the country, and Yoruba in Awolowo wanted to govern the Yoruba. Sikh that was supposed to go to the east insisted that Ibadan is the one that he wants to rule. Come on, we shouldn't. Where is El Hausa, the northerner? Why are they not doing that in Lagos?
Okay.
Why are they not respecting wherever Yoruba lives? Is Yoruba in the north? They don't dictate to whoever that want to be the governors there. Likewise, the northerner, they never right from the Tafawa Balewa period, they never one day made attempt that if they are going to run, you don't take advantages of the hospitality and the grade that you are being given. For goodness sake, even in this country that we are in Canada,
okay.
Do you know that even our children that are citizens,
okay,
it was only the one that we born here,
okay,
that that is allowed to be the president, prime minister in this country. So,
all right. I address that.
Let me just tell you.
With your permission, Ajanle Koko, we go on to Patrick after that. I think.
Let me just say one thing. I think the major people that are supposed to be protesting for Lagos are the aborigines of Lagos. And those are the people that are really marginalized. Not just any Yoruba person from Osun, from Oyo and everything. You know, claiming to be the people to lead Lagos. And probably if someone like Baba, not Baba Jani Koko, Baba is the one talking that they've been marginalized, I will support that. If their worries are the ones that are saying, yes, we want to lead Lagos. If the Benins are the ones saying we want to lead Lagos, then I think they have a say. Not Lagos is every Yoruba from Oyo, from everywhere, saying, oh, we claim ownership to be able to rule Lagos. I don't believe in that.
But Larry,
all right.
The Yorubas, we don't discriminate.
No, hold on.
Religion-wise.
Just hold on. Let's have some structure. So Ajanle Koko, do you want to round off or do you want to move on?
Yeah. Larry, what we are saying is that the indigene should be respected and should be allowed to lead the when it comes to position of power in their state. Look, I as a Yoruba man in Lagos State,
I am not an indigene. I can call myself a Yoruba man, but I'm not an indigene of Lagos. I shouldn't even be bold to say I want to be governor of Lagos. That is the respect I want to give to the indigene, the real negotiants.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for what you just said. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So when I, as a Yoruba man, will not even want to do that, why should people from other parts of the country want to say they want to come and contest power in Lagos? It shouldn't happen. We should respect the indigenous people wherever we are, not struggle politically, because political power, when it comes to political power, it is either do or die in most of the time, particularly when people that are not indigent are trying to infiltrate them, are trying to influence, or trying to cause some. No, they would never. They would never let it happen. So, in order for you, who is not an indigent, to have peace, do not,
Baba. So should we agree?
No. Just let
Let me just say this.
No. It's
wait. Let me
has
just say
been going
this.
for.
One man. I'm going to drop now. Let me just say this.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop from the call now. Should we just agree now that probably the next election, we all will be fighting for the indigenes of Lagos to take the leadership mantle in Lagos?
Look, it's Yoruba people, not in the. Forget
no,
this.
Not Yoruba people.
We're talking Yoruba. It's Yoruba land. Any Yoruba man can govern Lagos.
You see,
it's just as easy as that.
You see, that's not what Ajale Koko is saying. That is what
you
are saying.
That's what I am saying. You know.
You see? That's what my.
Yeah.
That's what my.
It's still part of the wider Yoruba space.
Ajale Koko, what Ajale Koko is even saying that if it might be a little bit challenges for him as a Yoruba person, but not an indigenous of Lagos, it will be challenging for him to want to contest as governor of Lagos State. Then, how dare a non-indigenous of Yoruba will want to say he has temerity to come and contest for governorship in Ekere? That is what he is saying.
Yes. So let's leave it there. So we just want to advise our people, wherever we go in any part of Nigeria, let us respect the indigene and let them want to do their politics. Don't put out your chest. Don't get too much involved in such a way that they can cause hatred or all this problem against you. So just leave it for the indigene to slug it out among them. That is what can give peace to everybody wherever we are in that country. So let me leave it there. One more. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the Mighty Ajale Koko. So Patrick, yeah, up next. I'm not sure if we still have you, Patoski. All right, let's go to Simba. Simba, hopefully you're there. Simba. All right. The star, we heard it just now. So can anyone still hear me? By the way,
I'm around.
Yeah. So Simba, the floor is yours. So take us through the events of today. Tinubu anticipated to speak now within the next 5 hours or so. What are you expecting him to say? This protest still ongoing? So what's your take on it? They are querying that the internet space is being shut down.
Hello, woman.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat yourself?
No, I was saying that Tinubu is anticipated to speak in a few hours from now. So what are you anticipating that he will say? And then they are saying that the internet space is being disrupted. People are accusing the government, but the internet providers are accusing the protesters of tampering with their cables. And then there's the murmurings of Igbo must go in Lagos, which a lot of people have concerns about. And then there are calls for a military takeover, which concerns even more. So the protest carries on. What's your read of the latest developments?
Okay, woman, thank you. Good morning, everybody. From Ajale to Patrick. Everybody, I can't see your name. Good morning, everybody from Nigeria. Well, the much anticipated address by the president, as for me, I don't also subscribe to for him to say anything from. I think it's too early for him to say, because if they say that they are going to do the protest for 10 days, and we are just barely on the third day. So to me, we don't even know how the whole thing will fan out. So for him to come out now to say, okay, want to address, what if the protest continue after his address? What is going to be the next thing? So I think he should have waited. Maybe by the time we are approaching the ends of the protest, maybe the dates that they gave, maybe by day 9 or even the last day, then he can address the whole situation in the country, so that the whole situation will be obvious to everybody. So, and then after that, the 10 days, even if anybody now want to extend it, then we know that, okay, they are looking for another thing. So, but if you want to say anything tomorrow, as today, as in Nigeria, well, I will also follow the lines of Larry. It should be factual to Nigerians, as to tell them the truth. Our economy is in a mess, and anybody that is saying that things is going to get better very soon, we are deceiving ourselves. It's not going to get better. So that's the reality. There's no wonder that anybody can do that can change the situation of things in Nigeria as it is presently. All these things that Ajale Koko is talking, bring down the fuel, the subsidy, and then by the time you introduce subsidy, then the whole thing the situation will improve. That is a lie. It shows that Ajale Koko does not even understand the economy, and it doesn't even understand the reality on ground. And that's why he's saying that. We are buying fuel for 600 naira, 700 naira, 800 naira in Nigeria now. And as it is now, he cannot tell me that it's not aware that they are even paying subsidy. We might not be calling it subsidy, calling it intervention. And in the present day world, how much do you think that if we can even afford to be selling fuel in Nigeria, knowing fully well that even the country that has more oil than what we have, they are not even selling at the price that we are selling presently. So I don't know what it means by saying it's only fuel that is responsible for the inflation and the high cost of food. If you are a practitioner, you are an industrialist, and you are a businessman in Nigeria, you cannot be telling me that it's only the cost of the PMS that has been responsible for the inflation in Nigeria. That's not true. To me, even the cost that is adding to the cost of goods is actually not that significant. So he's saying that is not, and then if you are expecting Tinubu to come today and be telling us that he's going to reintroduce subsidy, in fact, that means even me, I will withdraw my support for him, because that we are not being realistic. It's not possible to come back now and tell Nigerians that, okay, we introduce subsidy. What kind of person, a serious person, would do that? It's so, and it's not even, it's not even affordable for us. We all knew what transpired during the last 8 years of Buhari, when we are living, in fact, we have been living a fake life in that country. And the reality is what you are seeing now.
Simba, just in terms of, we are 1 year and about 3 months into this Tinubu administration. In terms of steps taken and missteps, what is your assessment of it? Because I don't get quite why everybody. This is why I always put my headlines as a political something or the other. What exactly is that? Should they go and borrow money to give them fuel subsidy? Is that one? Should they continue to subsidize the naira? What exactly are the people expecting this man to do? I don't get
that's
it.
That's what you are saying now. You know, we have never had any government, even including the Obasanjo, that have been able to take any bold step in actually redirecting the economic situation in Nigeria. What all of them have been doing is actually palliative. They are just palliating. Some of them might be lucky that the oil price, even the volume of oil that we are selling improve, and then we have some money to spend then everybody will just be shouting hooray. And those are not really economic measures to move our country forward. In what direction, even since the inception of this democracy in 1999, have we really diversified our economy? The answer is no. And that is the way to go, because we need to increase our revenue base. Larry is right. Nigeria is a broke country. Nigeria is poor. Anybody that is saying Nigeria is rich, we are just deceiving ourselves. We are not being realistic. Nigeria is poor. It's very poor. Even you are saying that, okay, Nigerians' standard of living with what we have. What is our GDP per capita today? It's almost $1,000. Our budget this year is about 6,000 naira per person per year. What do you think that one can do? Can that one move an inch to even stimulate anything in the economy? 27 trillion naira, which is less than $20 billion. It cannot move an inch. It cannot change any situation. So it should come out today, tell Nigerians the reality. This is the situation of things. This is what I met on ground, and this is what we are doing. President, even before he came in, they were borrowing money to pay subsidy, borrowing money to pay salary, borrowing money to everything that we are doing. We were even borrowing money to even subsidize dollar. And which economy can survive that kind of situation? And we don't know that that can snowball into what we are having today, as if those decisions that he took was what is responsible. We are not being sincere to ourselves. And if you have some people that are just saying that and then you start telling people lies and say, okay, it's because of subsidy, that's why this thing is like this. We are not just being truthful to ourselves. It's just a lie, and it's the lack of understanding of economy. So now, with what he has introduced, we are no longer borrowing money to even pay salary to run the economy. Most of the money that they are borrowing now, they are borrowing it for capital projects. Before, we are borrowing money for capital project and borrowing money for overhead for recurrent expenditure also. So, and then the reckless printing. Okay, PD. You can call me.
Yes, sir. Okay, thanks. So I was trying to ask a quick question. So how much do you think should be the ideal price of petrol at the pump in Nigeria? Because trying to determine the price at the pump using the exchange rate, the current exchange rate, I don't think it's a fair way to gauge what Nigerians can afford truly. And I don't think it's a fair way to calculate it. So given the average income of a Nigerian, what do you think the price should be at the pump that should be affordable?
Well, that question, because you also have to realize that Nigeria is not insulated. We are not living in isolation. We are living in the global world, and this thing, even exploring the crude, come at a price, and we can't sell below the cost price of even exploring it. Talk less of even the cost of refining it. How will I put this now? I think to be realistic, even this present price, if you can maintain it, I think it will be good. But for us to think that it can come down below what we are getting now, we are not just being realized, and it's not something that we should even be clamoring for, because we can't afford it. And it's not realistic. So if we can maintain it at this present, and then we can also maintain our exchange rate at, let's say we are the thing is just fluctuating maybe between 15 naira and 100 naira, coming back like that, I think after a while Nigeria will stabilize with it. But thinking that we have to bring the price down so that even the smugglers will now even, because what we don't realize is that the more cheaper we sell petrol, PMS in Nigeria, the more we encourage smuggling. And the price that we are going to pay will actually be more than what we are going to gain. Because now we are talking about before the removal of the subsidy, we are talking about 70 million liters of fuel per day. Now we are talking about maybe between 33 to 40 million. So by the time, and presently they have already even started smuggling it, because even in the neighboring country is actually far higher. The price is far higher than what we are selling in Nigeria. Go to Benin Republic, you can't, people don't even buy petrol in their filling stations, because that is the one that their government is selling, and it's far higher. So they buy from the roadside, because those are the ones that they are smuggling from Nigeria. So we say we don't have money, then we have to be actually financing the economy of our neighboring country. So to me, is not something that we should, if they can maintain at this present price, and then our monetary policy, introduce our monetary policy so that our foreign exchange can stabilize, then with Nigeria will get adjusted to it. They have increased the minimum wage, and which to me is going to actually permit to other, even not only the government, even the private sectors, even individuals. People will now be, this one, whether we like it or not, is going to even increase the purchasing power of Nigeria to some extent. So, but thinking of bringing it down below what we are experiencing now, I don't think is realistic. And hello, is there anybody? Am I off?
No, you're still here.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, so then what?
I think Ajan Lekoko wants to push at you, or did you want to push at him?
Yeah, you see, Simba, a lot of you, the mistake that you guys are making for saying that Tinubu should not do anything about petroleum subsidy is that you guys don't want to take into consideration that this product is the lifeline of your economy. That is what you guys don't want to take into consideration. If you have that in consideration, you know that product that is the lifeline of your economy, then you will not you won't make it what am I trying to say? If you know that this is the product that represent the economic lifeline of your country, then you will manage it in such a way that there
So
will be any disruption.
Nigeria economy,
Hold on now.
It's only Nigeria economy that is relying on PMS.
Let me land. Let me land. If your Nigerian economy does not rely on PMS, why are they giving subsidy on it for years? Why do we have subsidy on this for years? It is a product that drives the economic activity in your country. And as such, it must be managed in such a way that the economy will not suffer a setback. The price of that thing must be must be well managed, that the economy will not suffer a setback. So you people don't want to put that into consideration when you say, oh, they should not return this. It will never happen. It is the corruption that they put and they injected into it. We can fight that corruption if we have the right people in the right position that really want to manage the resources of the country well. So that is the issue. It must be well managed well. That subsidy must be well managed well. So, but when they don't manage it well, they inject corruption, then we have this problem. Are you telling me that Tinubu cannot manage it well?
Just hold on. Just hold on.
Cannot manage the corruption well?
Just let me ask you a question. What you said earlier, that it was because our economy was centered around petrol. That was why they introduced subsidy. That is not correct. You understand that, and you know that it was not because of that. They just when they introduced it during the Gowon regime, they introduced it just to just a form of maybe benefit for people. But it's not because our economy is it only Nigeria. Why is Nigerian economy different from other countries' economy? Why is our own only now centered around petrol? It's not. Our economy is not different from every other economy. It's
In
not
Saudi
different.
Arabia, you are enjoying subsidy there.
We are not enjoying subsidy. If I tell you how much we are buying fuel in Saudi Arabia, you'll be shocked.
Okay, how much is it per gallon or per liter?
Hey, if I want to convert it, if I want to
don't convert it. Is this not affordable to Saudi Arabia people? Is that price not affordable to them?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. 2.5 riyals, is that what it is?
Yes, 2.5 riyals.
Is it not affordable?
Wait, now, why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? It's not by shouting now.
How much is that in naira?
Hey, well, it's about 425 naira for 1 riyal.
Okay, 400 now. Nigeria is selling it 600, 700.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, so that's about 1,000 naira to a liter.
425 per 1 riyal. That is okay. That will be 2 riyal will be for a name. That is 850.
850.
Then half of it, yes, that will be over 1,000 naira.
Over 1,000 naira in Saudi Arabia.
In Saudi Arabia, yes.
But they are selling
when you are making this comparison.
Listen to Ajay Koko's question. Is it affordable? So that's the
is
problem.
Is it affordable in Saudi Arabia?
How much is the average pay in Saudi Arabia?
Let me tell you, the minimum wage in Saudi Arabia is about 2,000 riyal. You understand? For especially the the not indigenous. You understand? Let me tell you, even the way they live in Saudi Arabia before. Just hold on. The way you know that is actually they are also feeling it now. Before, I think I mentioned it here before. If they park, they don't usually off their ignition. When anywhere they park, if they are going to spend 3 hours, 4 hours there inside, they will leave their car outside with the ignition on, with the AC on. But they dare do that again. They have stopped that. So what does that one tell you? They are also feeling it because it was cheaper than that before. They increased it. In fact, petrol was far cheaper than it was even cheaper than water in Saudi Arabia before. So, but now they have increased the price. So what we are saying that is not is the what? Okay, let me ask you the question. Let us look at the present exchange rate now. Okay, let's say 1,005 to $1. Before we are buying for 190, 200 before the removal of subsidy. So and we are buying 550, 600, 700 now. Is it not the same price that we are buying before the you understand what I'm saying? So if we want to bring it down, that means just hold on. If we want to bring it down now, that means we'll be buying less than the price that we are buying before the removal of subsidy. So I don't please let me finish. When you are talking, I didn't say anything. Let me finish. Don't let me lose my line of thought. Though I don't want you to interject me. I don't want you to interject me today. So let me finish. I want to go and sleep. You know, you are. Look at it. Is you have not slept. I just want to join one man today. So let me just say what I want to say and let me go and sleep. It's almost 3 a.m. here.
I wanted to ask of your twins brother Remy that why are you?
Remy cannot come at this time.
Why are you early? Why are you here so early today? Where is Remy? Let me ask you a question because you see.
Okay, go ahead.
See, when you people are pushing this thing, that look at the price in Saudi Arabia in this. You said minimum wage in tax is 2,000 riyal. How much is 2,000 riyal in naira? How much is it? How much is it in naira?
That would be like, let's say, that would be like 850,000 naira.
Okay. So if Nigerian people are paid 850,000 naira, do you think they will complain of this removal of subsidy? So, but we cannot do. So this is what we are saying. The economic situation
but let me tell you. But you know that this thing is also based on international price. You have to face that reality also. So there's no way you can, and that was why I said there is a cost to everything and it's international price, not in naira. There's a cost. We are not the one exploring this product. We are not the one refining it. So and all these things are dealt with in dollars. So you cannot say we cannot be making the comparison.
Look, let me tell you,
We don't have total control over this thing.
Hold on. In Saudi Arabia, I believe they are still paying subsidy. Is it not?
But I can't be sure. Because just hold on. I can't be sure of that. I don't know if they are selling at that price. I'm not sure of that.
Okay, you are not sure of that. Look,
we are still paying in Nigeria.
Every country
is not enough.
Every country.
Hey, that is what they are saying. When I started my submission, I made mention. Presently, we are paying subsidy. He wanted it to be lower than what we are selling, and is that one is going to be affordable? We are paying subsidy now.
I'm not saying we should import it. When we are producing it inside, we should be able to pay, because
the way you are looking at this as if is like water that you are fetching from a stream.
You've made that argument now, but people don't accept it. Is the thing, the figures, the numbers don't accommodate it as well.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying we should import it and pay so, but what I'm saying, when we are producing it at home, since that singular product represent the economic lifeline of our economy, we should be able to manage it well, pay subsidy in such a way that that subsidy can be paid for by the productivity in our economy. It can be paid for by our productivity. That is my argument. Okay, continue.
Okay, so to me, what I expect Tinubu to talk about, I'm not expecting him to say he want to reverse the subsidy. So that one, he should not even say that. That will make him a weakling. So the decision has been taken, and then we will follow it through, and hopefully it's going to benefit every Nigerian. What I want him to say today is what are the other measures that are supposed to take to actually increase productivity and then bring down inflation. He should tell us what he's doing about security, to enhance security, because Ajale Kuku, you are one of those people that used to say, okay, insecurity is part of the major problem that causes food inflation. So he should tell us measures that they are taking in actually improving security in Nigeria. That will also even encourage foreign investors to come to the country, and that will also lead to the increased productivity in our country. It should also tell us what are the measures that they are taking in diversifying our economy. Our sole reliance on crude is not actually favoring us also. We need more revenue in that country. What we are having now is not enough to make a significant change in our economy. So what are the measures they are taking in diversifying our economy? What are the measures they are taking in solid minerals and other things that they can do? Then what are also measures? You should tell us measures that they are taking in improving our infrastructures, because we need a lot of infrastructure, our road, bridges, and all those things. You should tell us about that. Agric, what are the measures that they are doing, that they are taking to improve food production? Because that is the main thing, hunger that people are shouting about. So what are those things that they're supposed to do to, maybe they are going to subsidize agricultural input instead of subsidizing bringing subsidy back to fuel? They should subsidize agricultural input, because those are the one. Let me tell you one man. I went to a shop to buy pepper, tomato, seed. That's what I'm talking about. And if you see, it's not even up to a spoon full of tomato seed that I bought for 10,000 naira, not even up to a spoonful. And when we are talking about other, that is not only fuel that is actually responsible for the food inflation. Those are the things, the agricultural input, chemicals, seedlings, and everything is the price is very, very, very high. Even I call some people to come and help me till some land. Just not if you see the amount of money that they are saying they are going to collect from me in tens of thousands. A small land like this. So those are the things that are actually input. Generally, is the cost is very, very high now. So if government can subsidize that, I think that one will also bring the cost of production down, and then the farmer can sell at a cheaper price to the people. So I think those are then what are also the measures that they are going to do on stabilizing the naira, because that one is also very key to our economy. If our naira is stabilized, even at this present rate.
Simba, I think that's probably the most. I think that's the silver bullet. If they can stabilize the naira, so there's predictability. So obviously it will fluctuate a little bit here and there, but if it's not more than a 2% marginal either way, then there's predictability. Then if they strengthen the economy to strengthen that naira, then that's the difficult pathway through, rather than subsidy.
So I think what I've mentioned, those are the realistic things that we can talk about.
Can I say something? You see, that stability of naira cannot come when you don't have productivity. And what can propel productivity is the remover. Is when you have subsidy that will make that product affordable.
Ajale Koko, let me ask you this. Yes. You are talking as if we are not all Nigerians. When we are paying fuel subsidy, what was our productivity? Tell us.
When have we ever been productive, even ever?
I don't understand. He was talking as if what was our productivity even when we are subsidizing fuel? Are we productive? Does it make us to be productive?
I will tell you, our GDP in 2000.
Forget about this. Let me tell you this.
Now you people don't want to listen to the truth. Why are you resistant to the truth? Your GDP, you know what it means. In 2014 was about 500 billion. Your GDP is 250 today. It cut to half.
What was the okay? Let me ask you. What now?
Productivity? When have we ever had productivity?
Wait. What was our GDP in 2016? Do you know?
In 2016, I was telling you before Buhari came in, it was 500 billion.
We knew what is just hold on.
It is now
as at 2010, as at 2010, our GDP was about 376 or 378 billion dollars. Okojo-Iweala and his cohort, they were the one that said, okay, they want to do rebase. That was when they came out with that outrageous 500 and something in 2014. And you know that was what they do. They said the rebasing of the and you cannot tell me that the fall in our GDP now is because we are not productive. It's because of the devaluation of naira, because our assets are valued in dollar. So it's not as if it's that our productivity just fell within 1 year, then we crash to that level. It wasn't like that. And the problem.
If you are producing hold on. If you are producing your crude oil as a 2014,
what were we producing in before the Tinubu came in? What were we producing?
Now we are no longer producing now.
No. What I'm saying.
Oh, what were we exporting? What were you've been talking about production. What were we producing pre-Tinubu that we were not producing anymore?
What I'm saying is
no, answer the question. Oh, okay, go on.
What I'm saying is that before Buhari and Tinubu came in, even if we look at our oil production, which we can call, which majorly represents, a considerable number of our, percentage of our productivity. It was very, very high against what we are producing today. So we have all the figure. The figure is there.
We are producing 1 point something million barrels now.
1 point. Is it up to what we are producing as at when?
What were we producing
Jonathan
then?
was there?
We were producing 1.6 now. We were going through the data just a couple of sessions ago. Yes.
Yeah, as at the during the time of Jonathan, at some point we are producing over 2 million.
Is it first subsidy that led to the lower production of crude?
We that one. I mean, you can't. That one is on one side.
Yeah, but I still want to hold you to that. Hold on,
productivity, crude production.
What were we producing under Jonathan? How much were we producing? We can bring out.
We are producing like 2.5 million. We are producing like 2.5 million.
What we have today.
Hold on. You were talking about productivity. No, just hold on. You were talking about productivity. So are you talking about oil, or did we have an industrial base? Are you talking about agriculture? What industry were we productive in that we are not productive in anymore? Because the textile industry finished in the 60s, so don't bring that in. So when were we ever productive? Because you keep saying productivity as though productivity was.
Gwama, if Telco want to lie, that's the way he behave now. If you want to, it's just lying. He just lying.
Simba, just calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Just calm down. Look.
But I want you to address that question.
If you look at pull it up, you can pull it up and let us have it here and let us talk about it. If you look at our oil production during the time of Jonathan, it was very high than what we are producing now. And if you look at even our sectors, in agricultural sector, what we were producing back then is more than what we are producing now. If you look at even the service sector, even the banking sector, look at them now, then, against what we are today. Look, we look at all the sectors of the economy, their performances back then to what we are performing today. You know that we are not in the right direction. We are not going in the right direction. That is just a fact. We are not in the right direction. We are underproductive country as of today. Okay, Simba, you can continue.
Babaja, under Jonathan, I think we were producing about 2.6 million barrels a day. So just for the records.
That's a huge productivity right there. That is a huge.
That one has nothing to do with fuel subsidy. That's nothing to do with fuel subsidy now.
Sorry,
what do you mean you think?
We were going in the wrong direction that time now.
Mama, we're producing over at least I know we're producing about 2.4 million barrels a day.
So it's not 2.6 anymore.
But Joel, we were still going in the wrong direction.
It's not. I know that it's not today, but under Jonathan, it was much, much higher.
No, you said 2.6. Now you are saying 2.4. You are sounding like Lamido.
But to me, that one has nothing. It has not. Okay.
Sorry. Let Patrick come in. Yeah. Sorry, Patrick, and then take the floor back, Simba.
Yeah,
Patrick.
what I'm saying is that even though we're producing more, we were going in the wrong direction. That's why we are here where we are today. That's why we landed here, despite the productivity and everything. But if you look at Tinubu, obviously we are going in the right direction because he has made the necessary changes. Now we are beginning to produce more than we're producing in a long time. If we continue to accumulate this micro improvement, we can build that over time, and then in another 5-6 years we'll just discover that we are landed in a different place. Where we are today, I still want to keep saying, is based on where we have been going, in direction we've been going since the time of PDP. Buhari, if you don't like him, that's your own. That man triggered a process, and that's what Tinubu is building on now. It's not palatable, but it's the truth. You might not like him, but he has triggered our process, and Tinubu has to keep building on it. We cannot go back to fuel subsidy. Learn to live with that, Ajaleoko. We cannot. It's not.
Pato,
If you want to laugh, then well.
Can I just interject there?
Pato,
The last
can I say
speaker,
something, please?
1 second.
Yeah.
The last speaker,
Pato, when you say
sorry, Joel. Let Al come in and then come in after him. Al, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to all the family. Yeah, the last speaker, you're right. I think there was it was a program in the party, APC party, that they created, you know, including Buhari and the previous administration, also connected to the current president. You know what I mean? Because these guys are in the party. So the one that just spoke, you know, I actually spoken well, because you know people, you know, may blame the president as much as you like, but these people arrange policies and they got their long-term, you know, mission, right? So he removed subsidy for a reason. It's because, you know, he knows. I live in the UK. One man, you know that fuel is also subsidized over here. But if he's not helping the population, he's not helping the economy. You know, some drastic measure need to be taken. You know, I think he actually he's doing okay in some areas. My only problem with him is the way he dealing with Dangote. That could actually solve a lot of this problem at the moment. You know, he should actually sit back with the guy, you know, let him take over this sector. I mean, Nigeria got a huge chunk of 20% in the company anyway, if I'm not mistaken. You know, that would be also revenue for the country. I don't know who is actually advising him in terms of, you know, Dangote basically taking more percentage, but whoever is doing that is actually you know, advising the president. But I know for a fact, you know, I can say personally from a distance, you know, I have criticized him in some things that he, you know, that he did wrong, but overall I think he's a good guy. There's something about his energy. I think he's a good man who I think I might be wrong because we're all humans, but I think he got good intentions. But obviously it's too early. My take on the protest is, you know, he should have basically, these protest people, they done it too early. The man just came into power just over a year ago. You know, then you actually are protesting. Just give him like a 2 or 3 years or something like that to see how his actually policies playing out. But just jumping on the streets and start rioting and all that kind of stuff after a year.
They're not protesting against his policies. They are protesting against being rejected at the polls in 2027. In 2023, the people pushing this protest is Omoyele Sowore, as you know, who contested and didn't even get 5,000 votes, and Peter Obi, who contested and was rejected. So those are the two spaces arrowheading this protest. So it's not anything to do with any hardship in the country. It's all politics.
Yeah, and that's wrong, you see, because then you're trying to, you know, create unrest in the country that you want to rule in the future. Because if he will come to power, the other people do that to him, because that's how Nigerian politics work. So, you know, just be patient. And Obi did not claim second in the election. It's PDP that came second. So I don't know why they're still going on in this delusional mindset, thinking that they won the election. I supported Obi. One man, you know that from day one, because I thought he was young and energetic. Because we need some of those leaders in Africa. But he's, you know, the mantra that's going on saying he won the election when he came third is actually quite unspeakable, really. People need to stop doing that. And calling for a military coup, I can't see that's happening, because, you know, Tinubu got the backing of the Emir of Sokoto. A majority of those military guys, regardless who we put in different posts, majority military guys in the north will not overthrow Tinubu, because the APC party is quite, you know, broad spread in the north. Understand? So there's no way if Fulani guy, Hausa man, we want to take Tinubu out by force, because they have a different mindset. Even though they're protesting, I mean, yesterday, I don't know if you heard about this, they were heading towards Buhari. So there's some people in the north, they didn't think Buhari should have given the power to Tinubu. The majority of the Hausa, if I'm honest with you, they weren't happy about Buhari handing over to Tinubu. This is my honest opinion about it. But, you know, I said this to you before, you know, we have connection as a Fulani.
Fulani, we have some kind of soft spot for Yoruba people because we've been living together so long. I think, and also he's very connected to the North. We all know that he actually grasped his root before he became president. You know, which other, you know, like presidential candidate like Obi, he haven't actually even done 10% of that to get to actually winning or even coming second. You know, these guys need to, you know, man up and try and be a man. And
all right, I thought you were interjecting. We'll come to you fairly shortly, and then you give us the fullness of but round off with what you were saying. Then we go back to Simba, and then we move the conversation quickly to you.
Yeah, Obi, for me, Obi and the others, they need to man up, and they realize the election, they lost it, and it was quite. It was third. They even came second. PDP came second. So they need to just go back home, you know, and wait for the next election to come, you know, campaign hard, do the right things. That's how you win presidency, not by military coup. But I will kick back for my turn, one man. Sorry for dragging it on. Thank you.
Yeah, one man. Can I come in now?
No, that's fine. It's always like a delight to hear from you all. If just make it a brief interjection, then we go to Simba, and then we move it around. Patoski, Prince Daddy, Al, then you.
Yeah. And thank you, one man. Patoski, I think that was a wrong impression that you gave there as per Buhari. Regardless of what you want to say, I mean, Buhari leaving and staying and maybe making us believe that or signing off that subsidy is gone after damaging the economy, then we have to hold that as something that that is good. I don't think that's a fair assessment. We are coming from APC to APC, not PDP to APC, and Buhari really messed up this economy. And in the process, I would have put the thing on squarely on Buhari's doorsteps. However, Buhari was supported by this same man, and Tinubu, as at the time said, I support his policies, and we know that Buhari's policies wasn't good. It was the twilight of his administration where he came out to tell us, or where he saw that things were really, really bad, that he now decided that, oh, we should remove subsidy. Then Amoda, the criminal from Chicago, came in and just decided to just take it up without no consultation. And that's why we are where we are today. Thank you.
Basically, all I'm trying to say is, you know, during Buhari, you know, the currency was stronger. And also, as I said to you, there was a currency changes that happened between the election and Tinubu taking over power. So a lot of damage was done, I believe, between that period, because there was no focus on actually dealing with the economy. There was more focus on winning presidency. Yes, PDP, to be honest with you, you know, what I see in two other parties, you know, to put tribal line or regional, whatever influence, PDP tend to be a small party. You know, the ideology, they more like what we call the conservative over here, one man. You know, they like to have a smaller government and actually let the private sector run. But what I learned about the APC party, they're more like the Labour here. They like to increase public services, you know, and so on, and have more people working for the government. You can see the approach towards Dangote. They just show they actually are more, you know, like anti-business, more like pro, you know, how do you call this, public services. And how are you going to pay for the public services if you're not pro-business? This is where APC need to sort out their policies. You know, basically, they have tried, you know, look at the security right now, it's actually getting better. You know, it wasn't this great, but it's a process. It doesn't just happen one day. People need to be patient. I pass my one more.
All right, brilliant. I'm sure Joel was not happy to hear you say the security is getting better. But Simba, the floor is back to you, and then we carry on.
Okay, so sorry, one more. What is the next thing? I think I will overlap this. What is going on?
Yes, the next one is also heavy lifting as well. Presidency condemns hashtag Igbo must go proposed protest in Lagos. So we've been trying to delicately navigate a conversation around that. And a lot of people are saying, is there restlessness now amongst the indigenes in the Southwest because of the politics that they're seeing. And a lot of that language, Lagos is no man's land, and we own Lagos, all of this sort of language. Is there a fed-upness that we're hearing from this hashtag?
But one man, I think maybe most of these things that we are talking about, yes, for you is a sensational news, and whoever is promoting it on social media, I think they will get the traffic. But what I can see is that on ground, I can't even feel anything like that. Everybody just going about their normal business, both Igbos and Yoruba in the Southwest. There's no agitation. Nobody. I can't hear anybody discussing such a thing. So I think this thing is more on the social media rather than be the actual thing on the ground. And I think that the way we are going about the social media these days, we are using it to instigate a lot of things, and which is, if it's not control, is going to snowball or spiral into a bigger problem. Because what you are saying now, I can't even see it. I'm just reading it from you. I'm just hearing it from you. But we're on ground in Nigeria, and there's nothing like that. Nobody is instigating any tribal sentiment or tribal war or Igbo must go. I went to an Igbo shop 2 days ago to go and buy television, and everybody was just going about doing their business. So I don't know what whoever is behind this, whether the opposition or the government, I don't think is not representing the true situation on ground. So that's what I can say about that woman.
All right. So you are on the ground there. So what's your feel of it? This protest. So you were there for day 1. You've been there for day 2. Now is day 3 going on day 4. So what is the general mood, and what is your particular take on what's going on?
Okay. Yes, I can boldly tell you, because at least during this thing I can tell you 2 states that I visited. In Kwara, it was totally peaceful. There wasn't anything like protest in Kwara. Day 1, most people did not go out. Most people locked up their shop. But by Friday, most people have opened their shop and economic activity has resumed. And there's nothing like any group discussion about protest again. Everybody just going about their business. In Oshun, they had a rally, just peaceful rally. They just walked through the streets, and they told the police where they are going to do their own procession or whatever. They started from Orita Olaya, and they went to the National State of Assembly, and that was the end. So business activity has resumed, and there's nothing like any protest again. And so I can tell you what happened in Oshun and Kwara State as it is now. It's peaceful. There's no protest. Everybody is going about their business. So that's what I can tell you about that.
But from the general feel of the country, what was the tempo in terms of so you're talking about your personal experience, but then there is also the universal experience of the country, which I suspect is clouded and spun by whichever outlet you're using to digest it. But the general feel of the texture of the country, what's your feeling? Do you think the people are still with Tinubu in spite of this protest?
No. I think whoever organized this, whoever instigated or organized this protest, they actually succeeded in actually turning the perceptions of Nigerians against this administration. Because everywhere I go, you see people complaining that and they are hungry, food are expensive. And the only thing that people complain about is food. Everybody's just talking about food. That they can't see anything that is doing towards that direction. So I think if you want to ask me about the general perception of the people, is actually true that people are complaining about hunger, and that the price is about the price of food, that the price of food is actually beyond their reach. So I think they have succeeded in doing that. But I don't know, Nigerians, any little thing can impress the people. So if anything can still, things can still change, and you can never say what is going to happen in the next few days or few months.
And the way the government is handling this, we're not seeing the heavy hand of security forces, which traditionally you would see in this sort of circumstances. How do you think the government is managing the?
They are doing. The police are doing a perfect job. A typical example is what actually transpired in Kano. You understand? You will have expected. Did you see that video where they are removing slab and those guys are actually removing the melters, the iron rod?
That's what they
They
were after, I
sat
guess.
down.
Yes.
You understand? They sat down. They have all the time. They sat down and started breaking those things and started removing the iron rod. And no police came and attacked them, or nobody actually. Though I was totally disappointed with the way and manner the governor of that state handled the situation. Why should you allow people to be doing such a thing? And they have a whole day. They just litter the place. They are just removing it, and just as if they are just doing. It's, to me, we shouldn't have allowed them to do such a thing.
No, he said it was APC. He said it was APC talks that were doing it. So
it was APC talk. So it doesn't have control by APC talk. I mean, what are you talking?
How can you even say voice? We played the clip just here. These were 13, 14-year-old kids. You could see them smashing the concrete to get to the metal. So I'm not
sure. Man, I'm just telling you when they interviewed the governor, what the governor said. The governor said it was APC.
APC sponsored the thugs.
Yeah, that is what he said.
So, and those ones that you see in the video, they look like thug. I mean, they are APC thug. All those children that you see, they are doing that. You know, Nigerians were. You know, the problem that we have is that all of us, we are not being truthful to ourselves. And when
you know more than government.
I can see now. That's what I'm saying. How can any reasonable person become me and then be defending this kind of useless talk?
Language here. Do you know more than the government?
I know you will believe stuff because it is actually speaking to your sentiment, and that's why you believe it.
Just come here and then
go and sleep. Go and sleep. How can you believe this kind of nonsense? Even if it's APC talk, isn't not the chief security of the state? Why should it? So because they're APC talk, they can do such, they can just have a free day. Is it APC that is ruling Kano?
You continue defending your APC.
No, but my brother, we saw them carry a truckload of people to go protest in Abuja, and they came out and was like, they didn't pay them the money. I mean, I saw about 3-4 women that were crying that they asked them to come, they were going to give them food, and they didn't pay them food. That was in Abuja. That was truckloads. They also did that in Lagos as well. So if nothing past APC, as it were, APC, the governor, the amount of time Tinubu used to disrupt this election, he would have used 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
We are not going to degenerate the session. We were having a very nuanced.
One man is not degenerating. I'm just telling you.
Obedient.
One man, look, let me tell you something, one man, and I don't intend to be too long. All I just want to tell you is just simple. We always try to make it look like, we are in a classic situation. We are led by rogues. The event of these past 3 days must have told you this. Why is your president? Why is he not talking? Is he decapitated? I'll be waiting at the column. Where is he? So sometimes when you come out here to blame people, taking away the talking points from who the actual person should be, the president should be the first person to come out and say, my Pikino, see. Calm down. I know half of those people that were on that protest would have gone home. But where is he? Dumb, He didn't talk to us prior to the election.
It's in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. That's why
I did not say he is dead. I don't
let's go all the way now. You started this in 2015.
One man. If you can allow me,
in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
One man. I know that this protest disappointed you so much, especially because you thought that those protesters would be crushed. But I told you it's not going to be that way when the people come out.
It has been disappointing. It's not actually as eventful as you.
No. It is very. Let me tell you, one man. That protest has been so successful, very successful. Now the only thing we are waiting for is this: let your Armada, the criminal from Chicago, come out and address the nation and tell us the one he says he's going to do. If he says he's going to do, if he doesn't complete it, we say, okay, you know what? If you're not going to do this, we're going to continue. So let him come out from his hiding place and talk. Not sending charlatans like we here to come speak on his behalf.
Who is we, by the way? Where are you protesting? Is it in Lagos, Abuja, or your home state? You said
myself.
Yeah, you said we will continue.
Don't worry about any person involved. We're just talking about the protest. Whoever that organized the protest. Hold on, one man. I know you're trying to just play some game here. Look, one man. One man. Look.
Under the bus. Throw under people.
One man. Look, let me tell you something. Let me just tell you this quickly, right? You know, this election, this protest is not my kind of protest.
This election, you see, that was a Freudian.
This protest is not my kind of protest, one man. I would have expected that they should catch one politician, one or two, and show example. It's all these things they are doing. Go and stand. You cannot protest like this, peaceful protest for criminals. No, I wanted to catch them, especially someone like Wiki, catch him by the mustache and drag him by the throat.
No, we are not advocating violence here. Please be careful of the language. But back to you, Simba. So there it is. So you see now, when I say it's a politically motivated something, I don't even need to say it. They say it for themselves. But carry on.
The evidence is there and is obvious to everybody. So, and then what is we have talked? Which other one you are talking about? With the last topic? I think you have like 3 topics.
Yes, we're talking about the internet providers disrupting service.
Yeah. You know, I started. Yes, I've experienced it. It actually started before the. I think a day before the protest. In fact, it was even my daughter that drew my attention because I have a Wi-Fi in my house and they used to use it on their system and this thing. And she said, "Daddy, this thing is not working. It will work for a while, then the thing was just fluctuating. But since yesterday, it has been restored back and everything." So I was even thinking, I was thinking that is it because of protest, or maybe because some of the protesters actually vandalized some of their installations. But yesterday, the thing is back and the internet is functioning to optimal level now. So that was what I experienced, but I can't actually say this is what is responsible.
Simba.
Yes?
So on the Wi-Fi, how many Nigerians can afford to use Wi-Fi? Yeah?
That's your problem. It's not my problem. So
people, you see what we say. Some of you just don't. You lack human. I don't know where humanity in some of you are.
How is that one your problem that I'm using Wi-Fi? Why is that one your problem?
Come here, you trivialize the whole thing like as if people should just protest. Just keep
am I not working for my money? Am I a politician? What is your problem?
I'm working for my own money. You're working for your money.
Let me respond.
All I'm saying is,
rational mind, please.
Land.
Okay, no. You know what, man? I don't want him to continue that. You know what they used to do is to make somebody to look as if you are bad. We are talking. So is to that.
Simba, no answer am first. I won't give am. Make I put bottle. Simba, land of broken bottle now. You see, rational mind. May I tell you something?
Okay, go on.
You say, how many Nigerians use Wi-Fi? Let me tell you, every Nigerian that spends 6 years in primary, secondary, and spends 7 years in medical school, and another 4-5 years for residency, can use Wi-Fi, even if he's living in Ikire. What are you talking about? Wi-Fi for somebody who has invested all that amount of effort in Nigeria. How many Nigerians are medical doctors?
Pr0Test, that's not where I'm
Say,
going.
can you use? How many Nigerians are using Wi-Fi? Any Nigerian who has made that kind of investment in himself should be able to use more than Wi-Fi.
Mr. Patrick, I just understand where I'm going with that point. I'm not saying that he cannot afford it. I know he's a doctor. Like
but you are using his
hold on now. Hear me out. Can you hear me
he's
out?
He's not a general Nigerian.
Hold on
and
now.
You and me are not.
Everybody's a doctor.
Yeah.
Hold on. How many people whose dream has been shattered? They cannot become a doctor, not because of anything, but because they could not even get their WAEC. They could not finish their secondary school. This is what we're talking about. But you like you and I, all of us, were all fortunate to become who we are today. But how many Nigerians can afford that? You get it? How many Nigerians can afford that? So if Nigerians should go to the streets and protest for a better life, we just need to eat. Let us breathe. This is the same guy who said, let the poor breathe. And look at the crap he's doing. We know he just all tongue in cheek. It's not as if he really meant it. He just want to win election, make people look like he's the people's man. So my point is this: Simba, I'm not trying to put you on the pedestal here. I'm not trying to make you like put you on the limelight. But I'm just trying to make you understand that
160 million Nigerians buy internet data. That's statistical fact from the NBC. I actually did a video on it even when I used to do
this video. Not the video about anything. We're talking about.
I can go and get it for you.
A router in no, I'm not saying no. I'm not disputing that fact that people don't have access to internet. At least that's if you have an Android phone that has capability of internet. Some people still use this Romi, as they say. Simba, let me just quickly go to the point. So my point is this: I'm not trying to make you put you on the limelight here or put you as a topic of discussion. But I'm just trying to make a point that if you can afford Wi-Fi, not everybody can. Just for them to eat. They're not even saying give me Wi-Fi for me to eat. But some of you come here, you trivialize the whole thing they were doing, like as if it's politically motivated. What is not politically like in the words of Sowore? What is not politically motivated in that country?
Okay, Rational. Let me ask you now. From what you have seen from the protests and the kind of destruction and looting, so are you happy with it? When we are talking, we are not. Let me say this: we are not saying. I don't think there's anybody on this platform that says no. Nobody has the right to protest. But our fear. Okay, the people that are working in those supermarkets, that are working in those pharmacies, that are working in those industries that they burnt down, what is going to become of them now? Even if they are earning 20,000, 30,000, at least that thing is taking care of something in their life. Who's going to provide job for all those things?
Come on. I mean, people earning 10,000 naira. You, come on. I
You don't understand.
You see, when you people come here with this, your reasoning, it's just so I can't just bottle it up.
Oh, so that's what you can say. That's what you can say about what happened.
I don't think what the point you are making is actually rational. You are saying so can you live on it, but in the society that you are in, there are people a lot further down. You are probably there are people.
You want me to break it down for you? We already Nigeria survive. You don't Nigeria survive. Come on, you can't just sit down your London there and then you're thinking that Nigeria is surviving at 30,000 naira. People do one. Some people even a whole day they don't eat. What are you people talking? 30,000 naira for I'm in a week. 30,000 can even solve. Can even source? You want to eat 3 square meals every day in that country?
Yes.
You want to go to Mamapuka and eat.
Okay.
Let's say you don't want to go to Mamapuka. You want to cook it.
Hold on.
If you want to buy ingredients,
hold on. I'll take it. Yes. That 30,000 naira, which is the minimum wage. Let's say people are being paid that. Do you think that is the only income that they are surviving on?
So, tell me what other income they survive on. Give me. Tell me.
Hold on. If they're on that 30,000 naira, from that 30,000 naira, they'll pay for their accommodation, clothing, housing, etc., etc. So, do you think anybody in that country is surviving on that sole salary of 30,000 naira?
Woman, you see.
I know. Answer the question first, then go on to.
They're not surviving on it. They're not surviving on it.
So how do you think they're surviving?
All right. I'll break it down for you. Woman, I was surprised you didn't answer my question, but let's come back to it. But my point, Simba, no, even if we digress, take your time. Woman, you and I go to Lagos State or any part of Nigeria as it is now. You want to buy 1 tuber of yam. I mean, how many days can you eat 1 tuber of yam? If somebody wants to eat 1 tuber of yam, that's the whole thing is going to eat a whole week. Within 3 days, he will finish it. And 1 tuber of yam is about how much? 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira. To buy your 10,000 naira, you know, 30,000 naira. Look, 20,000 naira. Could you kerosene? Could you Sowore? And even for you to even rent a house, you want a single room in Lagos, a single room for a year, to Banito 400K. You cannot. I mean, if you don't have up to 4, if you don't have 400 less than 400K, you cannot get it. 1 single room in Lagos. So how are you going to survive?
Not how are you going to? How are they? That's what I asked you. How are they surviving?
How are they surviving? Is this? Hold on.
Yes.
A lot of people, they don't eat 3 square meal a day.
Right.
Some people even go without square meal a day.
Right.
Any of the square meal a day. So now, how are they surviving?
Is it 3 square? Is 3 square?
Hold on. Let him carry on.
Yeah.
Even if they are having only 1 meal a day, they still couldn't survive on 30,000 naira. So no, how are they surviving? Yeah. So how are they surviving?
That's what I'm saying to you, one man.
Yeah.
They skip meal. They deprive themselves of so many things.
Right.
That you and I we have. The luxury
not you and I would have.
Luxury.
Because Pr0Test already tackled that everybody's different economic brackets, but we're talking about people on 30,000 naira. How are they surviving?
One man. Want me to tell you something? My own dad, who's just an old man, in a month, he gets nothing less than 175,000 naira a day. And on top of that, he's still complaining. He's still complaining. Just only him alone. He's still complaining.
You are not answering the question, though.
So what man? You see, I've answered your question. Only that you want me to answer.
You are saying they are skipping meals. Whether they skip meals or not, yes, but they still pay rent. They still have to buy clothes. They still have to travel. All from that 30,000 naira.
That is where.
So how are they surviving?
Okay, that is where you will say maybe they do other side stuff. They do.
Well, there you are. So there you are.
Hold on.
So you knew all along that on 30,000 naira you have to take an additional. You have to take a second job. So you know.
Not everybody has. One man, let me talk. Not everybody has side hustle. People depend on other people to help them. Jamiu, I'll give you back. A lot of people, they are in debt. You cannot even pay back. You see, Nigerians will survive anyhow. But my point is that is not life. This anyhow people come here and promote like I see because they survive. Can you even feed your own dog? If you have a dog, I mean a German Shepherd or whatever you have that is guarding your house, can you feed it in a month?
I don't even know. I don't know. Sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
I don't even understand your argument.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna drop off. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna drop off. It's quite late in the UK. One man, and everyone, we're all one family. Less politics won't divide us moving forward. But yeah, I'll catch up with you later, one man. Yeah.
All right, Bilal. Thank you for stopping by. I'll stop by a lot more. We need different perspectives, and you bring a perspective. So that's all. Next time you turn up, we'll hear a bit more from you. But we're trying to nail this guy down. That is an alarmist, but we are going to nail him down tonight.
Go
steady, go easy on him. All right.
Al is gone. Al.
No. It's just dropped now. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a Fulani man, and that's a voice that we needed. It's a Fulani man.
Yeah, I was just trying to let him know that for him to buy into your narrative and your propaganda that this protest is politically motivated, I think he should step back. He should not fall into that propaganda. It's not politically motivated. Nigerian people are hungry and they are angry. And it's not Obi or Sowore
that call on them to come out.
Who did? Who told them to come out?
They've been looking for that day.
Yeah, but who designated?
It was Obajale Gogo that told them to come out.
What can you even say? It wasn't Sowore that told them to come out.
If you want to Sowore, you know what Sowore stands for before he joined politics.
No. Let's not go on that long journey now. You said they did not ask them to come out.
Yeah. Let us break it down.
Okay,
you
go on.
know that Sowore is a traditional protester, commander-in-chief of protest. You know Sowore for that.
Right.
So you can't say him calling on people to protest against bad governance now is politically motivated. When he did it against Jonathan, you guys did not call him politically motivated.
He did not contest an election then. Did he contest an election against Jonathan?
This is the problem we have with you Nigerians. When
did
it
he
is
contest
not
an
your
election
own,
against Jonathan?
Hold on. When it's not your own, you're going to label somebody that is challenging your own in power. You're going to label him with bad names. The Igbo people are labeling Sowore a lot of bad names when he was contesting election against Obi. He's the one that brought Buhari into power. He's the one that they were labeling all sort of nonsense names. Because he took Jonathan out. He supported Buhari. He's a bad person. All this thing, propaganda, they were carrying it against him back then.
He supported Buhari now.
Hold on. You did not. You were not part of them, one man, doing that. Now that he is doing the same thing he did against Jonathan, against bad government of Tinubu, and you people are saying it's political motivated, which will stop it.
Ajale Koko, hold on, Ajale Koko.
And on the side of Obi,
no, you don't even want to take questions.
Okay. All right.
Did Sowore contest to be president of this country in the last cycle of election?
Yes, it did.
Did he lose?
Oh, yes.
All right. So if he is anyway, let's just carry on.
No. Go continue with your question.
It's a political. It's somebody that contested an election and lost, and then is now riling the populace against an administration that is looking to effect the necessary changes that the country needs, but it's not politically motivated. It's exactly politically motivated.
So he should not speak again because against bad governance.
He should wait for election and speak. He should be speaking with election. It's not by calling a protest.
Because he lost election, so he should not speak against bad governance.
Where is it done that you have to be leading protest against your political opponent?
So because he participated in politics, he should not call for protest. You see, you people with this propaganda, you people must stop it. What you are doing,
it is good it's happening to you. Because when we are talking here, you don't believe these people. These people cannot think.
You are serious. You are doing a serious disservice to that country. You guys don't know. You think you are supporting your man today because it's your man.
No, but you can't say that now. You can't say it's anybody's man now just because they don't align with your.
That is what it looked to a lot of people.
Well, that's your view now, but that's not my.
We know this one man. Tinubu is propaganda.
Well, you can go with that, but it doesn't.
And this propaganda as against Obi too. You guys must stop it. This guy did not propel any. He did not say anything.
Are you sure about that?
Propel or instigate people against the government.
Are you sure?
Oh yes. It didn't. It didn't. All he said is that people have the right to protest. The same thing your people in the government are saying. That people have the right to protest. And he said it categorically. That people should not take to violence.
He invited them to mirror what is happening in Kenya. I don't know quite, but
anyway, well,
look, it's a difference of interpretation, isn't it? Everybody, look, since that election came out, we've seen the obedient space, and the obedient space are arrowheads by Obi. We've seen them after that election was lost, marching on the defense headquarters. We saw them; they were wearing black outfits with placards, asking for a military takeover. We've seen them severally ask for that. We've seen them.
Obi spoke against. Huh? Obi spoke against that. He didn't support them for.
Of course, he did.
He didn't support them for military takeover. Obi did not do that.
All right.
Yes, we have obedient. Some of the obedient that are violent who are doing that. Or Obi did not stand for military takeover.
Since that election has come and gone, and Obi was rejected at the polls, we've had a space. We've even heard him ask directly for citizen actions in coded words, severally, countlessly, relentlessly. So I mean, all this happened in
citizen action. What does it mean to you?
It is what's playing out now.
Oh, come on,
but is it a bad thing? Is it a bad thing that's playing out now? Even if he said it.
You see, even the obedience are not denying it. Also, I'm not sure why you are denying
it. One man. You know, one thing about you guys is this, right? The amount of time you guys put into propaganda, you would have used it to address the situation going on in the country. Remember in 2012, when I went to Nigeria, I came back, I was saying this. All of you shut me down. Nothing is happening. I thought it was because of election was coming up. After the election, you guys continue doing this same thing. It is wrong, one man. You cannot live, one man, the way you are right now. You cannot live in Nigeria. The way you are right now.
No. What is wrong?
You cannot live in Nigeria.
No. Hold on. What exactly are you talking about? What is wrong?
I said, what is wrong?
Yes.
The country, the economy is bad in Nigeria.
Right.
You cannot. You can look. One man, look. Let me say this, please. You can finesse it any way you want to. You can, if you sugarcoat it any way you want. Nigerians are hungry.
Yes.
Period. And that's the reason why they are on the streets. Look, let me tell you one man. See, let me tell you. Most things you guys do here is trying to you take the lazy way out. And what do I call the lazy way out? It is easy for you to say, "Oh, blame it on the Igbo." Look, one man, that's what happened before the protest. You guys were saying, it's the Igbos. The Igbos doing this. Meanwhile, the real people that was planning the protest, you have seen them today.
So sorry, I'm going to stop you there. So please don't say that again. Nobody has ever said blame it on the Igbo here, and we have to be very mindful that we don't.
One man, your tag 2 days ago.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, your tag 2 days ago. What? Yeah, right. I think it was Obi and the Igbos. Look, one man, look.
No, my guy, no, I cannot allow that. I never said Obi and the Igbos, and please don't say that. Please. Don't
and the forefront of those calling on the Igbos. Hold on, one man, please. You cannot shut me down. You have been on the forefront.
You can't tell lies against me now.
In the Southwest today, Igbos must go. You guys here were part of it. You guys were part of it. Because you guys come out here, you bring up for pretense. People are hungry. Address the issue. Now you have called it a Sowore. If people go out tomorrow to start attacking Sowore, you guys will be happy. You guys,
no, this is nonsensical. I beg your pardon, but I cannot allow that. No, I cannot allow that. Please, don't do that. I'll bring you back on, but please don't do that. Peter Obi is not Igbo. It's a politician. So please. If he's not a politician, then he should leave the political stage. If he's going to be on the political stage, then it has to take the criticism that comes in the way of every other politician. And if you want to own him ethnically, then take him to your ethnic region and let him champion the space. If he wants to rule Nigeria, then he has to be answerable to all Nigerians. Why is it that anybody that says one thing about Peter Obi is the Please don't do that. If you're not sophisticated enough for the conversation, then listen in the background. What's all this? When did Peter Obi become? When did Peter Obi become?
The symbol? It become a symbol of Igbo.
What's all this? You cannot criticize a politician without them trying to ethnicize it. It's nonsensical. So I'm going to bail out hand over to Mike. It's just nonsense. If they do it too often, man, it's starting to get irritating. You cannot criticize the guy. They ethnicize it. If you want him as your ethnic champion, then take him to your region. Nobody cares.
And that's one man. That's what they do. It's not only on this platform. That's what they do. They do everywhere.
If you want to govern Nigeria, then they must be criticized. If you don't want him criticized, then keep him. You know, it's nonsensical.
Can I say something, woman?
Yes.
You see, I don't want to be confrontational with you and anybody here, but sometimes I have to.
Yeah, what happened? I didn't stop you. They will not say I stopped you.
Okay, woman, are you see there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, I thought I was muted. I was unmuted. So 3 days ago here. 3 days ago here, it says you say here. That was 1 day ago. It says here, according to what I'm seeing, it says Southeast peaceful as protests instigated by Peter Obi flamed up the rest of Nigeria.
Yes.
Now, looking at that, the way you worded that now, Southeast peaceful.
Right.
So if Southeast is peaceful,
yes.
What are we saying here? Peter Obi being in the Southeastern now, he made it peaceful, and then he let the rest of Nigeria flamed up. Is that what?
Yeah, well, that's the inference that you are drawing.
Oh, woman, it's okay. It's okay.
South is not part of Nigeria.
Hold on. Okay, it's part of Nigeria. I'm not saying it's not part of
Nigeria.
So what? You see, I can give you more here. There are more I'm looking at here. But you said, like you said, inference. Like you said, well, let's leave it at that. Since you said it's inference. But me, I know.
No. You are putting your inferences on it. The Southeast was. We had this with the Njenje media that came in.
One man, I just gave him example of 2 states in the southwestern state that are also peaceful. So what is wrong in that?
But the woman put clear.
So that you think the way you talk, you think that you are making sense.
You know this crap of whatever. We're talking about Southeast. Come, listen. Let's just let it lie down. But my point is that let us tone down this whole crap of ethnicity or whatever. Let's tone it down.
Nobody is
when are you going to call on
ethnicize?
Hold on. Are you saying we cannot discuss Peter Obi?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm about saying. We should be ready to allow Peter Obi to be criticized. Now, yeah,
right.
If I can,
and it's criticizing Peter Obi, criticizing an ethnic group.
It should not be. It should not be. It should not be. But we've seen people come here and what they say after that.
So what they say is worse than what they say in other platforms.
No, it's not.
Even on this platform, I'm not sure if you've heard, I'm not sure if you've heard. I believe everybody has the right to hold on. I'm not sure if you've heard Pansat or Joel or Maurice or.
I've never even seen my correct Pansat once or anything.
You know? I have.
You won't back Pansat. You jump behind Pansat.
But let me bail out hand over to my. But please, it's either Peter Obi. It's a public national figure or an ethnic figure. If it's an ethnic figure, then please keep him. Nobody cares. But if he wants to be a public figure on a national stage, then he will be spoken about and he will be criticized. There's no way around it.
I agree with you.
So if you want to ethnicize him, then keep him. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a jot about Peter Obi.
I don't do that.
No, not you personally, but it's to narratives like we're hearing from Joel, who comes here to do that all the time. You mentioned Peter Obi, and then
are you afraid of rational mind? It's part of them. What are you going to do?
I'm not even so much rational mind, but it was what Joel did there and what Njenje did yesterday, and you hear it all the time. You criticize Peter Obi, and then it becomes
the same Njenje. You listen to the guy. The guy emphasized everything on his platform.
Ethnic issue, it's just ridiculous,
Njenje that will be like, you make everything about Hindigbo. He will ethnicize every politics.
No. Njenje, he is a very proud Igbo person, and he promotes the Igbo culture, and that's fair.
Yeah, no. The side of him promoting his culture, I understand that. But the Nigerian politics, they will make it about Indigbo. Every issue.
No, that's even fair still. But still
really ethnizing politics.
Well, that's his own inflection. But saying that you cannot criticize Peter Obi without them meaning that you are criticizing his ethnic stock, that would not wear. That cannot fly. And that is not acceptable. The super chatters, Alexander Gomez, Ayo, of course, and please, I'm going to hand over to you, Ayo, of course, Team Ajek as well. That's Team Ajek still going, and there was an installment from Joel that still wanted to do whatever it is that he's doing. So I'm going to hand over to you, Mike. But please don't just move it from that ethnic space because it's going to just get ugly. So yes, I don't know who has the. I think Pr0Test has the floor next, so I don't think Pr0Test is going to go anything ethnic. So, Patrick, if you're ready, Pr0Test.
It's just so hypocritical of Njenje. No, I'm not going. I just want to line my statement. It's very hypocritical of Njenje to come here and start accusing you of ethnicizing anything, because the guy's really as intelligent as he is. Anything that happens in Nigeria, even any little thing, he will find a way to make it about Indigo, the Yorubas, the Fulanis. He make everything ethnic in his media space. So for him to go somewhere else and say someone else is ethnicizing something, that's the hypocritical thing I just hate about those characters. The hypocrisy is just ridiculous.
All right, but I'm going to hand over to you, Mike. But I don't want that to be the theme of the after hours. But Patrick, you have the floor. Maybe take us away from the ethnic stuff.
Sure.
So Patrick, you're up next. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow, Mike.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And Ajanle, thank you. But the position I want to take, which I've taken before, is to let people see that, look, we can't afford to go back to subsidy regime, no matter what we have, what we are going through now. It just amount to suffering for nothing. We have planted the seed, we have been suffering to water it, and now you want us to go pull it out and eat the seed. It's not something that is good.
It's even a rotten seed. The seed is no longer good, sir. It will be a rotten seed.
So we cannot go back to it.
Let me just ask.
What did you say?
Okay. Let me just ask you a question. You say we should not go back. What is the dividend of the one that they are doing right now? What is the guarantee that what are we getting? What are we benefiting from the one that he's doing right now? What's the benefit to Nigerians?
With the benefit is that, one, we have the capacity to now grow and then build on it and then eventually get to where we are going. It doesn't look like it's an immediate benefit because of
but grow in what sense? Can you give us in a concrete term, in concrete in plain language? What do you mean by this? What are these areas of growth?
Let me answer your question.
Simba.
Just hold on.
Okay, go on.
You want to do a social service for your people, but you don't have money for you to do it. Must we be borrowing money to pay subsidy? We don't even have the money to pay the subsidy. The money is there to pay. You can even be talking like there's no money to even pay. We are borrowing money to pay subsidy, and you want us to continue that regime?
So
to me, and then the question people used to ask, once they are not paying subsidy, the money they should use it for another thing, as if there's a money that is actually set aside for subsidy. I say this is the money for subsidy.
We are having a conversation. So now that he has removed it, now the money that you say you have, what is the impact of the Nigerian, the average Nigerian?
No, you are not getting it. Simba just mentioned it. Before now, we were borrowing to pay the subsidy. Assuming we had money, we were making money domestically, and we're using the money to pay subsidy. We say, okay, all the money that we're using to pay subsidy, let us spend it somewhere else. But the point is that we are no longer paying the subsidy. And now, if we borrowed money, we are now using it to do something reasonable. And we are not borrowing as much as we used to borrow before. That's just the truth. Even though it's borrowing.
No. Don't give me that. Don't give me that. In one single 1 year, Tinubu has borrowed more than what he borrowed in one.
No, because we will convert to naira.
You see, that's the point. That right there is the point.
How much? No, you should tell us now. How much? Tell us how much now. How much?
When Buhari left there, what was the total debt that we had?
We're asking you how much did he borrow. Don't ask for the debt. Why are you asking questions? You want to tell us something. We're asking you.
About
Tell us how much did Buhari borrow? How much did Tinubu borrow? That's the question. Don't change the question.
Let's not hear. Ajale Koko, are you there?
Ajale Koko, okay.
Patoski, continue
He's
your
looking for
flow. Now,
supporters.
Patoski, you have to come, man. Let's not turn it to.
We're not turning it.
I'm here,
I
Rational.
thought you are interjecting Patoski.
No, we are
conversing.
to remind me the figure. Ajale Koko, when Buhari left presidency, what was the total debt? The debt that we had. Can you remind me that debt, because I just need to remember that.
The total debt that he left was maybe around 108 billion or 110 billion, something like that.
No, I don't think so.
So he in Naira, I think when he came in, he met maybe 10 trillion Naira debt.
No, I don't think so. I think it was around 80 something or 70 trillion. That was what Buhari, the total debt that I remember that he had.
Yeah, that he left behind. What he met was 10 trillion, and he left, over 80 something trillion or something like that. Yeah. So what are they trying to tell us?
So I'm trying to tell them that within 1 year or a few months that Tinubu has been there, he has borrowed more than what Buhari borrowed within 4 years. In just 1 year. And
what you are saying is not true. What you are saying, what you are saying is not.
I don't have my fact to that effect. You might be right, but I don't have my fact.
It's not. It cannot be right. For you to even say it might be right, how can it be right? He's talking nonsense and say he's right.
There is no.
Nonsense. The way to my too much. I mean, just tone it down now. Claude, you talk so harsh and so in a very you just to guide the way you talk to people now. Let's respect each other.
It's okay. I'm used to Simba. Thank you very much. But just let him be. I understand it. My point is this. You say, let me just go provide. I thought you go back. That question was thrown to you, Paco. You want to answer that question. But my point is this: is that there is no gain from that. Rather, it has brought more hardship to Nigerians. We were borrowing, but the level at which they borrowed back then, if they had maintained that thing, we will not be seeing this ballooning of the kind of crap that we're finding right now, whereby the whole economies, there is no country that does not subsidize one thing or the other for their people. So what are Nigerians benefiting that is being subsidized to the people of Nigeria? Nothing. The last one I had, the two that maybe they probably was power and petrol. And petrol. Now everything now they remove the subsidy. So what else Nigerians are benefiting? No water, no good road, and you're telling them that things should not go bad. So my point is this: is that going back to it for me, I think that would be best for him, because I see no gain even right now. Whatever they said, he has increased the money, the amount of money that they are giving to governors. Now who's benefiting from that? Who's benefiting from that? So you see, if people come here, you just want to champion these guys' total failure that they did. You want to make it look. I leave it at that. Patoski, go on. I think you have the floor. Go on, please.
So what he did was, if he wants the benefit, the first thing he did was to stop the bleeding. You understand? It was practically impossible for us to survive if he didn't stop the subsidy, if he didn't float the naira. So those efforts was to make sure that we survive, even though it is hard on us, but it's just the truth. We have to bear it. But I will cut him some slack there. But where I would blame him is that in the course of implementing those policies, there were some things he was supposed to have done, especially in the area of food inflation. You see, nobody's complaining about fuel or dollar or anything. Now everybody's complaining about hunger. Even those of us that are arguing for Tinubu here, we all agree that, yeah, there's hunger in the land. I said so. Simba also said so. And that's to tell you, it's not as if there is personal sentiment for him or against him. But the point is, if he had done something in the area of hunger, food supply, food security, I think people will not be on the street now. Because everybody agree whether opposition or anyone, agree that subsidy must go. And nobody is blaming him for doing that. But the point is, everybody is blaming him, and I join people in blaming him for delaying on food, delaying his effort on food security. You know what he said about farming, about agriculture, how he's going to improve, how he's going to make sure Nigerian lands are cultivated and stuff like that. That to me, that's one of the biggest strategy. And what he's talking about, forest guard and all those stuff, I expect him to have put that in motion almost immediately. By now, would have been having some harvest and would have been, I mean, it will, I'm not saying to solve the food problem, but it will go a long way. It will go a long way. Let me use the floor for someone else. Hello.
All right, let's have on.
Can I say something?
I think Madam Sita was there. Okay, go ahead.
I was here before now.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Pato, let me address you. You see, you people talk about this, what's it called? Subsidy. Every country on this planet where we live today, they subsidize something for their citizens. That way to lighten the load on them. They do it here in America in many ways. Not just in agriculture, in many other ways. In housing, they subsidize it for them.
Mike, let me just.
No. You're not going to say anything. Let me land. I'm still talking. No, Mike is going to let you talk anything. Let me say I have the floor.
But you are not the one who had the floor now. Why are you?
No, I have the floor. I have the floor.
Hold on. Is it your turn to have the floor? I thought you just interjecting.
You've been talking all over the place. It's your voice we've been hearing all over for the past 2 hours now. You've been talking. Let me talk.
For the past 2 hours. What 2 hours? What 2 hours?
1 minute I've gone. Just chill out. Hold on. So the question that you asked this dude, that what is the benefit of removing?
Hold on. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
Hold on. Let me. I'm not okay.
Hold on. Let's interact here. Hold on now.
Hold on. Just chill.
No. I'm still.
Hold on. Okay. Wait. Let's put it on that. Okay, Rational, make your point, and we'll let good life. Life's good come in after. You land your point. The point you're landing, let life good will come in to say what he's saying. What he has to say.
Hold on. Let me make this. Let me understand this before I move on. I thought everybody's having their turn, right?
My session, we don't do turn. We don't do floor. We interact. It's one man floor. That one man's turn. I will give you that monologue for 1 hour. Everybody shut up and things like that. In my own session, we just interact. So you speak, is someone else when you don't say something. Anyone else to say something coming. It's interaction here. There's no everybody keep quiet. One person just talk for control. We don't do that on my session.
Okay, it's okay.
So make your point. If he has a point to make,
now let me make your point. I don't hear you. Let me talk. Abi.
Yeah, make your points.
Goodness. So I'm talking about the subsidy here. That this guy came in with no provision. Every country has a way they subsidize things for their citizens. There's hardly any country on this earth that does not subsidize things for their citizens. But this guy, the last thing that Nigerians enjoy from that country, which is probably electricity and petrol, you took it away. And to even compound the matter, you float the naira without even having any plan. Now, last minute, you're now trying to micromanage the dollar by making all the dollar come to the central bank. Not true that everybody can just go to any the free market that they talked about, whereby you can bring your dollar in and go to what's it called? You can bring your dollar in to maybe Western Union, and then you can give it. Your people can go and get your dollar directly and go change it somewhere. No, they want to micromanage it. Everything has to come through central bank. So when you do that, what do you expect? Now, talking about the subsidy, you have no plans. You just fine. We know maybe this guy, the idiot that was there before, he has already removed it or whatever he did. An act has always in place. But you as a new president, you could, because look at the speed at which you are passing many bills. You could have talked to your Fabio. Okay, can you give me a little bit of money? Let me borrow money to at least pushing this thing for a little bit and make plans until when eventually I will remove it. I'm for it. I'm for subsidy to be removed. I'm for it. But you need to make plans. Not just do this rush in the blood rush in the head or whatever kind of crap. This impulsive way that it does things, and from the beginning it has been doing it. So my point is this: is that subsidy, Nigerians needs to have some form of subsidy, so that it can cushion every aspect of the life of Nigerians, either transportation or whatever. They will subsidize food. Food will not be escalating at the price at which right now. That's my point.
Okay, life's good. Go come in, Gary.
So the point is, what is the essence of keeping subsidy and then completely extricating subsidy from our polity? First of all, we have a bill that actually necessitated the ouster of a subsidy. By virtue, it's an act of parliament now. It's called Petroleum Industry Act or whatever like that. That even if Tinubu does not have the executive power to keep it, because by act of parliament it was already taken out. The only thing that Tinubu did that Buhari did not do was Tinubu announced it on the day of his inauguration. And then what has been the benefits of subsidy? The benefits of subsidy now is in Nigeria as we speak. I said it earlier, right? Just between December and as we speak, additional 570 billion, almost over 570 billion in additional cost has been given to the governors generally to assist them to cushion the effect of subsidy, number one. 2 or 3 different occasions, or 4 now, trucks of grains, including rice and other food material, to those state governments. So if you have any problem, go to your governors and ask them where they are keeping those grains. Number 2. Number 3, now in the entire federation, there is no state who does not have more than the average of 50% increment in their FAC allocation. And conspicuously, 2 states of the federation, Anambra State, they had 100% increment in their FAC allocation, and Nasarawa State, they have 70%. As I'm speaking right now, on those states' allocation before the subsidy was between 5 to 6. Now Ondo State takes 11 billion every month for FAC allocation. That's an additional 6 billion or 5 billion increment, and it goes to the whole federation. So when you are asking what is the essence of that, go and ask your state governor. Ondo State governor has been there for 6 or 7 months. The only thing that guy is focused on is just election. Have you asked him, Mr. Governor, is from your area, if you're a local government, a rational mind, you've been taking this 11 billion for the past 7 months that you've been governor now. What have you done? Show me the workings of your 11 billion. That is just FAC allocation. I've not spoken about the IGR in those states. And I've not spoken about the 570 billion that they divided with 36 states. And I've not just spoken about 3 weeks ago, the post-COVID relief that United Nations released. Ondo State got 10 billion. So it means between June and in July alone, Ondo State had almost 25 billion alone from federal. Ask your brother, who is your local government person, Aida, what he has been doing with those funds for the past 7 months. If you want to know the implication and the advantages of subsidy. Now, before subsidy, right? When Tinubu got into office, right, our foreign reserve was $34 billion. Currently, our foreign reserve, regardless of all the challenges, now is at $37 billion. The minimum wage was 30,000 naira. Now the minimum wage is 70,000 naira. Remind yourself also that this minimum wage of 70,000 naira, there are some state governors that are yet to even comply with that 30,000. Delta State, as rich as Delta State is, anybody can fact check. The teachers in Delta State, they are being paid 18,000. In Abia State, the governor is not paying even the 30,000, let alone if we don't know it's going to probably comply with this 70,000. So more than 17 states in Nigeria, they are not paying the old 30,000 naira minimum wage. So that's just to say that. Now, the ways and means when Tinubu got there was 27 trillion. Now, it is 16 trillion, right? The forex backlog was $7 billion. Kulata knows that very well. As we speak, that has been cleared. So that was the time when the foreign airlines had issues.
It was cleared. When was it cleared?
$7 billion is been cleared now.
When was it cleared?
Zero. So now oil production.
Come on. And you said somebody was lying.
Oil production.
Telling us what is to our own face here.
Okay, don't worry. You are not the only one. Let me speak now.
They've not done anything.
Let me speak. Where are they? Go and meet your uncle. Go and meet your Aida Tiwa is your local government guy. Go and ask him what he's been doing with Ondo State Fund. Okay? Go and meet your Sowore. You and Sowore, you are from the same local government, the same IBD.
Don't give me that crap of you and Sowore.
Ask Aida Tiwa what he's been doing with Ondo State budget.
So
now let me
talk about your Tinubu anymore, right?
In 2 minutes, I'll be done, and then you can have your floor. You can talk as much as you want.
One voice.
And stop it now, Mike.
Hey, rational mind. Let him get through his voice across now.
Let me just.
You had your own voice across now. Did everybody turn it to rough when you were talking?
You were estimating me.
Let him land his voice here, and then you come in.
You were estimating me.
When they disrespect you now, you'll be crying, but you will not shut up. You won't shut up and respect your age.
Oh God, goodness! Are you insane? Are you insane?
Rational mind. Let him finish, and then you come in after him.
I don't want to disrespect you tonight, but just keep quiet and shut up.
Rational mind. Let him finish, man.
Shut up, man.
Let him have one voice. God damn it.
So oil production before the guy got into
I am an admin here. If you don't know,
900,000.
Let him finish.
I want to put it to you.
Now,
he was talking here now.
I want you to go first now. You talk and no one cut you off. You land your point and you came in and let him land his own point and you come in.
For how long? Can you cap it?
Well, he just started talking. Let him land. He's making a point.
He has been talking for more than 5 minutes.
But you've been
5
talking,
minutes.
Everybody have been hearing your voice. What is wrong with you, man? Can you respect your old age?
No, don't give me that crap. I'm not.
You have great ears.
Don't give me that crap.
You are a grandpa. Respect your old age, man. Come on, man.
Don't send me that BS of respecting your old age.
I mean, if you don't respect yourself, respect your family that are there. You are representing a family there now.
What are you talking about?
It means you don't be stupid. That's what I'm telling you. Don't be a buffoon. Don't be a vagabond. Don't be a cooler. Don't be a
We know you, Amoyi. We know you. This is how you talk.
Let me speak.
We know you are a talk.
Because you don't deserve all the respect I've been giving you. Let me just speak in 2 minutes and go. Respect yourself, man. Let me in 2 minutes and go.
Rational mind. He said 2 minutes. I already took you 2 minutes. So give him the 2 minutes. Let him just line. Then you come in. But you ask how long, and now he just told you 2 minutes now. So allow him to. It's 2 minutes, okay?
Less than a minute, I will be gone. And then you can resume your job. I know this is where you get your pay. Just shut up. So the oil production was 900.
Rational man, you can't destroy my session, man. What is this now?
So the oil production was 900.
When he was insulting,
let the man talk. Oh my God, man!
But Mike. What you see when Eginandi told him to shut up? That is not fair.
But Baba, I've been telling you, he was not respecting himself. Is he the only one on the floor?
Yeah, but we should mind our language.
He'll be talking now. I said, give me 2 minutes. I'll be in and out. That's what I said.
You know that.
Patoski is here. Simba is here. AI is here. You are here, Baba.
Rational mind, please.
Rational mind.
Mo fowó àtọmọ DLN, please. Jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀. Rational mind, please. Má bínú, jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀. Then jẹ́ ká gbọ́n tó fẹ́ sọ. Rational mo fi owó àtọmọ DLN, please.
So to just conclude and leave, in a second I'll be leave, so he can just continue his stuff. So, and I said where I stopped was that oil production was at 900,000, right? Now it's at 1.6. Now, so the debt to the Nigeria debt to revenue ratio now was at 97%. Now it's at 64%. So I have other lists, but I won't go because I don't want to go back and forth with rational mind. I have to leave now. Thank you. Yama respected by Bank with any phone right now. You can come at all.
Where is Mike now? Mike.
All right, yeah. Well, you guys can continue. Well, I don't even know what it is.
Okay, make it, Madam AI, Madam Zita, can you?
I dey here, una the quarrel.
Okay, you can talk now.
So what are you people been discussing?
I think he was talking about what are even the topic? Okay, we're talking about this presidential speech that's going to take place today. That what are the likely things he has to say during the speech? They said the internet was shut down during immediately the protest started, and the service provider were giving reason that some of their installation were vandalized. That was what was responsible. But some people were claiming that it was government that shut it down. And then there was this rhetoric on social media also that they are saying that the Igbos should go back to their state or something like that. I think those are the three major topics that we are discussing.
Okay, let me take it from the beginning. The first one you said is addressed to the nation, right? Who is addressing the nation? Tinubu?
The president himself, Tinubu.
Okay, so then if he's addressing the nation, what do you want me to speak about him addressing the nation?
What is expected of him? What do you expect him to say to calm the situation?
Okay, actually, I don't know what to say about this, all of this happening in Nigeria, because I think there is heavy lack of communication in this administration, because Nigerians are not, I don't know how to say it. Let me not just use, they have not been enlightened how the system of government we use in Nigeria, how it works. Because since he came into power, in as much as everything seems so difficult and things are going up, I have never seen any governor that came to say he has not been given his own allocation for the month. So that means those governors get their money. Now the question is, where is the money? But nobody will say. That's why I always tell people, this demonstration, I've been trying to lay my hands. Why this demonstration? But if you say it, some people will abuse you. They will tell you, you are supporting this, you are supporting that. I'm trying to lay my hands on this administration, on this demonstration, because if the governors are getting their money, getting everything they need to run the state, so where did the president go wrong? If I may ask, where did he go wrong? He's giving them everything they need to run their state. If I have anything to tell him to say, I will tell him to discuss and be very, 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 very decisive concerning the security situation in Nigeria. I want a situation whereby people can go to their farm, more especially those places where the food, like Benue, Niger, I think where is the other, KB? Where is that one that I've been to once? The tomato farm is like from here to wherever. When you travel, it's all red, like all those places. They shouldn't be having this catastrophe they're having in the name of insecurity. I think that's where he should concentrate, because if you are a president, you are not, even if the whole thing is not going well, the economy is not doing so good, everything is doing so bad, but you are giving the governors the money to run, because they are actually the people running the country, not the president. The governors are actually the people running the country. So if they're getting all they need to run the country, where has the president gone wrong? Because I never heard any of them said, look, I didn't get what I am supposed to get. So, Simba, can you tell me what is actually this problem of we don't have this? Is it that it is not, because for those who are saying subsidy is the only thing Nigerians is being subsidized in Nigeria, that's not true. There are a lot of other things that are being subsidized in Nigeria, more especially in the food aspects. A lot was being subsidized. I don't know for today, but I know that a lot of them, because I asked, I think I've said that.
Madam, yeah, you know what we do. We just, if we want to, some people are talking, they just want to make their argument to be actually palatable to the ears of some people that doesn't understand. Look, let me give, for example, health is being subsidized in Nigeria. Electricity, if not recently that they just increased the price, is being subsidized.
That mackerel is being subsidized.
Education is in fact massively subsidized up to now. You understand? But if you are saying this, they will not agree that is being subsidized, because what you pay in Nigerian university up to today, federal university, is not even up to you pay for a session. It's not up to what you pay for a nursery school.
Yeah.
A nursery school pupil for one term.
For a semester. Yeah. Hello?
Most of us were able to go for university education because it was subsidized.
Simba, the problem is that I don't know why. I keep saying this. I don't know why we are lying to our younger ones. I don't really know why we are lying to them. But it is what it is. And they got to do what they got to do. Because all this, Tinubu has not done this, Tinubu has not done this. He removed subsidy. If he removes subsidy and is that bad, he's not functioning. The impact of his not functioning should be felt in the pockets of the government, of the states. That's where the impact should show. But if he removes subsidy and he's still struggling to give them everything they need to run the state, so why Tinubu? Why not the governors? I don't really get this, honestly. But I don't even know how that man is surviving, honestly, because the kind of hate that is melted on him, on just a small fraction of Nigerians, and they are trying to get every Nigeria to be on board. I don't know how that's going to work, but the thing I'm going to say is that I think they should channel that energy in working towards getting him voted out in 2027, instead of causing this chaos that are trying to cause in the country. All those stores that are being
I totally agree with you. It should be they should fight him with ballot box, but not this rage that they are calling for.
I keep saying it. He did it in 2015. They should do it to him. I don't really do care. They should do it to him. People are losing their life. People are losing their livelihood. When he did his own in 2015, nobody lost his own life.
Exactly.
He planned his thing with his cohorts. I remember that time they were going from state to state. It was war. Screaming and shouting, did all the propaganda, did everything, planned their underground and kicked them out. So they should do that. Instead of Atiku and his conglomerate sitting down and be saying, go out and is it Nigerians that is going to remove Tinubu for them? I don't really get this, honestly. I don't get it. But you know, I talk a lot of nonsense, but at the end of the day, it will make so much sense. I want to hear the governor said, look, oh, this man is incapacitated. He can't give us what we need to run our states. We are not being given money. We can't pay salaries because we didn't get money. You remember when this loud-mouthed wiki came out last 2 Decembers ago and announced how much he was giving? And told his state that where is you think I print money, all these things I'm building. And there are other states that got even more than him. And up to today, I don't get, honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't get this. Somebody is giving some billions of dollars to take care of you. He's not taking care of you. Instead of you to say, come on, man, it's your duty to take care of me, and you'll be giving all is needed to take care of you start abusing the person that gave him the money. I don't get this. But it is what it is. And they have to do what they have to do. But if I have an advice to give to him, he should talk more on the security so that people, even people in diaspora, can work the way Nigeria used to be before. You fly into your country, you feel free. That way people can bring in things. And he should also subsidize the importation a little so that things that cannot be produced in Nigeria can come in without too much hassles. That's all I can tell him to do. But all this one that's saying remove studies, they cut this, slap this, beat this, if you don't do it, blah, blah, blah. I don't know how that one is working. Because he removed subsidy. Simba, is he not giving, please, maybe I'm not updated. Simba, is there any governor that said he has not received his money in all of this?
No.
So what is going on?
Even Madam Sita, if you remember, even when Buhari came in 2015, most of the state governors, they were not even able to pay salary. You remember, it was giving them money as a bailout that time that they were using to pay salary. Before he left, he was borrowing money to pay for this subsidy that we are talking about. He was borrowing money to run the government, to pay salary. But now they are not borrowing money to do that again. But by the time you are talking, they make you to look like you are a bad person, you are the evil, you are not sensitive to the plight of the people. But I don't think there's anything good that has to come without a sacrifice. So if we really understand what is going on, I think this is a sacrifice everybody has to make that country better. But if we say go and burn it down, cause chaos, that is the solution, then me, I'm not part of that.
I don't even know what when you talk about sacrifice, it's like there is nothing. So you have to suffer. From the information I get, the man is giving them the money, so they have something. So why are
the allocation has almost tripled that they are giving to the state.
What are they using it for?
The issue is that the other argument is, okay, what about the value? But even if you are talking about the exchange rate, our exchange rate has not tripled.
Hey, Simba. I know I'm not a guru in economics, but let me say this. And anybody who is very good in economics will concur with me. Every currency has power in its kingdom. Period. Every currency has power and value in its kingdom. Period. It is only when you want to pair it with another currency that you will see that it has lost value. Now, let me go back to what is happening in Nigeria. The price skyrocketing. I will tell you that, I will say something. I know they don't like me when I speak, but I don't really care. It's 80% artificial. Simba, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
It's 80% artificial. If they leave it the way it is, it won't be that bad. You remember the video of the Gadu woman they almost mobbed? If it is that bad from the beginning, farmers will be billionaires by now. The way they're dishing out the price of food items, if it is actually the way it is right from the farm, the cost, farmers will be billionaires. But they create that artificial prices just because somebody announced the fuel subsidy removal, which has already been removed. But because it's that man they hate that announced it, it become a problem. I don't understand this, but I hope he can be able to handle it. But on the subsidy and other things happening in the nation, I think he has to take care of the security. People need to feel free to move around in Nigeria and then go about their normal business. I think if he can handle that 95%, it's going to be a huge success in calming down what is happening in the country. But every other thing, I don't really think he's going to. I don't even know why he wants to speak in the first place. The next thing I want to say, Simba, is let him do more community. I don't know who is the finance minister. He should tell Nigerians how much is going out from the coffers of the federal government to their state.
Actually, they release that one every month, too. But Nigerians don't look at it.
No be like that. No be like that. No, they release and like releaser. You know what they call Okonko Gongoni for Hausa? You're supposed
What
to
is the meaning of that?
Gongoni is empty cans. You're supposed to then mark them. Buwasha, gong, 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 gong. Throughout that month, you got now farm in all the TV stations. In fact, advertise it if you can. Pay the TV stations. That's what it will cost the government to get Nigerians aware. They should do that. Let them do a jingle every month. Bauchi State, this, that, this is what it means. This, that, this is what it means. This, that, this is what it means. Kano State, this, that, this is... Even in their local radio stations, do it as a jingle. They will leave you alone. They will know you are doing your job. If I am a government, that's what I'm going to do. More especially a government like a country in Nigeria. Because there are a lot of bad actors in Nigeria. When they don't get anything, they want it to go so bad. They don't care. And they call themselves leaders. Is that how leaders do? He should go about telling everybody in every look and cranny how much he sends to their state. It's important he tell them that. So that they have enough in their state. If their governor want to share it to them every day, every month, everybody, 100,000 naira, 100,000 naira, fine. Without doing infrastructure, that's his business. But the money has been given to him. You should account for it instead of buying private jets. I rest my case. Which other topic do you want to talk about, Abeg?
Well, what about this thing that is going on? I said that Igbo must leave, something like that.
Who announced that?
It's not to me. It's just some people that are just spreading that one. It's not something that is actually on ground. Some people are just spreading it on the social media.
Okay, if they say Igbo must go, I think there are people it's in their power to say Igbo must go. If people are living in a particular state or in a particular town and they want them to leave that town, I believe there are people that has the authority legally to say such a thing. So if it is not coming from those people, I will not discuss it. Which other thing?
I talk about the internet.
Which internet? What happened to the
That,
internet?
that was shut down. That was shut down.
So the internet,
Pre.
who shut it
Okay.
down?
They said the the service providers were saying that that some of their installations were vandalized. That was what's responsible.
Okay, and then what about
And
that?
then some people are insinuating that no, it's not them, that it's government that shut it down. Maybe because of the
That's
protest.
that's why I said we keep telling lies to our younger ones. Do you know how much those people make in a minute that they will shut down their system? If you
In
know
fact,
if
Madam
you know
Sister,
how
let me
much
even
they
tell
make
you,
in a minute, you should know
in
that
Nigeria
somebody
now,
vandalized their
people,
system.
the
That's
only
it.
thing that people buy now, Nigerians buy now, is data. They don't even make call with their money again. They buy data. Then all of them are doing WhatsApp call. They do online call because it's cheaper for them. So as you are saying, I don't think it will be wiser for anybody to just say, I want to shut down just for. So who's going to compensate them for their loss?
I don't know.
You know, in Nigeria, you can say anything. Okay, you imagine, did you see that video of the children that are vandalizing the slabs in Kano?
Yeah, I even saw the one they sent to me. They were destroying the road, not even
And
them
then
themselves.
some people are saying that it's APC sponsor talk that are doing that. They say it's APC
I
that
didn't
was
know.
what the government said.
Yeah, I didn't know APC have such very young people as
As their
thugs.
member. Yes, thugs.
Yeah. Because I don't think those people are votable age anyway. I don't think so.
You know, it
I don't
baffles me
think.
when you see what Nigerians, adults, will believe just because the thing actually appeals to their sentiment. They can believe anything and they can go just be. I don't know. I
That
don't know why we're like that.
you don't know how people are captives of a particular ideology. When you become
Good
a captive of an ideology, you you
good
you
morning,
become
everyone.
you become
Can
very
do. Good morning.
aggressive to common sense and truth. So that's just what it is. I beg, I don't talk finish. I can chip in when you people are talking. I didn't know
Okay,
that.
so can do. Good morning. How are you? You can make your own submission.
Yes, good morning, good evening,
Long
all that
time.
wonderful. Yeah,
Are you on sabbatical?
yes, I've been. I'm working on some projects, so I've been away for a
Okay,
minute.
when the something comes, don't forget us. Oh.
Amen, amen. Yeah, good evening, good morning, everyone. The last time I checked, no one was ever sent an invitation to become a governor or president of any state or any country. These people went out and bought forms with their own money to take a job. So if they decided to go and do a job, it's their job to do the job. Um, I've heard a lot of stuff about the federal government giving state government all this money. And I mean, maybe I've just not listened long enough tonight, but it sounded like just blaming the Nigerian people. These people have been, the governors, their allocations have been increased, but the increase is actually a negative. The same thing that the governors could buy 3 years ago, they cannot buy even with the increase in the money. The same thing when the price of rice, I'm just using rice as an example, you can plug in any other item, was selling for 6,000. Minimum wage was 18,000. I don't care if you increase minimum wage to 100,000. I just bought some bags of rice this week, and I know how much I paid for them in Lagos. So what are we talking about? I'm a stern advocate for individual responsibilities. But if you can't do the job, don't take the job. Even if you're suppose coming from a family where they become king, you don't have to accept the kingship. Not to talk less of the one you take your money to go and vie for. I mean, I'm hearing these things and I'm like, I can't believe this. So it's all the fault of the Nigerian people that they cannot feed themselves, that the government, not just this government, at least the last two governments, if not even, I mean, we all know this whole thing did not start today. But what are these people supposed to do? In the last 10 years, in the last 5 years, things have skyrocketed. Everything has skyrocketed. So even those who are running a business, who are trying to make it work, inflation is creeping into the price of everything. So it's the fault of the ordinary people. I mean, I don't. I'm stupefied by what I'm hearing. As if government don't do things. If you've been known to be a thief, and something is stolen, and you're accused, even though you might not have been the one that stole the item this time around, if people accuse you, they have every right to do so because those are your traits. Those are the things that you're known for. To say that, I mean, how can anybody living in their palatial palaces in America, in Europe, in the Middle East, or wherever everybody live in their comfort zone? We're talking about Nigerians. They shouldn't do this. They shouldn't do that. These people are just this. These people are just that. How dare you? How dare you? You go over there and go through the mental anguish that these people are having to go through every single day with your 32 PhDs. I mean, no one is saying that people should not strive for themselves and should not do better for themselves. But that country is a mess. And I was on this program the very week that the court said that Tinubu was going to be the president. I said it loud and clear. I remember Kolata also said the same thing. That these people, what they needed to do was to go and employ those 50 million youths that this person said he was going to put in the army. Go to the breadbasket of Nigeria right away, clear land, get these people to be farming. In 6-9 months, those things will have become will have been harvested, and you'll be able to flood the country with food, thereby decreasing the price of a lot of those type of products. These people, I don't know what they're doing. You see, there's something about leadership. It's not just what you do, it's the perception of what you're doing. All of these people, they are all non-entities. None of them should be called anything but that. As I pity the person that have a child with any one of these people. Their seeds should not be carried on to any next generation because they are useless. I have never heard of any group of people that are as useless as these people. Real leaders that care about their people do not go about buying 140 million naira car, especially when it's being bought from another country. You're providing jobs for other people while your own people are suffering. That's not what leaders do. All of them wearing the expensive agbada every day. They should be wearing shorts and t-shirts. You know how much those agbada they all wear every day cost? Out of whose pocket is it coming out of? These are not serious people. These are not entities. Nothing more than that. These are not leaders. is not how you run a country. People are suffering. You're talking every single one of them. Look at them. Go and see them at Wasiu parties. See how they're dashing out 2 million naira like it's akara, and your people are suffering, and you can laugh. What is there to laugh about? It should be crying. My heart, my very soul aches for the people in that country. These are not leaders. This is not what leadership looks like. Even if you're not suffering the same thing people are suffering, you cannot be telling people, oh, they should manage. And the biggest fool of them opened his mouth and said that while they are protesting, they will be in their houses eating. Who says that? But a fool, a compound one at that, a compound fool, a non-entity of the first order. May they all burn in hell. All of them, every single one of them. If there is no hell, one will be created for this type of people. I rest my case.
Are you guys here? Anyways, to me, I think it's high time we get to one realization in Africa, and I think the leaders, they need to stop. That's why I don't believe in this democracy thing, this politics thing, because politicians they will say anything to get to power, even things they know that it's not their role. I will do this, I will do that, I will give you job, I will give everybody job. That's a lie, man. It's impossible. You can't. It's not your job to give people job. It's your job to just create an environment for people to create job for themselves. Politicians don't employ. That's not your job. But they will be telling people that stuff, and that's why people reason like that. They expect that. Some people are supposed to be creating job for themselves. They believe that new president will come in and create job for them because that's what they are telling them. I think that's the root of our problem. This misunderstanding of what roles everybody's supposed to play. Politicians' job is to create policies. It's not their job to lead people. They are not leaders. They're just policy makers.
That's why we must bring our traditional. That's why we must bring back our traditional rulers.
During the traditional days, right? Nobody in the village expect king to give them job. It's not king that create job for you. Before the British came and created this new system, nobody was believed that it's the king that will create job for you. You go to the farm and go and figure it out yourself. So it's this misinformation is the problem, And it's high time, let people know that hey, that's not the way the world works. That's not the way the world works, And that Pr0Test, it makes sense when I told you, like, hey, allow the kingdoms to go back to where they were. People were more responsible. You understand?
Yeah.
When you know that hey, it is my town. Right. We are responsible for our survival, our destiny. You understand?
Everybody go farm. Blacksmith will go to blacksmith. Goldsmith will do goldsmith. Everybody's doing his own.
Everybody's doing his thing. That's where creativity will kick in. People will know that my destiny, my future, my legacy is all on me. There's no precedent anywhere. You understand? To get it done. But in Africa, we all sit down. Even me, I used to reason like that too. I just believe that one day one president will just come, will just turn my life around. It's not even possible. He just turned my life around. It was until I came to America and realized I saw how it is there. Like, now you go pay. Like, government go knock on your door, say, man, you never pay your tax. You haven't paid. You are owing. You go to jail. They tax everything you do here.
Nigerians believe that they give us money here. They say that you people have free money. You people get money.
They believe we just come here, we sit down, government just give them cash you out, give you everything, just give you. He gave everything for free here, like everything.
Well, do you know where that come
Are you
from?
people not the one giving them that impression? Are you not the people
Exactly.
giving them
No,
that
it
impression?
is not us. It is some of the
No,
people
my
that
friend,
go home, especially people in the
my friend told
UK.
me, Shebi
You know,
government
some
give you people
years
money.
ago. No, listen. You say some people, especially people that went to the UK many years ago, they will go back talking about the government flat or apartment or whatever they call it. Oh, I'm on the door. I'm getting money. So to me, from what I remember from way back, I'm talking more than 30 years ago. That's where those impressions were formed. I don't agree with it, but that's where those impressions were formed. That some people just go back to Nigeria, go talk about, oh, I have a government flat because they're not working or whatever, and they get whatever amount they're giving on welfare. So that's to me, that's where those impressions got formed.
But what about this one? It's not even 30 years ago, can do. It's happening now. You see somebody that just migrated maybe like 2 years ago. Maybe will go and get a car on mortgage, then we'll put it on the social media. Come and see, oh, I've just got to UK or Canada in 2 years now, bought my car. So what can you
Yeah,
say about that?
yeah.
Oh, we just got our house after 4 years in
It's
diaspora.
it's the same whole story. You hear about Nigerians going home on vacation or whatever. I'm not saying the vast majority. I'm talking about the useless ones. They will even go and put stuff on credit. Go and buy all these clothes, brand name clothes, to go and whatever they call it. I don't know how you impress with people with clothes. I don't even understand how that works. But is it that narrative? Somebody that is barely able to make it in whatever country he is goes back home, you know, quote unquote fronting and stunning on people that, oh, look at my life. And people, foolish, most people in the world are foolish people. I say it all the time. 80% of people are momo. They just follow. They'll believe anything.
But can do what you don't understand. Now the perception that people are having is like now they say, oh, okay, our own government is not even doing anything for us. We are dying of hunger, and government should provide food for us. They should. It's like people are now want to rely on government 100% for their survival. Where is that one done? Because that is
Well,
even we that were even in the Middle East, you hear people saying, in Saudi Arabia they pay everybody salary whether you are working or not. Somebody was just telling me two or 3 days ago that all the excess money that they made on their crude, that they share it with all for all the citizens. People peddle a lot of, and Nigerians can believe anything just to make their own government to look as if their government is useless.
I don't think it's a Nigerian thing. That is a belief system for those who lack even just
But
common
that's
Well, I
sense.
don't see
can
other
do.
Africans. I don't
Every
see.
time I used to tell you, you are not, you don't always look at yourself. Majority, if we are saying that is the perception, we are talking about what people, majority of the people believe. It's not about, it's their business. Because
No.
majority don't understand,
I
and that's what they be carrying about, and that's why you see the kind of
Simba,
behavior that you see.
Simba, can I come in, please?
Okay.
When I spoke the last minutes ago, I made comment of, I said something like, I asked you a question. I said, is the man owing the governors? You said, not to your knowledge. And some people will come and say, the federal government should do this, it should do this. It would have employed these people, it would have done this, send people to the farm. Then I ask, Simba, can you tell me what the state governors are buying? Some people say the money is on zero, that the money is negative. That means the money they are being given is useless. I don't get that. I don't know. how that come about, but it is what it is because we have decided to be lying to our younger ones.
No,
Now,
madam, some of us don't lie to ourselves. Some of us are very, very much on point. We understand what money is. So if somebody
hold on.
if somebody's
I
giving you
want to ask you a
double,
simple question.
yes, ma'am.
What are the things the state governments are buying?
I don't know what they're buying. I'm not one that says
But you said the money is in negative. How?
yes, the real value of the money compared to what they were getting before. It's like, okay,
And I asked you a question. What are they buying that made the money? Because I said one thing here. I said simple economics. Every currency have power in its own kingdom. It is only when you want to buy it.
You're totally
Hold on.
incorrect. You are totally incorrect. And this is the reason why let me explain the reason why you're totally incorrect.
Do you excuse me? A bundle of Ogo. Nigeria is difficult now. I know that a bunch of Ogo will be 500 naira. That's what I'm told. If it's big, if it's not big, it still go for 200 naira. The money that Nigerians are using to compare with naira, which is the dollar. And then I ask, where in the United States will you get a pack of snacks for a quarter? That's the only way I can explain to you what I just said.
Okay, ma'am, I heard what you said, but let me
That's
say
the only way
something.
I can
No,
explain
but
to you what I said, that
explain.
every currency have power in their kingdom.
No, it does not, and this is the reason. A few years ago, I don't remember if it was 7 years ago, I was working with a lady in Lagos. Okay, she was opening a shop. I remember it very well. The bags of rice that we worked to help her get, they were 26,000 naira. Well, I'm not talking dollars, I'm not talking euro, naira. Those same bag of rice, I just bought them this week in Lagos for 76,000. And that's because I bought a lot, not one bag. So in Nigeria, that same bag of rice, 26,000. Now, that same bag of rice is, if you go to the regular market, is actually 80 to 80 something thousand. So apples to apples. Yeah, the inflation has spiked all over the world. Okay, but we cannot be
What
doing
are the
this.
governors buying? You've not answered the
Look,
question.
madam, I don't know what I'm not. I don't discriminate between the governors and the president and the senate president. All
So we
of
don't
them.
have a discussion.
No, we have a discussion. It's not just the governor.
No, we don't.
The governor. You see, the
Because if
governor
a
is.
federal government give a state money to do something, money that's supposed to run the people, take care of the people, if they are not doing that, the people should ask them questions. But
I
if you don't
agree, but
agree with that, you are
I
now
agree. But if the governor, if the federal, hold on, if they gave me 26,000 before to buy a bag of rice, and now they give me 52,000 or even 60,000, I still cannot buy that bag of rice today because that bag of rice is 85,000. So you can give me all the double of the money that you used to give me before, but I'm still underwater. And I'm not just using rice. Use corn. Use whatever you want to plug in there. The same thing that I used to buy before. Even though you've given me more money, I can't even buy what I used to buy.
You see, you are anyway. Never mind. Let me not
Again,
go
this
there.
is not about.
Just don't
Look,
worry. We are not having a conversation because
every people in every state
you are
should
talking
be
about
asking their governor.
individuals. I'm talking about the government because you
I
said two
said
things.
everybody in their state, in each state, should be querying their governors, all of their leaders. I agree. I don't separate anyone. But you see, even in America, even in Europe, the European Union set the price of corn They set the price of pork.
Really?
Yes, they do.
Maybe
in America, there's a price control, whether you realize it or
really.
not.
So in a
There's a
capitalist America, if I decide to sell
yes,
my
there
product whatever
is.
price, United States
Yes, there
government will
is.
tell me I can't sell it.
No, because the market, what the American government does is that they buy excess products. So they flood the market to regulate the price of virtually every commodity.
Yeah, but
They're
they
not
don't
going to come
dictate
to
it.
you.
Well, you
They're not
said they
going to come to
control it.
you. Yeah,
Well, you agree with me that they don't dictate the
by
price.
utilizing market forces. They don't come to Mike and tell Mike, but the market forces that they put in place is going to determine what a bushel of corn is going to sell for. If you're a farmer, if you cannot plant and be able to make a
No,
profit,
first of
you
all,
think
United
that
States they
brings.
subsidize the agriculture, so
You
Yes,
if the
they
have a
state
do.
subsidizes,
solution.
then they can control the price. But we don't
Yes, they
subsidize
do.
agriculture in Nigeria now.
Mr. Speaker,
No,
you gave
That's
a
let me
even
answer
solution.
that's
And
even
I
worse.
was
Madam
So
Zita
who do
or
you blame
Madam
for that? Are you
can I
blaming? We
can
don't
I
have that.
chime in?
Maybe that's all. Maybe if you say we should
Can I
start
chime
that,
in?
and that will
I
make
didn't
sense.
say that. I didn't say that.
No,
The
no, I
only
didn't say
point.
you said that. I'm saying if you say we should start, if you put subsidy to agriculture, then I will agree with you. But we don't have subsidy on
My
agriculture.
my
So
my
the
my
idea
only
that
my only narrative was, I said again, I'm sure it's on tape somewhere. First week that the Supreme Court said Bola Tinubu is the president. I said, because it only makes sense to my own brain. The man said he was going to employ 50 million youths and put them in the
what
army and feed
stops the
them agbado and
governors
corn.
from employing those youths?
Why are you married to Tinubu or something? Is
no,
every time anything
can
is said
do.
about that man, there is
As a
something you
deal.
have to say about it.
Well, everybody have right to respond. I don't need to be
No, I
disrespectful.
have no,
Madam Zita was asking you a question.
I have said this a million times. I
If
do not
No,
she if
Madam
separate
she's
Zita was
governor.
answering your
asking you a
point, you don't
I
need
do
question.
to
not
accuse
sep-
her of being married to
No,
what
I
kind of
do not,
insult is that?
because she keeps going back with governor. I said I don't separate the governor from the federal.
I want to answer that
I don't
If
care
you
question.
which
don't
one.
separate the
I
governors,
want to
so
answer
why
that
can't the
question, Madam
governors
Zita.
do it?
Let me tell you what the governors buy. You see, when there's a price increase, the cost of providing social services also increase. So the governor is giving money. He comes to the state. He needs to buy maybe injection. He needs to buy syringes for hospitals. He needs to buy uh, chalk and supplies for schools. He needs to now work on road. He needs to buy granite. He needs to. So the cost of social infrastructure has also increased. That's the point, and that's simple.
And the fact of the matter
Because
is, most of these
the
things
governor
they
is
have to
going to the
provide.
same
They
market,
import it too. It's not something our people produce. So,
and
what kind of
Ones that
population do
are
we have that we don't have people that know how to manufacture anything?
forex will also
even
affect
even
the
I have a
NSC
question. Can
price.
do. Who do you blame for the fact that in Nigeria we don't manufacture a lot of things?
well,
Mike,
again, I
Mike,
have said this. I
before you
have said
put
this.
up
Is it a
that kind of
politician,
argument,
No,
Mike,
well,
before you
I mean,
put
I
up
have
that kind of argument, people
or is
say
it that we
because
just
of
have more useless population? I don't know how to make anything.
no,
no. The
it's not
thing
the
is this:
population is not useless. Let me say
when
this.
other countries, hold on, let me answer his question real quick. In the 70s, when we had the money, you see, it's just like an
We have
individual.
money now.
When you were in your prime, in your
Mhm.
20s, in your 30s, maybe even your 40s, you have to provide for your future. In the 70s, whatever money you think we have now, we had more then. Our population was one third of what it is today. So you had less mouth to feed. When the Arabian countries and the Scandinavian countries were taking the little that they had, investing in the future of their people, investing in tomorrow, who were busy dancing
So
Owambe.
the education that they subsidize in Nigeria has not investing in. Many of us that are going through, grew up through Nigerian education, we went all over the world to become one of the most advanced people in the world. So how do we
Yeah, but
become that kind of people?
no, but the things
I
that
mean,
you
when we
had,
educate,
your palm oil, your cocoa, your palm kernel, and all this stuff that you could have.
but you are not
Look
answering
at
my question. Now, what's the reason why Nigerians, none of
I just
us,
answered
can
it.
innovate, can learn how to make
No,
something?
all those.
Is it hold on now? In America, is it that government are innovating, learning how to make material, make things, things that they consume, or is it anything you are using, even including YouTube, all these things, you know, individual Americans that invented those things or innovate all these things.
Yeah, but
So we Nigerians, the people, we don't have anyone among us that can innovate, even toothpick. We can't. And then we blame government. We import everything. We don't. We can't. None of us can
but you
go to a
see,
science lab and learn to make anything.
all those governments. Look at. I don't care where you look. If in America, for example, a lot of these things were actually done by the government.
It's a lie. It's the individual.
Oh, no.
I live in America. Almost everything we consume is individual that invented it.
Look, listen. A lot of
no
those
American inventor is tied to the government.
Is it the American government that invented the internet? I mean, is it the American individual that invented the internet?
Well, if you're talking about government research, all those ones, I get that. But we're talking about basic things that we all man. Hold on. We're talking about basic things that we all consume, like basic products. Basic products, they're all invented by private companies, private individuals.
No.
Companies,
food. No, listen. Even
are you kidding me? So it's American government that invented everything.
Listen. A lot of this stuff are done by research labs. Okay,
by individual, private individual.
No, by industry, not just private individual. Then individuals come in. Individuals then come in, but a lot of the development of those things from the initial stages were funds that the government put up.
No, that's not
individuals that just come on now. We're talking about.
Okay, let's start listing a bunch of things, a lot of things. Let's start listing, and then you can start telling me which one. Government.
In 1929, in 1929,
we're talking about basic things, basic human things, basic consumption.
In 1929, there was famine in America. The Middle Belt, Kansas, Arkansas, the farmland were wiped out. The federal government came in and gave people land. They had research lab to figure out how to increase the yield of farm produce. It wasn't individuals that did that.
It's private company that did it, not government.
No.
Which politician was in the lab?
Mr. Mike.
It's private companies. Let me tell you how it works. Let me explain something. If you Google it, do your research, you find out.
No. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you.
Calm down. Let me explain something.
You don't need to explain a fact to me. I'm telling you a fact. This is not an opinion.
No. You haven't let me say what I need to say. This is the way things work in America. Private individuals spend their time trying to find solutions to things, and when they discover something, they now approach government for government to give them contracts. That's it. That's the way it does. That's the way it works. And then government now give them the contract.
Mr. Mike, I know what you're talking about.
It's not government that invent things. It's private individuals.
I give you a very good
example. Mark Zuckerberg get a lot of big government contracts, but it's not government that invented Facebook. He invented it on his own.
And who invented the space where Facebook operates?
We invented what?
And the space, the internet, where Facebook and Microsoft and everybody else operates. Who invented it? No. It's the Defense Department. No, it's the Defense Department. Go and do your research. It's the Defense. Is the Ministry of Defense. The internet was invented for the military.
Okay, now that the internet is for everybody all over the world, when are you going to invent your own version of it?
The point I was making to you is that a lot of these things, and I gave you the Dust Bowl in America in the 20s.
There are things government invent, but most things are invented by the people. There are things.
Agree with
even the government research. Hold on. Even the government research. Government give that. Hold on. Wait. You've been talking for a while. Give me a chance to. Even the government research, all this research, they give the contract to private companies like Lockheed Martin and all these private researchers.
Whose money pays for that? That they give it to those companies? Whose money? The taxpayers' money.
A lot of them use their own money. Some of it.
You said.
Hold on. The specific ones that government.
I just want to give this information. I Google who invented the internet, and this is the result. Timothy John Barnes, born 8 June 1955, also known as Tim BL, is an English computer scientist, best known as the inventor of the World Wide Web. It's a person.
Is it Remy?
I just tell you now, it's an individual, not government.
No, even this Nigerian guy contributed to the invention.
It is the defense. It is the Defense Department of the United States that did the research. It was done. I don't know what they're talking about. Maybe he put whatever papers together. I'm talking about who actually went out there, sent a satellite into space, utilized the satellite to be able to communicate. Forget about the individual. Was the individual? Did this Mister? Did he send the satellite?
At the end of the day, the government.
Did he send the satellite? Did he send the satellite to space to be able to send this communication around the world?
Was he a politician?
I said, how do you think the internet worked? By writing a research paper?
But most of the researchers are individuals. They are individuals.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Exactly.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So when we Nigerian individuals begin to do something and figure something out.
Let me say this, please. Remy, who read out that thing, Remy or Simba? Let me say this. As I said before, we have decided to be lying to our younger ones. And the problem is that they don't ask questions. As I said before, anything a Nigerian think the federal government should do for him, he should query the state government first. I am much aware that most states in Nigeria refuse to pay 30,000 naira minimum wage. And they are being enabled by the federal government to be able to pay that amount, but they're not paying it. And I am sure that most of their citizens from that state are in the street today in Nigeria demonstrating against the federal government. Why can't we just tell these people, when we come here to discuss,
they're not demonstrating against just the federal government. They're demonstrating against all of the government, not just the government, not just the federal government.
I said, why can't we tell these people the truth? I remember Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. In those days, PDP was sharing the money. Our infrastructure was decaying. We did not even know how much our governors were giving. This announcing allocation, she started it in Nigeria. I give it to her. Every month you will see her, it's like a press conference. I can never forget it. Everywhere went quiet. If the citizens will demonstrate, not because of lack of government, they hold their, that was how governors started doing things. They were renovating schools, building roads. That was when they started in the second tenure of Obasanjo.
Madam, let me ask you a quick question. While you're still on the run, how much was allocated for education in Nigeria in the last budget?
Let me. I don't care.
It was 5 billion
Listen to me.
naira.
I don't
19 billion was spent to renovate one person's house.
Really
what
care,
in the world are you? You should care. If your country is spending 5 billion to educate its people and spending 19 billion to renovate a stupid house, you are.
One voice, man. One voice. Let her make a point.
Hold on. Don't let your emotions guide your words and phrases.
Madam Sita, I'm sorry to, I'm fact checking.
Let me let her
the budget for education 2024. I want to tell you so that it can help you. The budget for education.
I said I don't care. He would have asked me why I said I don't care.
It's about 1.64 trillion.
I think he's speaking from his emotions, and that his emotions is making him to use wrong phrases and
Can do is
words,
quoting Peter Obi now. He doesn't know that
wrong.
Peter Obi always come with the wrong statistics.
I don't.
When you
How
give
can you say
people,
Nigeria budgeted 5 billion? How can you say Nigeria budget 5 billion for education?
the supplementary
No, it's
budget that they did.
Forget it. Even supplementary budget cannot be. It cannot
it
even be
was
5 billion. Even the
It was.
state. Let me tell you, a
Listen,
state
they
cannot even
went.
budget 5 billion. Don't argue on that.
Listen, I don't
argue on
listen
that.
to
that is
anybody.
the lie
I don't
I'm
listen to Peter
talking
Obi.
about. That is
I don't
the
listen
lie
to
I'm
Peter
talking
Obi or
about.
But you should know
Tinubu. I don't
that
listen
5
to people
billion
like
is
that.
ridiculous now. How can you say 5
Supplementary
billion?
budget. We
Even whether supplementary or actual budget, it's not. It can never be 5 billion. It can never be 5 billion.
We went
Maybe
over
you are
that
making
budget on
mistake.
this show.
Wait,
Okay, I could be wrong.
It's a mistake. You are wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
You are wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
You are wrong.
I could be wrong.
You are
Okay.
wrong.
I think at the end of the day, the reality is, I mean, we've said this many times. We are
can
in
do.
deep trouble.
Let's say this.
We are in
what you
deep
are.
trouble.
I am saying that there should be accountability. I think that is the summary of all I'm saying. There should be accountability.
I'm agreeing with you. Local government, state government, federal government, there should be accountability at every level.
No. I remember you used phrase like, "Am I married to Tinubu?" That's okay. But I think you
because madam, I've listened to you for you've not been on. Listen, you've not been on the show for a while. I've listened to you for about a year.
But like, I gotta let her land her point. She hasn't even finished any statement for the past. She hasn't landed.
No, she made a statement. She made a statement that I said
She
something.
never completed
I just responded it.
Keep cutting her off. Like, right now,
if she has a contrary opinion, I don't think these people, this way you normally tie anybody that says something contrary to Tinubu is not good.
The person names. That's ridiculous.
It's not
No,
good.
I don't. My mother didn't teach me to be calling anybody names. You can go through the records. I don't call. What did I say?
What you did.
That I call people non-entity. I called it
Tinubu's wife. That's
I said, are you? No, it was a question. It was a question. I've listened to you for a year.
I don't care. Don't worry about that. I'm just saying. I don't care. I'm just trying to point to you that it might not be me, it might be the next person. Try to accommodate contrary opinions. That's all I'm saying. But for me, I don't really do care what you call me. I don't care.
I don't call people names. That's not how my parents raised me.
When I said I don't care about the budget, I want to see. I'm a very. When it comes to, I don't want to say that, but let me say this. When it comes to budget, I want to see the people that those things are handed over come out and tell Nigerians, look, what we are giving is not okay. And let the federal government come and say, what we gave you was okay. We started from there. But when they give you money, look, I don't know whether you meet these politicians and this governor. I don't know if you have met any of their children.
If I meet them, I will conduct. If I meet them outside of Nigeria, I will conduct a citizen's arrest.
Okay. I don't know if you have met them outside of Nigeria. If you have, you will understand what I'm talking about.
No, I don't mean non-entities. If I see them somewhere, I will never go where they are. I will never go to anywhere where they are. I don't meet with non-entities.
Okay. So because they are the son of a governor and their father is lavishing the money for the citizens, that they refuse to get him to give them account of how he spent their state money, he becomes a non-entity. That's okay. I think
your behavior. You see, your behavior determines who you are. Your behavior determines your behavior.
You really have a way
determines who you are.
You gotta hear one voice now. This thing is getting rowdy, man.
You really have way of using words and phrases in your emotions that are really, I would say, quite ridiculous. You shouldn't be calling people names. Make your point.
No, I call them what they are. If you're a non-entity, you're a non-entity. I don't care
Okay.
if you're my father. If
Okay.
you're my father, if
But
you're a
what I'm saying
non-entity,
is,
you're a
let's go back to the
non-entity.
discussion. I don't really care, but let's go back to the discussion. The system of government we run in Nigeria. That's why I keep saying, go to your governor. If we run a system that the federal government will take care of you from the beginning, I wouldn't care. We say, go to the federal government. But whereby it is like a roof, the system of government we run, you know, when you pull out a plant, you wash off the root, you see how the root is. That's how the system of government we run in Nigeria is. So all those little something like wires, the roots, they should hold their pieces. And that way it's easier to discuss. Because the people in Obiakpo local government area, their problem is unique compared to one that is with Port Harcourt local government. So with their governor, they will decide how they handle each person's case. The federal government cannot come up from there too. That's why he shared the money. So that's why I'm asking, are they owing any state? And Simba said, no, not to his knowledge. And I said, why are they not? Anyway, to be fair to the protesters, some states are quiet. So what it simply means is that those states are okay.
No, ma'am. How are you drawing that parallel? Because they're not protesting, they're okay.
Because you said
you think Nigeria? You think there is a state in Nigeria where people are okay?
I hold you by your words.
Universe? What universe do you exist in?
What
said, universe do you exist
I'm responding to what you
in?
said.
Is there a state in Nigeria where people are okay?
Hold on.
But people are not dying now.
So until
there are people that are succeeding in Nigeria now. This idea that everybody is just miserable in Nigeria.
We're talking about the average.
How many people have died in your family? Tell us.
Where do you go to any average third world country where people are not poor?
You said
of hunger,
died in my family.
From what? From what? From hunger.
Of hunger.
Really?
Mine. Nobody has died in my family of hunger.
Who is talking? Who is talking?
Wait. You say someone? Hold on. Wait, one voice.
What is your name?
Can do. Don't need that now.
Hey guys, Thomas is not the guy. Hold on, everybody, hold on.
Over this issue. Why are you getting
Nobody
angry?
has died of hunger. Nobody has died of hunger.
Can
Jesus.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Thomas want to come in. Hey, guys, hold on.
What type of a human being are you? What type?
Who? Can you hold on, please? Thomas, can you guys hold on?
Mike Jodrolong, good afternoon. You can't call people name. Calm down now. If you are emotional, you can go and come back tomorrow. You are asking somebody that is it Tinubu's wife? That's an insult now. You know Tinubu's wife now. Calm down now.
Thomas, that's not an insult. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I got.
You don't
No. It's not okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't intended.
You are getting angry. You are already getting angry.
And emotional.
Why are you so emotional about all this thing? We are just deliberating now. Whatever you say, does it change anything?
Yeah,
whatever you say doesn't change. If you call anybody name, you call them bastard. Does it change anything?
Please, I stand. Please forgive me. I stand corrected. It's just got to me. It just got to me. I'm sorry.
But you, Thomas and Mike and Simba, you people should know me by now. I don't really do care.
I don't know, but I feel uncomfortable where I am. I'm not supposed to come in.
Wait a minute. The only thing it does is that when I see you react like that, I wouldn't want to have a conversation with you next time. Because we are not going to get anywhere. It becomes so abusive and annoying. I don't like that. But that's okay. Can do. I think I have never had a conversation with you before. This is the first time I'm having a conversation with you. So
Actually, we have. It's been about a year, and again, like I said, I stand corrected.
It's
All
okay.
right.
It's okay.
I think what we should be talking here. I think we should be talking to solution how we can help our country.
That's
exactly. Thomas, that's been our problem. We just cry.
The question I used to ask me, I don't like actually putting the blame on one person, and I don't even like putting it blaming only the leaders, because the question I used to ask people is that okay, when are we ever get it right in that country? If we are getting successive leader and everybody is the same, is it not a reflection of us as people?
Exactly.
Why are we not getting people
God bless
to choose among us?
You have a continent with fertile land, the most fertile soil, and people saying they are hungry and they are blaming the politicians.
The people, let me tell you, I was telling Baba Jane the last time, if you see what I've suffered, even the Nigerians people that even the so-called common people that you are so emotional about, if you see what they have done to me, they are stealing my money. You give them money to do work, they will not do it. We used to blame those one on the leader. Can do when people are not even ready.
Mr. Simba, I said earlier, I've always said this. There is individual accountability. There are things that individuals need and have to do. I was on this panel when I was in Lagos. In our little family house, we're planting tomatoes, all kind of vegetables. I even suggested that I should buy them 12 layers to be laying eggs for them. So I am, and I am Mr. Action. I cannot tell you how many people I'm working with almost on a daily basis on the ground in Nigeria to get them to become self-sustaining. I'm about action. I don't care to talk.
Is your business doing well in Nigeria?
No, I don't have a business in Nigeria. I'm just helping people to build their own individual businesses. I don't have a business.
Are you succeeding in doing that?
Am I what?
Are you succeeding in doing that?
Yeah, they are succeeding in becoming self-sufficient.
Okay,
yes.
So
but it's a job every day. No, they don't have the money. They don't have the money. I'm, getting shops for people, funding the shop, trying to help them understand how the money works. This is what you need to do. This is how you're gonna do.
So people can make it in Nigeria. That's what you're telling us, right?
Yeah, if people can make it anywhere, if you have the resources.
Exactly. So
some
if people are not making it,
some of these people don't have the resources to even start. I'm not saying everybody. Look, I'm the staunch advocate of don't be buying any Ashobi. I don't know the last time I bought one.
Okay, so you say some people are spending their money, they don't know how to manage money, that's why they don't have money to start something. And then maybe some people
a lot of people are like that all over the world. There is individual accountability.
Exactly. So when we have too many of those kind of people and too many of them are broke, so don't you think the solution is kind of like need to figure their minds out and begin to figure it out? To me personally, I got to a point where I feel like it's just it's something about black population. Because if
the doctors,
I'm sorry, even in America here, Madam Zita, in America here, if you go among the black population, they are doing worse than other population. The
doctors only here have said that. The doctors only have said that they should examine the black man's brain. The doctors on this panel.
I'm not saying necessarily, but I'm just saying maybe something culturally about us. It's just that we need to start looking into, because it's the same thing with the Black American. Most of them blame government for their
absolutely.
When you go to their platform, they are talking about government. They didn't do this for black people. Black people are poor. And you don't live in the same country as the Asians and the white, and none of them are sitting around telling government why they are poor.
And they will give you
Exactly.
beautiful. They will tell you they know them. They won't let them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The same thing we are doing in Nigeria. The same thing we are doing in
It's
Nigeria
the same
too,
conversation.
and all
Black
other
man
Africa.
everywhere.
You don't account. You are not. You cannot hold ourselves
Look,
accountable.
Mike, don't even
We
bring
don't
that
want to hold
American oath,
leaders alone.
because if you go to America, in the United States, there is what I call an unpronounced competition among the races in the world. That's the way I see America. It's like there is a kind of competition among all the races in the world in the United States. And my race is far, far, far below. That is actually one thing that make me, I don't really like that place. Because when you come there, the situation make you not to be proud of your color. Honestly, sincerely speaking. When I
Madam
was in
Rita.
Nigeria, I used to be so proud of being.
Madam Rita,
But when
the
you come here
narrative,
and see what's going
the
on there,
narrative is changing. Oh, Madam Rita, the narrative is changing in America for black
how?
people. Black people are opening businesses, whether it's
They are
addressing
waking up.
businesses. Yeah, the narrative is changing seriously. I mean, especially among the younger people.
But before they used
Which
to blame government for all their why they are not
No,
doing it.
no.
The same way we are doing in Nigeria. The
Madam
government, this president, they always do that. But now people are starting to shame them. Like, look your white counterpart, look your Chinese Asian counterpart.
It's not just that. It's not about people shaming anybody. What it is now is that a lot of people they've now seen that you don't need to go and take a 4-year college program to go and train in cybersecurity. You can go and get your what do they call it? Your license. Your license
you're
to go
saying the
and
same
drive
thing now.
truck.
I'm beginning to think.
No, but it's not because anybody's shaming anybody. A lot of people
whether
have
it's
not
a shame or not, but they are beginning to think. You agree with me that they are beginning to think. That's why they are
no, it's not. No, but you see, yeah, they're beginning to think. But a lot of people did
before
not
they were
even
blaming
know.
government.
No,
When everybody say,
it's
"Come,
not.
stop it now."
Hold on, it's not
But
just
it's the
blaming
same thing we are doing
government.
in Nigeria. Maybe we need to start thinking too. We sit down
No,
around just blame government. You have a land that's so fertile. You have so many things you can be doing. Environment that problem in the environment where if you start solving it, you become rich, you create jobs. But people are not doing it. They just sit around, just waiting for one president to come in and just get it done. That's the same thing the Black Americans were doing before now.
We can also aggregate our strength. We can also aggregate our strength, that is pulling resources together to forge a common cause. You cannot do something alone.
They can't even work together. So Nigerians, they can't even trust each other to do anything
You give
together.
example of what they are doing in America. Okay, now is it not the same thing? You see, we are leaving our country, and you see those Chinese, those Indians coming to Nigeria to come and be doing business. We will say that our environment is so hostile to business, and the economic situation is not. Then you will see them coming. There are so many Indian companies still thriving in Nigeria. The Lebanese industry, you understand, they are coming here and they are taking advantage, but we cannot see it.
But Mr. Simba, this is a worldwide thing. You have Americans that are not able to make it in America, but they are making it in other countries. You have British citizens that, for whatever their reasons, they don't make it in their country.
But
they go somewhere else and make it.
Don't use that analogy to tone it down. You just want to use it. No, our own is too excessive.
It is.
Don't use
I'm
it
not
to
saying
tone
it.
it
I'm
down.
not. Look at the average Nigerian in America, for
We
example.
are not even doing anything. No, just wait. We are not even doing anything. They are doing more than us.
Mr. Simba, what I'm trying to say is this: the average Nigerian. Hold on, the average Nigerian in America is doing better than even most ordinary, regular white people. Not to talk
because they realize that we can't blame government here now. So
it's not
you
a
know
matter
what
of
funny can
blame
do.
government. The opportunity is different.
Let me explain that to you. Let me explain that to you.
Different.
Do you know that? Well, let me explain something to you. Do you know, guys? Hold on.
What they do?
Simba, give me a second. Give me a second. Simba, do you know that the Black Americans that go to Africa, if you go to Ghana right now, a lot of influx of Black Americans, they are looking at the Ghanaians and saying, man, You guys, your country has so many opportunities because the black Americans that are starting business, they are actually doing better than the local Ghana. Do you know why? Because when they left America and go to Ghana, they know it will be a shameful thing for them to be blaming Ghanaian government if they don't start performing in Ghana. The same thing
No,
with Nigeria.
that's
Well,
not the
hold on.
the
Let me land.
thing.
I'm trying to respond to your point to say when we come to America, we start doing better than many Americans. It's because we know that we can't come here. It will be disgraceful for me to sit around and be saying the reason why I'm broke is because of Joe Biden or Obama. I
No,
can't do
that's
that
not quite
because
true. That's
I have
not
to
quite
I have
true.
to cover my face. I'll be ashamed to
No,
go
that
to
is
another
not. No, that is not
hold on
quite true.
now.
You
To
see,
go to another
the
country. Let me land. I can do, please. It will be a disgrace for me to leave my country, go to another country, not be doing well. Then be blaming the government there for why I'm not doing well. That's why I tend to pull myself by my bootstrap when I go to America or even any country. Even if I go to Ghana, I will pull myself up by my bootstrap. I won't sit around me blaming Ghanaian president for why I'm broke in Ghana. I will have to know that I need to get something done in Ghana. So that's the point. That's what's going on. So,
no, and that's what I hear you, and I know where you were going. You see, the average American that go to Zambia or go to Ghana or go to Cameroon is not going there empty-handed. That person is going there with some real money. So the starting capital, they're not going to go and get a loan at the Ghanaian bank. They're coming in with real money. Capital does make a difference. The average Nigerian that comes here, maybe they go and take a nursing course. You don't even have to go to a 4-year
That's
college.
what
You start,
can do. The kind of opportunity that Nigerian takes there, they are not going there to set up their business. They are going there to get a paid job. Those people that are coming to, but it's wrong. That is wrong. That does not develop a community. The Indians that are coming here, they are not coming to come and look for job in Nigeria. They are bringing job to Nigeria. That's what
because
I'm
they
saying.
have capital. No, but they have capital. They're not coming to come and get a loan from UBA.
do you know
They're
this is the
coming
same
with
excuse?
capital.
Can do.
It's not an
You know,
excuse. It's not
I
an
was on.
excuse.
I'm sorry. I was on this black I think it was Kaizo when we were having this conversation with the black American. They were saying the same thing, like the reason why the immigrants come here and they are doing better than them is because they come to America with capital.
No,
that's what they were
that's
saying.
wrong.
The same
No.
excuse.
Well, listen, Mike,
That's what they were
you see,
saying. They were saying
it
we all
doesn't
come,
matter.
and some of them we even say
Okay,
our government is sponsoring us. That's why we are doing better.
Mike. It doesn't matter what somebody says. The question is, what is the truth? The average Nigerian, the average American that comes to Africa is not coming there with $10,000. They're coming
Are you
with
kidding
real
me?
money.
It's
Yes,
a lie.
they're
The
coming with
average black
real.
American that comes to Ghana, they don't have money. Trust me, they
You
don't
think
have
it's
that
your
money like that.
you think it's
They
your
have
guy that
ticket
works
money
at
and a little bit of.
you
They
think it's
don't
the
have
guy that
millions that
works
they are
you
coming
think
with.
nobody said millions. I said not 10,000. You think it's the average guy that works at KFC that comes to Ghana to come and
Can do.
start a
The fact of the
business?
matter is, it's not even if you give capital to a bunch of Nigerians there. So what about the one we are sending money to? My family, my friends are sending money to, like bunch of money. They still can't save the money to start something, right? They don't want to think of the idea of getting things done. So you can't use
You
I
guys,
don't have
what
money
we
is the reason why
can
I'm not
do,
doing
my own is whether they bring money or not. Why we are going there to go and taking their money? They are bringing money to us, and they are the opportunity. Even our people are with money. You can see some people, they will sell all their property worth 40 million, 50 million, even 100 of million, and they will japa to go and be taking paid job in another man's land. That money isn't
Exactly.
done enough to start a business. That's what I'm talking about.
So if they have money to japa,
So
why
don't
couldn't
you
use
don't
that
have
money to
that
start
notion
something?
that some Nigerians don't have money. We always say we always talk about, hey, because they don't have money, they don't have the capital.
No,
What about somebody selling a house, 50 million,
that is
60
not
million?
again.
Looking,
I'm not talking about those people that have 50
do you
million
think
house to
let me
sell.
tell you, the people that are migrating, do you think they are poor people? Is it poor people that are migrating?
Not at all.
The vast majority of them have some money, or they have people that have money that can
So
sponsor
why are
them.
they? Why then some other people that are not coming from other country, they are taking the opportunity they refuse to see, to go and be working for another person in another man's land.
Again, why
and
did
then you
those
will say
people
they are
leave?
doing better.
Why did those people come from India? Why didn't they just sit there behind in India using their money to develop their own country in India? Why did they go somewhere else? What I've said is people migrate for all kind of
Because when they
reasons.
see that over where you are, you're not doing shit. So they come
There
here
is
and take advantage of
opportunity.
what you're not doing.
There are Nigerians that become millionaires in
Okay, no,
India.
let me tell you. Let me ask you now, Kandu, if you are using that analogy. So how many Nigerians are established business in India or even in America that Japan and go and establish their own business there? If you want to use that analogy.
No. What I said is a Nigerian or
You know,
a
let me tell you,
Kenyan.
our mentality is that we just believe in a wolf. We don't want to take any risk.
Mr. Simba,
So that's why we are looking for paid job. All of us are just looking for paid job.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is I know people in Nigeria that have graduated from college for many years that have not been able to secure what they will consider a good job. And I've told them, start selling orange, start selling tomatoes, do something. You cannot tell me 5 years you've not found a job and you're not trying to do something. That's not
And
acceptable.
when you have conversation with them, they will say, this government, they can't give me job. I graduated, they can't give so that education, what did you go to school to do? You didn't go to school to learn to think?
But if the people that has the money are establishing business, those are people that will provide job. But if everybody is now using 100 million
You
to
know where another
Japa,
problem is?
150 million to Japa, 200 million to Japa, and then you go there and go and be working, taking salary.
You know what I
Then who
also
is going to
noticed
provide
about?
the job?
Thank you, Simba. You know what I also noticed about our mentality as Africans? In America, for example, if you notice most of the job creators, they were white men. They had money, right? And then they have this mentality that, I need to create a job for my people, you understand, to become powerful. And then that's why you see like most of the private businesses, even hospitals, named after individuals, right? Because that's the man that founded it. So they believe that their money is supposed to be used to create jobs, and then that's how they make more money and things like that, create opportunity, put other people to work. But in Africa, I do notice that people that make money, once they make that money, what they believe that money is for them to enjoy it, enjoy the money. That's why they will marry
God
one
will bless
wife.
you.
Hold on now, hold
God
on.
will bless you. God will bless you,
Almost
Mike.
every
God
Nigerian,
will bless you.
wait, let me land. Every Nigerian that has money, they have more than one wife and they have plenty children. Name them. Is it Abiola? Is it Atiku? Is it? They have like over 30 children. So someone that's already creating liability for himself, how can he now be someone that will use his wealth to create opportunity for his environment? So that's the difference in our mindset. Those that God are giving the talent to make money, to make something, and use that money to invest in the environment, to help others, to develop others. They use that money selfishly for their own personal pleasure, to just enjoy life, sleep with plenty of women, just have sex like 20 times a day, and just enjoy life until they die of heart attack. That's the mentality of a black man. That's why we're not moving forward. And these are the things we need to start discussing.
Yeah, and there is definitely an aspect of that. But even in America, the average business person that started the business is not a rich person. It's just somebody who is doing well. The average business in America is not somebody who's employing 30 people. It's 2 to 5 people. That's how businesses
Small and
start,
medium
and
scale.
then they grow.
SMEs.
Yeah, and then they grow and they grow. So it's not like, oh, they have, people have money in America, they just go and start a business. That's not the general narrative.
I didn't never say
People
it was general
start.
narrative. I'm a small scale. I do business. I'm a businessman. I own a company.
No, I know. It's just
Well,
what you said.
what I'm saying is the people that created mass employment, the big business, even this, everyone started small at one point. Everybody
Yeah,
started
but
small. You have to start small before you get big. But what I'm saying
even
is
up till
many, hold on, in Africa, most of us remain small because we don't believe in expanding too big, because we know the bigger we expand, the more work we have to do, the more, that means more work, right? So many of us, once we make it to one level, we want to stay at that level, so that time we can create time for
Kanju, I
our
want to ask,
our wives, our
what
15
is your
wives.
point against what you are discussing now? What is your point against what you are saying?
No, I didn't say anything against anything. Mr. Mike
Can I
said that
conclude now?
hold on. Mr. Mike said that in America, people they have money and they decide to go and use that money to create a business because they want to employ their people. So the
No, they
point I was
expand their
trying to
business.
make, yeah,
Their
but the
mind
point
is
I was
that if
trying,
I have money, I expand it. The purpose of them being
no,
in business to create employment and help the
the only
environment.
the only point I was trying to make is that the average business person that starts a business in America, number one, they're not rich. They put money together, either themselves, family members, or whatever, if they can secure some small loan from a bank. Is usually 2 to 5 people, and then over time that expands. I'm not disagreeing
Well,
with what
I
Mr.
never
Mike
said
said.
that's not the case. I don't know why you
No,
do
you
strong
said
argument.
no. I'm saying your statement was that you said in America people they are
No,
rich.
no, no,
They
no.
not.
Let
That's
me.
what you said. Maybe
Okay,
that's
what
not
I
what you
say,
meant.
in
That's what you
America,
said.
people that have money. Hold on. I didn't say they are the only one that create business. I didn't say that. I say in America, people that have money, of course, for them to make money, they must have done business. What they do with their money is to create jobs. I put money.
Let's come back
You
home to
understand?
Nigeria.
Versus a Nigerian African man that has money. If an African man has money, he's thinking is not that okay. This money, how can I use it to change my environment, transform my environment, create employment? He's not thinking like that. What he's thinking
Yeah.
is, well, I have money. How can I enjoy my money? So in
Okay,
this
Yeah,
Mike.
I agree.
one way to enjoy,
And you
best way
know,
to enjoy my money,
in
is get
America,
to sleep with as many women as I want,
that in
born as
America,
many.
that man
Can
can in America. Hold on, real quickly. In America, that man cannot marry 4 wives in America. You know that, right? Go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say is this. Like I went to in the space of 5 years 3 times, and I discovered one thing. There are some people, only few Nigerians think out of the box. And those few that think out of the box, they were making it real big time in Nigeria. These people are not waiting for your government to give them job. Most of them are graduates too. They did not find that white collar job. So, and then they think out of the box. They start little by little from nothing, and today they are very successful. What I see that is panning out in Nigeria, that you can say is not the same thing that is panning out in the Western world. An average Nigeria always think that every blame should be go to the government. And if you really want to make it in life, you do not listen to the noise that is coming from the market. You go to the market and buy whatever you want to buy. If you help yourself, then if the environment is better, then you have opportunity to improve more. But if you are not really helping yourself, thinking that it's everything government have to do for you. If you look at the total civil servant of Nigeria, it's not up to 6 million out of 200 million population. In the private sector, it's not even up to most Nigerians are entrepreneurs, about 60% of them. So it is people that think out of the box that, okay, what can I do in this country? And if we ask ourselves, all those billionaires in Nigeria today, whether their family have money or they don't have money, they all start from Nigeria too. That Mike Adenuga, his father built the same house where my father built his house. It started by importation of what? Sugar or whatever. The same thing with Dangote and the rest. Today, history, you know their history. But if you continue, why are Chinese, are Indian, they are going to Nigeria, buy our land and start farming? Why our people fold our hands and become workers for them? Why are they not thinking ahead that, okay, this is my land? Some of us, we have big land from our great-grandfather. What are we doing with it? Every time we continue, we know the system is corrupt. And one of the reasons why that system is so corrupt is that because the country is divided along tribal and ethnic line. And if we say the democracy will also copy, does not suit that country, people will say, no, human right, da 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 da. Is it human right that will say to go and destroy your country because of protest? Is it human right that will say you should not obey the rules and regulations? Most of us, when we travel from Nigeria to various places we are living, we obey the rules to the latter. With that, if you are in America or in Europe, you obey the rules to the latter. But the moment you go back to Nigeria, you feel big, you feel superior than the others. You won't obey the rules and the order in Nigeria. You will find a way to shortchange the system. I know that when I work with a lot of Canadians and America and China, they are even afraid to declare their income because they know they will tax them with offshore tax. We don't have that kind of system in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a place where they tax a lot compared to the total population. Here, there is no business you are going to do here that you are not going to register a company. You are not going to escape it. But in Nigeria, everybody just do whatever they want. And they put the blame on the central government. If you know the huge amount of money that this state have collected, whether you said inflation or no inflation, and the majority of the money still stay in Nigeria. It's not that they are using the money to buy dollar every time. You cannot tell me if you want to do some services for your citizens in your state, you have to change it to dollar before you give them the money. There is an increment in the allocation, runs into billions of naira. That data is supposed to be a Darodo today, but you continue to. I know the government is corrupt, fine, but what are individual people doing to also help the country? For example, in America, they said, "What can you do for your country?" Nigeria is, "What can the country do for me?" every time.
What can the country do for me? The only one that annoys me, Remy, some Nigerians never contribute a dime to a country, and they're asking for country to give them everything.
Complain to death every time. How much is your budget? Like Simba always said.
No, they are no one in our generation has contributed dime to a country, and they want countries to give everything to them. Are you kidding me? In America,
Remy,
people are contributing every day now.
Mr. Remy, at the same time, he said there was a reason John Kennedy made that statement. It's not like Americans were. I mean, Americans in different times have contributed in whatever way, but he made the statement for a reason, that this is a time for people to stop asking what the country can do for them. Now you should ask yourself what you can do for your country. So, I mean, I'm not saying anything wrong about it.
I understand you can do. I was watching a
I
video.
think if Nigeria, it would be Remy, if Nigeria, we get on every day, we are asking ourselves, what can I do for my country? If that's the conversation we're having every day, Nigeria, I guarantee Nigeria. Hold on, Remy, wait. If Nigerians, if we change our conversation from, oh, what the government will do for us every day, right, to what can I do, right? If we're having that conversation every day, every Nigerian wake up every morning saying that thing among themselves, you will find out how Nigerians will be looking at each other and say, guy, say you are good in this thing. Everybody will begin to show you what you don't know about yourself that you can do. And everybody begin to tell each other what he can do. And before you know, everybody will start doing something for the country. And people with talent will beginning to show their demonstrate their talent, and things will turn around. So that's the conversation we need to start having.
Yeah, and at the same time, Mr. Mike, you see, that is what leadership does. Leadership, real leadership. When John Kennedy said that thing, he was a leader. And people, you see, if you're a real leader, people listen to what you say. Even people want to emulate what you're doing. Sorry, Mr. Remy, go ahead.
Okay, you made a very good example. But look at in America, once they have an election and they declare a winner, everybody fall in line. Everybody is not thinking, because it's not my party that win the election, I should bring the roof down. Everybody fall in line and they follow the president at that particular moment, whether he's doing well or not. The institutions are working. But in Nigeria, if you are not winning, then you want the house to be burned down.
The reason is the institutions don't work. The institutions don't work. That's the difference.
Yeah, let me finish. Yesterday I watched a video and I saw hundreds of people in front of Sultan of Sokoto Palace. And I see, I'm sorry to say this, I see what they are putting on. I see the way they look. I see a poverty, my God. And what are they asking for? Military should come back. They were shouting in Hausa. And before you know, they were doing that they want military to come back. The soldiers should come back. And I realized one thing, that the reason why the elite in that place is because they have perpetuated a system to let these people remain like that over the years. I do not see, they are still, if you see the bicycle they are even riding, these bicycles are those ones that are made in the 1960s. When you now just put that system, even the environment, you just put it with the southern environment, it's totally different. The contract is so huge. So they are easily to be controlled and they are easily to go out of hand if they really want to go out of hand. Now they go out of hand now and they continue to destroy everything they can destroy in that place. What I say, sometimes I sit down, what solution can we find to this problem of this country? These people from ethnicity and tribal, they are totally different and they are not ready to compromise. None of these tribes want to compromise. If you are not ready to compromise, I think the best thing is to sit down and find a way that everybody work together. And if you cannot even find that way, I think the best thing is just let everybody go their own way. Because I see a lot of trouble. Why should you, at this present 20-something century, 2024, you are still telling Nigeria to go back to the military? I think there's a lot of people in this country that they don't want this country to develop. And the people always think if my people is there and that is all, even they are not eating from the table, it's just, it's my tribe, so it's there, so everything is fine. I think we need to really sit down as Nigeria and think very well. I think it's high time. I'm sorry, President Tinubu, or if your people are hearing, I think this is the best time. You have to really sit down and see how can we find solution to this problem. If we cannot live together anymore, then we can go our ways peacefully, because I'm just tired of all this. The narratives are so bad and terrible. It's just about political, ulterior motives, so many things that is not, that's going to augur well for that country.
Mr. Remy, let me ask you a quick question. Did you hear what Akpabio said about the people protesting and they will be in their house eating?
I watched that video, and then when he made that statement, he was joking. It's not serious. It's not that way.
This is a time to be joking.
No.
What is funny?
I watched
is there
that
anything
video,
funny?
I watched that video, and I will tell you what transpired. After they say that 10,000 Niger Delta youth will be receiving 50,000 naira monthly for the next 1 year. And
for doing what job? For doing what job?
That is from their NDDC money. That is their money. It's not our money. It's not Southwest money. It's their money. And they all agree. And he said something. He said that they will receive 50,000 naira each for the next 1 year. 10,000 from each of the 9 states, including Ondo or whatever. And then he now appealed to them that we should not go outside there to protest. That we have a way to talk among ourselves. So he now said jokingly that if some people are protesting, we should just sit down and be eating. It's not that he really meant it that way, but you know this is a political.
You should read the room. Read the room.
I think we are too fixated in Nigeria. Unnecessary.
No. I mean, read the room. Read the room.
Can do. We
yes,
like
sir.
to thrive. We like to thrive on irrelevancy a lot in Nigeria. Something that is not important at all. That is the hallmark of Nigerian problem. Why? This is irrelevancy. It's totally irrelevant.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you. All I'm saying is it looks bad. Regardless if you're joking, it looks bad. The nation is in crisis.
Let me ask you a question. You made an assertion the other time that you are helping a lot of Nigerians for their business or whatever to be successful in life, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you give a guarantee that those you help in 6 months' time, you will see that success? Can you give a 100% guarantee?
I cannot guarantee that I'll wake up tomorrow. All I can do is to sit down with people, design a plan of action, and follow it. I mean, I talk to people in Nigeria for 3 hours average every day. Where are you? Where have we been? Where is the ledger? This is a labor of love.
You are in America. They are in Nigeria. You have devoted your time and your money to help a lot of people. And you cannot even guarantee one day that they will come out successful. Why do you have that notion?
Because I was on the ground. I mean, this is not the first time. Like I was saying earlier, some years ago, 7 years ago, I sat down with someone when bag of rice was 26,000. This is what you can do. I mean, this is something I've been doing when I was in Nigeria. At 15, I was running my father's downfall with the next door neighbor, going to do Oshodi.
Hold on there, can do. When you are 15, you think outside the box by yourself. You do not wait for the government. You use opportunity of your father boss to make money, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a question. When you are 15 years old, are some of your classmates or some of your mates, are they doing the same thing like you?
Well, a lot of them, their father didn't have a spare downfall, but I get the point.
Yeah. So you see that, and now you cannot now just supposed to now 2024. All those people you are helping, you cannot give a guarantee that they will come out to be successful. The reason are very simple. You look at the environment where they live. You look at the anger's horn. Even they are successful, some people already lying behind them. Oh, my friend, you are making money. Borrow me this money, borrow me this money. And some of them will also filter away the opportunity you gave them. That is why you cannot give the guarantee. And people are telling you that the orientation in Nigeria is totally bad and messy. And so many other.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
I think you should understand them. So it's not that
No,
everybody.
I do. Even in my family, right? There are 5 of us, right? I have 2 sisters, professional as you can be. If you give them money to do business, I promise you it will fail. It's not in their nature. It's not in their nature. They are good administrators, they're good employees, they're not business people. Everybody cannot be a businessman or woman.
Thank you.
We're not
So
all
I
meant
realized
to be the
one
same.
thing. I realized one thing in life. I think those people that are very successful.
So what's the solution to those people's problem?
So
You always need employees in life. Some people are meant to be employees. Without the employees, it's going to be hard for businesses to run.
So how can government solve the problem? Those ones don't know how to create anything.
No, again, I've said this. There's individual accountability. Even the states that we're talking about. You see, my own is this. I don't really concern myself about when Nigeria is going to have a space program. What I'm concerned about is all of the government, local, individual, federal, to provide what you always say, an enabling environment. Plant a lot of food. Let the cost of food come down. That's what I care about.
Do you know when the Supreme Court passed that judgment on financial autonomy for the local government? Do you see how most of the governors, do you see how they felt? They felt that a bullet hit.
Yeah.
And Nigerians are not taking their protest to their government at all that is collecting huge allocation. Delta State, for example, collect 1 month allocation that is more than the overall research state. I'm telling you, just 1 month. Their allocation for 1 month is more than the other allocation of the Southeast state. And they have been collecting this money, I don't even know, maybe from 1999 or from, I don't know. They have collected all this huge amount of money. Can you now just oppose the same Delta, now compare it with Akwa Ibom, or now compare even Oshun, that the allocation is very little, compare it to Oshun Ekiti?
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement that people should hold their local government, their state government accountable. We're all in agreement. Nobody's saying that they shouldn't do that. But at the end of the day,
when Buhari was the president and they are doing constitutional amendment, and that time they want local government to be autonomous, can you believe that most of the state house of assembly, they voted against it? That is why we do not see the light of totally autonomy for the local government. And it's because of all this trouble that Obasanjo brought into Nigeria because of politics. Before, they were just alone by themselves. And there's so many, as we are finding solution to one problem, there's so many lining up again. So the interests are just too much, and the stake is just too high sometimes. So.
Yeah, I mean, again, at the end of the day, I said this when I was in Nigeria on this panel. I think the naira to the dollar was 1,200 and something, and I said, based on the numbers that I look at, this thing is going to go to 2,500. Not because I want it to. I don't. Why would I want?
Let me now ask you another question, so that before you maybe now that let's assume or let's say now that the federal government started selling crude to Dangote in naira and everything is going well, will it change your perception about that naira still going to 500?
Yes, it definitely will. It will definitely change, but that is not the only thing.
Let's just talk on that one important factor, because we spend each of our allocation on the importing fuel, which contributes a lot of money every month. So now that we are going to stop that, according to the statistics, they said it will save Nigeria about $7 billion yearly. That's a lot of money. So
yeah,
if we
that
now
is.
$7 billion, we are not going to use it to import this fuel anymore. What will be the consequence or the on the naira? So,
Yeah, I think it's a multi-pronged. It has to be a multi-pronged approach. Obviously, the CBN is doing.
Are you there? It seems we lost them. And I don't think it's on PMS alone. We also talk about jet fuel. We are talking about kerosene. We're also talking about diesel. It's going to be collecting a lot of this. So I think the impact is going to be great. Are you back? Can do. Dorothy, you can pick it up because I think are you, Dorothy, if you are there, you can pick it up and start saying something.
Oh, is anybody else hearing me?
Now we can hear you now.
Mr. Mike. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe network. Sorry. Yeah. So evidently, doing that, you see, the I have is that the amount of um, crude oil, all of them, petrol and diesel that we utilize in that country, is not really that much compared to what the total production of Dangote and if Port Harcourt and these other places come on board. The people that are making money on the side, they're the enemies of the state. They should be declared as such. Whoever those people are, call them cabal, call them whatever.
But with this singular move now, at least they have been checkmated. Let's hope that everything goes fine.
Yeah.
That is the end of it.
Yeah, because that will save at least what is that? Almost 1/4 of the national budget, 7 trillion.
So
yeah,
it's a lot of money. So, and I want to also tell you that Dangote already started exporting jet fuel and also selling diesel to Nigerian market. The diesel has been deregulated a long time ago, and the price is below 1,000 naira per liter. I don't know whether federal government has to subsidize more to Dangote to bring the price of diesel down, because mostly we use truck to ferry most of the goods that we use in Nigeria.
Yes.
It's not
yes.
So, and I think the federal government will also encourage and publicize more about the CNG gas, because I know that
absolutely
that took his passenger vehicle to the train station. To the petrol station to convert his bus to CNG, and it's free. They are not collecting any dime. So if you have a bus in Nigeria for transportation, go and convert. It's free, and gas is 200 naira per liter. It's not even up to 500 or 600. So, and it's free all over the country. If you are registered commercial, you have a registered commercial bus for transportation, then it's free for you. And if you are using a private vehicle, government is subsidizing 50% of it. And some people are already using that. So that is another alternative. So when we are also criticizing the government, we should also tell what other alternatives are out there in place. Are people making use of it? But what I learned is that somebody said, no, it's very bad. It's making my car burn, blah, 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 blah. Why these people like to complain? God's sake. If you don't want to use it for your own car, move ahead. That is an option.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, our problems are numerous. This narrative did not start yesterday. People have been. I remember even when my uncles were coming out of Unilag and Unibadan, University of Ibadan. Is that's the narrative. And that's the belief system of the average Nigerian. That is the government that is going to give you a job. That's the mindset. Most people don't think about, well, let me go and start my own. That's why I am so proud of the people that I'm working with. They're not starting an engineering company, but they're starting something and they're seeing the results every day.
I remember something. When I graduated, one of my big uncle asked me to become a teacher in Nigeria. I refused. But all my mates, my friend that took that job that time, most of them are already vice principal now. But the funniest part of it is that by the time I find myself in China, that teaching that I refused in Nigeria, that is what I started doing there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
the condition might be different, the remuneration might be different, but what I want to say is that I can hand more money than them, but they have a secure job in Nigeria for life.
Right.
So sometimes a lot of opportunity will come to people, and people will cherry pick in Nigeria. Some of them say, no, if it happens, I did not go abroad and I still stay in Nigeria. I don't know what might have happened.
Let me even ask and do this question about what we were discussing. Yes, was it yesterday or the other day? I can't remember. Kandu, what do you think about these Nigerians that are in Nigeria that can't afford to feed children, but they're having plenty of children and creating poverty? I mean, what do you think about that kind of problem?
Well, I've always said this. You don't even need to go to school. When you see you have 3 children and they have kwachoko, and they've only eaten maybe 3 times in the last 4 or 5 days, your common sense should tell you that you should not have number 4 and number 5.
So those people now, you know that when they have number 4, number 5, I know number 4, number 5 all hungry. People will say it's the president's fault that they're hungry. They will know that it
But
was.
people that say such a thing, I don't listen. I would never listen to such a narrative because that's just stupid. I don't listen to stupid stuff. You don't need anybody. You don't need the government. You don't need your pastor. You can see your children with your own koro eye that they are hungry. Why would you? You see, when I used to see those ads on TV here in America, where they show starving children and they say send $19 a month or $29 a month, I say don't send them any money. Send them condoms. Send them boxes of condoms. They need to stop breeding. That's what they need to do.
Are you
They
saying
need to
the
stop
solution
having.
to the approach Nigerian government can take to solving the hunger problem in Nigeria is to start sharing condoms to Nigerians?
No. I mean, I'm just being facetious. Obviously, I'm just
Maybe
being
we should do
facetious.
condom
But
protest in Nigeria.
yeah, I am not being facetious. I mean, people have to have common sense. There used to be a time in America where black women used to have 4, 5, 6 children. You will see that narrative is changing. Even a lot of those younger women now, even if they're going to have any children at all, they'll be talking about 1 or 2. So I
Hey,
think even in
do you
Nigeria.
know one of the reasons why you don't see too many babies black people anymore? It's because the U.S. government they've created this thing called Planned Parenthood in almost every black neighborhood. There's a
Well,
big
that's been around. That's been around forever. Planned Parenthood has been around forever.
that build.
But
You know that big building you always find where
no, but the reality is time is
they
changing.
give you benefit for doing abortions.
No, but no. Aside from that, time is changing. The young black women now between the ages of maybe 20 and 27, you even hear them. I don't want to have any kid. So it's not about. I mean, these people are making good money. Some of these people are making 70, 100,000 and above. So it's not a matter of being on welfare or anything. It's just the mindset. The mindset. And a lot of them, they don't want to be responsible for anybody, even for their own children. They just want to have fun and live the good life. So it's a mindset shift that has taken place, not because of the government stopping welfare or anything like that. Times have changed. People are changing. But again, there has to be individual responsibility anywhere in Nigeria, in Africa. And if you see some of our young women, even in Nigeria or Kenya or any of these countries, if you talk to them or you listen to them on YouTube or whatever, even their narratives are changing.
That's true.
They're not just look.
Those women. I remember growing up. You see those women talking about melo lobby metanicol lobby busy.
Exactly.
They just celebrate.
Yeah.
They'll be competing who has more baby. Nigerian women.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not talking about those who
And this is in Nigeria
don't
where they have
have.
this conversation in a poverty environment.
Yeah, I mean, even at least if you listen, I mean, I'm not talking about Sokoto or Katangura. I'm not talking because those places, that's a total, just like Mr. Remy said earlier. When I look at videos and see children on the streets of Kano or any of these states, I mean, I'm just like, my God, how can the leaders of those people, how can this be well in their mind to put people because of whatever religious belief that you have? You see, this is my belief. If the
The
leaders,
leaders can do, sorry, the leaders cannot
yeah,
do nothing because they themselves have 5, 6, or 7 wives with a lot of children. Look at if Atiku is successful today.
Atiku 30
We are
children.
done in that country with almost 30 something children. Can't you see they were fighting for contract like oh my God. No.
yeah. But you see, this is what I've always said, even when I was in Nigeria before I came to America. And this is because of the way our parents brought us up. You know, of the God knows how many house help that we had growing up, 3 of them went to some sort of college or polytechnic because they made it mandatory that these people had to get an education. And I've always believed, even when I was in Nigeria, that if you are successful and the people around you, you are successful, your children go to the best school, they get the best. If other people around you are in abject poverty, they will come and steal from you. They will come and rob you. So it is in your own best interest as a community to try and help the entire community. You should not be the big man or the big woman on top of the hill that everybody is saying here, say Baba too. Say Baba for waiting. Don't say me anything. You to go and start your own fruit kiosk. You know, there was this one guy I used to buy fruits from when I was in Nigeria in March. I was so impressed with that guy. He was an Hausa guy. He's selling watermelon. He's selling pear. I mean, so many people. They come there, they buy 200 naira what? They buy whatever. This guy is generating capital. You know, he has his payment system over there. You make the payment, he receives it. I mean, it's like you go, boy. You see, those are the type of things that excite me. Those are the type of things that make me happy. When I see that other people are striving.
Before you continue, that guy you mentioned now, look at all of them that make daily money. Because of this protest, they won't make any money. And some of them will also have their would have been looted, okay? Would have been looted.
Yeah.
So when people are not saying protests in Nigeria is never peaceful. Look at the results.
Especially northern Nigeria, that's not a place they even should be having protests. That place, you cannot.
Well, I mean, I believe citizens of any country, if they see situations that are going on, have a right to protest. But the reality is this: protest anywhere. When they've had protests in this country, especially when I remember during the time of Obama, there used to be so many protests going on. It's almost never peaceful. That's why I've told my children when they were younger, don't go to anybody's protest because you might have your own mind that you're going there to do the right thing, but you don't know other people. You see those places all over this country, even in
That's
New
why
York.
something like China is
They
illegal.
burn they burn down police station. They burn down. I've never been able to understand people that burn down their own thing. It is the most stupidest thing I can ever see. I can ever think of. You burn down an auto zone that has 80 something people working in there. Now you've turned those people to unemployment. It's like, what's wrong with your brain? How does that make sense to you? I've never understood. I mean, I don't have anything against people protesting, but the reality is, in any protest, in any situation like that, there are going to be people that are going to be, number one, they have bad intention from the very go. There are other people, they will just join. I mean, you see when they do protests in America, people are robbing stores. You know, are you hungry for Nike shoe? Is that what you're hungry for? But people will go into all these stores, steal everything that they can in the name of their protesting. But that's not a Nigerian thing. That is just the nature of protest. You know, where Nigeria is, I think people, average people, have a right to go out there and say what is going on. This country cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. The government can say, well, we're doing this, we're doing that.
I know there will be problem when government is trying to say, okay, you are free to protest, but we have a fixed place for you to go and protest. And when all the organizers say, no, we are going to march in the street of da 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 da, that is a recipe for trouble, for crisis. If all of them gather in one place, even in Abuja, they say go and gather at the national stadium. They refuse. They said they want to.
Well, that's not realistic to tell people to go into the stadium. That's not a protest. I mean,
But when you go in the street and then you started looting and destroying government property, what are you going to do about that?
I hear you, but that is the nature of protest. That is why China, a country like China, almost never allows such a thing.
A poor country like Nigeria that have a lot of bastardized everything, the looting infrastructure you have, they are destroying it. How would they build it back in 1 year or 2 years? So you have to look at the environment you are protesting.
Yeah, but the law is written in the Nigerian constitution that people have a right to protest. It's their constitutional right to do so. But you don't have a constitutional right to destroy somebody else's family.
Listen, the court and the agreement for the organizer is that, okay, you are going to go about your peaceful process in this particular place, because they know that they don't have the manpower to control protesters streets. And if you are a true Nigeria, you should have listened. But when you take it to the street, that is an opportunity for people to do that.
Well, I don't think that doesn't make you a true Nigerian. The reality is when people don't protest because they are happy. Protests are done because people are unhappy. They have grievances. And this is, it's unfortunate, but that's the nature of protest. If most people were like me, there won't be one glass broken. But that's not the reality. And that's why I told my children when they were teenagers, do not go to any protest. I don't care what it is. Because you might know what you're going there for. If somebody throws a bottle and hits a police officer on the head, and it happens to come in the same area where you're standing, the officer might not know whether it's you or the other person. So, hey. But unfortunately, anywhere where people are protesting, it almost always goes out of hand. But to say that people should just be at the stadium, that's like going to a football game or a rock concert. That's not real protest. People protest on the streets. You can designate some areas, some street areas, maybe where there are not a lot of shops and things like that. But it's got to be, people got to be seen, expressing their anger and frustration. Again, we have spoken about all these individual responsibilities. Okay, we all agree. But at the end of the day, a lot of things that are where they are today, it's got to be a collective of the local government, state government, federal government. It's not just going to be or just individuals. Yeah, there are individuals, as you know, in Nigeria that are farming and doing very well. Even in spite of all this Boko Haram or whatever, or the cattle rearers or whatever they call them, there are people that I know some of them. I know at least 3 of them personally. Not somebody's story that somebody's telling me, and they're doing well. But at the same time, we judge a society by the list of these people, not by what 10% or 20% that are doing well. But how is the list of the people? And the mentality, I always say this, leadership is important. Who your leader is important. I remember when Jonathan said, when the UN said Nigeria is a poor country, and Jonathan, I saw the video, opened his mouth and say, because he was in Ivory Coast at some conference, one AU conference or something. He said, how can they say Nigeria is poor? Don't they see the number of Nigerians that came in private jets? If your leader, the leader of your society, of Boy Scout, state, country, is judging the country by the number of few people that have private jets, you are in trouble. Because how is that person going to put processes, institution in place to help the average person? Because he doesn't see them. He sees the private jet people. That's how he thinks. So you need a leader that understands the plight of the average person on the street, who is devoted not to amassing wealth for themselves, but who is devoted to how are my people going to get to through to the next 20 years, the next 50 years. Those are the, unfortunately, I don't think we have too many people like that. We only have people who are about themselves and their family. They're not about their country, unfortunately. You know, you need an Mahatma Gandhi. Those are the type of leaders that you need. Who is not concerned, he doesn't even have any care about himself at all. It's about where are my people going to be 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and what are the policies that we're going to put in place to make that happen. That's what true leaders do. Not how many days do I have. I mean, I've said this. Maybe it might sound it might sound trivial. All of those people at the National Assembly and all whatnot, they should not be wearing those stupid parachute agbada they all wear every day. Just wear top and short and bottom. The
Can
extra
you,
money.
you are in Nigeria, and you said we need people like Ganji. Can you name one Ganji in Nigeria now?
None.
That you know. That you know.
None. 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 None.
Gandu, the question is, will Nigerians even vote for the Gandhi?
Probably not. They probably
Exactly.
will not.
So the root of your problem is the people. Even these so-called National Assembly people they are complaining about, leaders, everybody you're talking about, it's the people that are voting them there. It's not like they, no one can. And I'm not buying that bull crap about the rigging election bull crap. Even if Nigeria is a country where they rig election, there's no way you can tell me that the entire the masses among themselves find who's the best among themselves, find their Gandhis among themselves, organize themselves, and say, okay, this is who we want to be our leader, and we all go to the poll and put him in. It's not that difficult.
Yeah. You saw what they
But
did with
exactly, but they will never do that. They will
you
they
saw
will
what
wait,
they
sit
did
around.
with what's this lawyer man name? What's his name? This Yoruba lawyer man that wanted to be president at one time. Yeah. Look at what they did to him, especially his own people. Yeah, but unfortunately,
And that's why we always be talking here. Like the problem in Nigeria is the people. The leadership is a reflection of the people. So we can swear for the leader all day. It's the people. We need to change our mentality.
You know the saying: the people get the leaders that they deserve. You know,
Exactly.
it's a reflection of who we are as a people. Unfortunately, even I've said this here many times. Even your average. That's why I said Nigeria is gonna be one of the greatest countries in the world because of the people. It's just probably not gonna be in my lifetime because the average person on the street is all about me, 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 me. If they have to badge you to get whatever thing they think they want, they will do it.
So can do. Now that we have numerous trouble or problem, do you think Nigeria should just go to 6 regions and regional government so that everybody will face their region? If you like, you are not collecting any money from central government anymore. Do you think that would be a recipe for solving all this issue? Or we give total resource control to the 36 states? You don't need to go to Abuja anymore. What you have in your state, that's what you will do.
Yeah, maybe each state being able to manage their own affairs will be the only way. But that regional thing, they will never allow it. I promise you. They will never, ever allow it to happen.
So why? Why? What are the reasons that you say they will never allow it?
Because the
the
powers that be, they will never allow
So
it.
you see now, it's a complex country.
It is. Oh, that's
Very
for sure.
complex country to rule.
That's why I said. That's why I said. I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. I don't think it's going to. It will happen, but not in my lifetime.
Some people want to make that country work, and some people deliberately they want to pull it down. That is the way I see it. Pull it down. I don't care. The fact that my pocket is being lined by whatever money.
Yeah.
So how come as a governor you don't want to work? You just want to sit down there and on the 25th, 27th, you collect this federal allocation and then you share it and then you pocket the rest and it's over. So far you pay the salary of teachers and your civil servant. The other people living in your state, they are nobody. They are no one anymore.
You know, we have said this thing. We have said these things on this panel forever. The orientation that needs to take place, the mindset of the average person. That's why I keep saying, maybe in another 50 years, when those people who are young at that time have a totally different mindset. Maybe when they have the mindset of ask not what Nigeria can do for me, but what I can do.
It's going to be another 40 years before we can have that. Because this generation after us, they are even, they just think about themselves. Okay.
Me, I said 50. Now you put it down to 40.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just like you were about to say. That's why I said even the average.
Somebody will be telling you that he does not want to flash it, just want to blow. And you ask a 17 or 18-year-old boy, how do you want to blow? You are just 18, just coming out from the secondary school. You say, I should see. I will see. I shall see.
Yeah.
Well, I don't get it. Because even at 17 or 18, you are getting ready to go to college, to go to university. And even here, not all of them go to university. Most of them go to
of course, technical school. Yeah, technical school. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the income parity, even they get more money when they get out
exactly. Exactly.
So what are we talking about? But
you know, I saw a video. I don't know what African country, whether it was Nigeria, and there was this thing that people were passing through, and when they passed through it, they dropped money. The pastor said it's prosperity something. When you pass, it's like a door, but there is no door. So you pass through it and you put some money in there. That's going to make you prosperous. And human beings were actually passing through that door and putting money down, believing that that's going to make them prosperous. I mean, it's like, who did this to us?
It's the same thing they are doing in Nigeria to all those religious leaders, whether pastor in now. They will tell you they have 50 naira prayer, 100 naira prayer, 200 naira prayer, up to 5,000 naira prayer. And those dummy here, they are dropping the money like flies. And before you know it, they even went outside. The followers, they will tell you, my pastor have 2 private jets. We have this, we have that. And you that are going, what do you have? Nothing. You just go there to drop money every Sunday or every Friday.
They have Legady's Benz. They have Legady's Benz.
So when you look at everything at the end of the day, and some of these so-called pastors, they are smarter than you. Before you can say Jack, they are already going to America, shifting their congregation, and then they will now be preaching to you through Zoom. So, I just who calls for that?
That is why I said, if there is no hell, one has to be created for some people.
God is very merciful, to be frank.
Yes,
He's so merciful. And when you tell them the truth, they'll be telling you that you are not a deep Christian, you are not a deep Muslim. That is not the way it's supposed to be. You do not really worship God. The so-called of these people, they are just teaching you now and then.
Thou shall not say anything bad against my anointed.
Yeah, so God, all this scenario is terrible when you look at it.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, our destination is far. Thank God there's Dangote refinery. He's going to be doing what he's doing. That's a solution. Hopefully, there are people that are planting things, because if we don't flood, it's not just a question of bringing food from Ghana and Cameroon and all these other places. We need, because if you bring those food in, maybe temporarily, that money is going back to where those food came from. You need you need those things to be grown in the country, to be sold in the country, and have those funds circulate within the economy. Those are the ways that we're going to get out of this palaver that we are in. That's just it. There are no miracles. That's the miracle. Like I was telling somebody today, I said, okay, have you done all your numbers on how many derica of rice is in a bag of rice? And they said, well, mo ti ṣe, but Ọlọ́run á fọ̀nà. I said, no. Ọlọ́run ti fọ̀nà already. You already have a bag of rice. You already know what the derica is. You know how many is in there. What do you mean Ọlọ́run? Ọlọ́run has already done it for you. What do you mean Ọlọ́run kò máa fọ̀nà? And the Ọlọ́run that I know is not in business, is in the heaven and soul. Anytime she business, and look she might feel like to sort out what your numbers should be. But this is the mindset. Ọlọ́run, everything is Ọlọ́run. As if Ọlọ́run asked you to go and open a rice selling business. Yeah, our way is far and long ago. It is, unfortunately.
So question, quick question.
Jesus, Alagba.
Quick question. Yes, good evening. Hello everyone.
Good morning. Yeah.
I was on the panel today on the Clubhouse, and it was quite depressing. The question was that they were talking about the future of Africa in the next 20 to 30 years with the advent of AI and all those kind of things. So they had experts from different fields. It was just depressing. And because they will break it down. It's for us to just say, oh, if we do ABC. But when the experts actually started breaking down the numbers, we just laugh. We're going to be laughing a bit behind that. It was a hopeless situation, pretty much. It was just hopeless. Like the way they were breaking down the numbers. Even I was like, well, at least give me hope. But the guy even said, okay, so let's even start from this current year now. Capital flight, right? When you have all this so-called investment and you have your empty, do you know how much these guys take out of the country every quarter?
I can imagine.
MTN is taking about $3.4 billion out of Nigeria yearly.
Yeah.
So what they were talking about was when you have investments coming into the country, it's not so much about the investment. It's about making sure that money stays in your country, but also providing incentives for them to expand into different ventures.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond the very one that they came in for.
Right.
MTN comes in. So when they were doing all these breakdowns, like it's beyond saying, oh, foreign company come to my country. No, it's more than that.
Yeah, that money has to circulate several times within the economy.
But it doesn't in Nigeria. Once they buy, the money leaves.
Yeah. And that's why I just said about the food coming from Ghana or Cameroon, because that money is just going to take flight and go back.
But those foods don't come from those places. They actually come in. What's the name of this guy that used to come in from Cameroon? What's his name? You know the guy from Cameroon that used to come in annoying.
Yeah, I don't remember the name. Yeah, I
know.
Yeah,
they come from Cameroon to buy from us. So even if when you subsidize your food produce and everything, it goes into the neighboring countries. when subsidize your
Well,
petrol, it goes to
we've discussed that on this panel. That things like that, the federal government has to come in and say, they need to enact a law, especially in this time. We can't have good food going out, at least not legally.
Yeah, but Tinubu said that in his inauguration speech, that like, we are done being the Father Christmas for neighboring countries. He said that, but somehow he said that we are done being the Father Christmas. But have you seen any country move to counter? Like the future is not looking too good, Jerry, for Africa with this kind of
Babati, on
Babati.
that note, can I ask you one question? Since you know something about something, do you think for Africa or for Nigeria, wherever, to even have a chance to even start doing good or great, or then only last week, if I'm you think so? Only last week, they have to do it basically for the mothers. I don't know if you know what I'm talking.
But I mean that part is also there because one of the things that there was this lawyer that was married to a Pakistani. She brought up this very issue that because she was asking that if anybody practices further, we should be making money off it. That like we should be making money off of it. That in America now people are getting people are getting initiated into IFA. They are paying almost 16 grand per person to get in. I said, how much? 16 grand to get in, and people are paying a lot of money according to how
It's happening.
If you want to do the session with me, you can't pay less than $5,000.
I saw a documentary recently about something along those lines in Louisiana. It's actually becoming a big thing.
Yeah, it's a big thing now that they're paying almost.
It's very expensive now to do the organization cheap.
Boss, come on now, 16K. I mean, come on. I mean, that's
15.
That's wrong.
Like, no, 15K. I probably say is a lot, but if I have to initiate doing the session, the process, it will cost me at least cheap enough. Depends on, because one person cannot do initiation. You have to invite so many other priests, and there are people, certain kind of priests that have to be involved. One person cannot do it, and then the amount of things, ingredients you need.
She lawyers fee. She charge lawyers fee per hour near Viva.
Oh no, but okay.
First of all, let this guy. You think? First of all, you think it's one day that it takes to do the session?
Mike, I'm going to below I don't want to. Really
so what you're loving, Shane?
But
me, I don't know. Me about Sherry, so I don't know.
Exactly. No so idea. The process is deep. It's very expensive. So it's not something cheap.
Okay. What she was saying is that with the way if you notice the West now, they're becoming very conservative, very right wing, where she fears that we might get to a point in the West that they will push all the blacks out, legal or illegal. And that thing that we're not fighting for as diasporans, we will be forced to go back home and confront these people. So she felt like, let's not wait until we get to the point where...
Well, Babati didn't answer my question. I don't know if you understood my question.
Yeah, what's the Etoabi?
No, you don't know what it means? For
So you appease the gods. Appease the gods.
No. See. And this is where Africans lost it. They don't know about it. They don't know where they're coming from. They don't know who they are. See, the owners of this world, this world, the people that are the money give the power of this world. They are women. There are some women like that. And if they say something is not going to go well, we never go well. If they say that society will not progress, If they are working, if you are upset with an environment, that place will never progress until you go and appease them. That's what we call IPC. Even individual life, when about that was when Oh, yeah, no, only,
Yeah, but Mr. Mike,
there's nothing you can do. There's nothing
Mr.
you can do to get it
Mr.
straight.
Mike, Mr. Mike, I said appease the gods. That's what I said.
Yeah, the gods are forgiving, but the mothers.
So it's like
Hey, how old are you?
it's like Kandu. You know how you want to buy share. You know how to buy share in contact with any of daddy ever. One of our
Yeah.
You can
They will intercede on your behalf. Yeah.
No. Like if they go on your behalf to appease them, there's a way they will present that offer that person cannot refuse.
Yeah,
They
I
have
get it.
like you almost have to do it, but they know what to present. They say like, okay, this is like off. You have to.
Right.
So, but I get the mic is going. I get that, but that is more of a deeper conversation to have, because if you want to have that conversation, then you have to go way back. Because even if people forgive you or they forgive you, you see the problem here. If you keep doing
one chance, yeah.
So you must fix the whatever that you caused from the beginning. You have to fix some things for that to even happen.
Not only that, you have to change your ways as well.
Right. So you can't just say, okay, I want to just fix something, but because you're going to likely just reoffend again So that's a different thing. But what I'm saying is, structurally, like in terms of the economic future of the continent, the argument this lady was making was, I mean, because I think she was in tech. She's a tech savvy person, and we're talking about the future of Nigerian AI. And she's like, listen, because I said, wait a minute, do we even have any lobbying group for diaspora to push for bills and thought? Like, in other countries, you have the Jewish lobbying group where they will push things. Do we even have any diaspora group where they lobby in Abuja, the way they push what they want for? This is like, we don't have any.
You see, Baba Tia, do you want me to be honest with you tonight? You want me to be honest with you guys tonight?
Yeah.
You see, the problem of Nigeria is from a spiritual world. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth. I can come here and just do all this talk with you guys and discuss all these things. For me, I already know. And you can see now with any people that know, they will tell you, okay, it's from the spiritual world. I'm telling you. And that's where we have to start. You have to begin the work before all these things we talk. Even this Dangote thing that's going on for some reason, the guy cannot get started. Now I want to pay you see, someone can I'm telling you.
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
Does the white have to do the same thing?
I just pray for the guys.
Japanese
I hope the guy will know some people that will talk about
so same
Baba
thing with the
T,
Japanese
the person you were speaking
Chinese.
about is here. Baba T.
What
happened? She's hold on, Oriola. She's Igbo lady, but she's married to a Pakistani lawyer. So she was like, well, because I'm a woman and I'm married to a foreigner, it's very difficult for her to be taken seriously when she pushes for things in tech in Nigeria. Because they're like, oh, you're married to a foreigner. Why are you even talking? So that's a barrier for her to even get through. So when she came on the platform and we were having that discussion, she's like, maybe if the men were the one making the push, they would take it more seriously. That was the angle she was coming from. But she was talking about the tech feature of tech in the African continent, like that. We are not even close to, because we discussed Elon Musk, for instance, where where can we even have an Elon Musk in Nigeria? It was a very in-depth discussion.
Baba T, I've been saying this to you guys for so long now. We want to get to AI, and the thing is, sometimes we just don't how would I explain the basic things? We don't really understand it, because it's more like for AI to work, you need data. And when I say data, it's not like it's more like this. anything that when you design your AI, it has to get information from somewhere. And that's where it's getting that information from. You guys already put that together. So even if we use any technology that comes out that have the capability of doing AI, where does that technology get the information from?
Right. That was the that was the point she was making, that you have to be truly independent. You can't be piggybacking on somebody else's tech.
Yeah.
And so, but that takes creativity and innovation at the core level. You have to then go into research by yourself on your. You can't keep leeching on other people's tech or innovation.
Thank you.
If you
We
want to
have
be
to
truly independent.
understand basic things. Like let's say if we ask the president of Nigeria today that what's the future of Nigeria? What do you see? Just ask him, or just ask any random Nigerian. We are on this thing right now, on this panel right now. Let's ask ourselves, like, what do you vision Nigeria to be in 10 years? At least we have a vision that, okay, in 10 years we want Nigeria to have at least maybe to be able to do this. I don't think anybody have that vision. And people that wants to do things, if you want to design or create anything, you have to have that idea in your mind, like, okay, this is what I'm looking at. I don't think we have that mindset. And I mean, some of us have it, but do we actually put the effort to make sure that, okay, this thing will come to life? That's where I think a lot of problem is. It's not like I always hear, oh, Africa is the future. It's like, come on, man, it doesn't work that way. We lack so many things.
But what about this thing that you see that the African diaspora find a way to solve it now, or eventually we will all be forced back home, and then we'll be forced to confront these people?
History will
Either at
repeat
some
itself.
point, the way the West is going, that was the point they kept making, that the way the West is pushing back against immigrants, legal or illegal now. At some point, you're going to have to start making a move as a people.
Babati, this happened before. How does I don't even I'm not going to Europe now. Let's stay in America first before I go. People that stay in Liberia today, do you know, like, because they have so much slaves and they had to push them out? That's how they have that Liberia thing. Like, they push a lot of them over there, and they did the same thing as AD. Europe, all the Caribbeans, including AD. How does it happen? It's because they see, like, their population is way too much, and they have to push them out. History will repeat itself. England is already doing it. They already gave what is it, Rwanda money, that people that will come in illegally, they don't want them. They push them over there. History will repeat
Wait, are you
itself.
saying the children, all the black British, they'll kick them out one day?
They already did that before. They will do it again.
I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about their born children.
Yeah, children that were born in America. No.
They already did that before.
No, that's not what they did. That's not what they did.
They did it before.
Do you remember what? Do you remember what happened in Britain in 1940 or 50? Is go on YouTube. No. They literally deploy people back to
even before then.
Even though they were born in the UK.
Those were no, hold on. Back then, they didn't have black British citizenship or those kind of stuff. That's when the world was still racial divided and this kind of thing. That's back then. It's different. We talk about when they return.
You think they can take your citizen away from you?
We are talking about
okay, like my children that are American citizens, they're not going anywhere under any grounds.
I don't even think America is even possible.
Under any grounds.
There's this guy.
We can do. Are you sorry? Uriola, are you saying America will happen too?
Yes, this already happened before.
Is America a white country, or is it? Okay. What's this guy talking about?
But you guys have to understand that the way they got here is different from this. Is different from the way we got here.
The way who?
Columbus. Well, Christopher
this
Columbus.
Guy on the history, man. He's just talk with his past. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that the way they get here, how they found the United States. It's not the same way black people get here, including us, the one that we were us that we're trying to separate ourselves from the African Americans. This is not the same way. It's not like unless you are rich in Africa where you just feel like, okay, I can just buy a house anywhere in the world. Those ones are different than people that their
So
parents.
hold on. Before you call it too long, you saying white population will begin to deport black population?
They did that before. They will do it again.
They're not doing it again.
How would these white people organize
They're
themselves?
not
Start
doing it
telling,
again.
they're knocking on my door and
As
say,
of right
Blackie,
now,
Blackie,
they're
go back to Africa.
65% of the population. And if they
Huh?
see that you guys are catching up to them, they will do the same thing.
Nah,
They've
They
it's
done
start
it.
not
knocking
gonna
on
happen.
doors like, hey, Blackie,
I
Blackie,
don't know.
Blackie,
Can
Hello,
get on the plane.
the
let's
speech is it not
guys.
going
I don't know
on
how this guy
now?
thinks.
Let's stay because that is a little bit more complicated than that. But I get the pushback from Mike and all. But
This
it
speech is
boils
going
down
on now.
to
What are we?
go ahead, Solly. You wanted to your
They
mic is
are
on
doing the speech now, the presidential speech. Are we not streaming it?
of Tinubu right now.
Yes.
They're gonna have a recap, so I'm not gonna sit through a foreign speech.
As if he's going to say something with
Like
speaking
something
about this.
fantastic. Like what is he
He's
gonna
giving us the secret number for lottery. I mean, we need to catch it.
Mike, back in the days when the military speak, you would be by your TV.
Because that's the only time you hear it now.
I remember back
You know,
then.
when Abacha made that speech, I didn't hear that speech again until YouTube came out.
But when they spoke back then, Mike, it was people took it serious. Because I remember my dad being a businessman. He wants to know about the policies, so he will be there looking at the policies. Oh, they're going to do this, and we start making phone calls, post, So they think back then it was more. So now, who cares what Tinubu say? What really? I'm not going to sit through that. That is to me, it's mental torture to me. Like, why would I sit through that nonsense? You go and listen to it and come and give me a recap of whatever I said. That's better. I'm not listening to any.
But you can go on YouTube anytime and watch
let me see
you
if I
want to.
can play it live over here. But I gotta
It's
get my
going
laptop.
on channels now. Live, I'm watching it.
I don't have my laptop.
But my thing is the future of that continent.
See, my guy,
it's
we all need
not.
to go back. See, me, I prepared myself. I don't like the.
But T, you see, the narrative that I'm even concerned about as part of the discussion that you spoke about is, you see, we're being left behind to a point that I cannot even fathom. It's not even an issue of catching up. If
Once
you
they leave
see,
once they leave you behind, that's it. There's
yeah,
no.
we're being left
Is that
behind
bad?
No,
seriously.
Baba T. A lot of continents now they were left behind, but they catch up in a way, even though they're missing
No,
out on the
no, no,
basic.
no, no.
But
This is going to be different.
yeah. What do you mean?
This machine learning, to the point. I mean, every sector you want to think about, every area, whether it's compelling history. I mean, I was looking at something yesterday. They were on DW, this German TV. They were using AI to help them to decode this Asian whatever language. That they said that having professors in that field just be able to go through one text can take them over 10 years. With this new machine learning thing that they have now, it can be done in less than an hour.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I just told you. You just
just
did it.
suppose yeah, I know that, and we all said, you cannot be doing it behind Microsoft platform or anybody else's platform. People have to sit down. I mean, like there's a guy in Nigeria that I'm told is the one that helped them to
From what I'm
streamline.
hearing from this speech, protest is not going to end anytime soon.
This guy, they said, is the one that helped them, the government, the process that by which they collect money into the government. He streamlined that process, and he's making a gazillion
Wait,
dollars doing
what
it.
are you? Please explain what you're talking about. Because see, this something that you call AI, it didn't just start today. It's a baby step.
Yeah,
Like something, is a baby step that now is becoming bigger, and it's just basically what it is you can do something, you can do anything you want to do faster than what
right.
but you can do it faster and better than how
Mm-hmm.
you used to do it before. And before you might need 10 people to do it, but now you just don't need 10 people, you can just need one person. And but the thing is, it's all about having a way where you have that
Collecting
information for the
data. Yeah, you
computer.
have to. Yeah, you have to have the data. You see
Yeah,
what I'm
but you have to
talking.
remember that. But I'm sorry. Let me say one thing. You have to remember that a lot of information that's available to us, especially blacks, is not created by us. That's some of the stuff like unique information gathering, where a lot of things that we would information that we needed, or we need to use it for anything, has to be in a way where we created that information. So in the future we won't have problem, because once we don't create anything and we decide to use some of this stuff like chat GBT or
Yeah,
whatever they output to us is what we were taking as maybe the right
input.
information,
Yeah,
because ourselves, we didn't put anything
yeah,
opposite out there, and that's how it works. Like,
yeah. No, I know that's how it works. What I'm saying is, in any, that's why I use this language thing about whatever ancient language thing they're doing. You see, what I watch a lot of spaces online. I see what people, just in agriculture alone, just agriculture, the ability to use satellite to look at the farmland, to be able to determine which crops need fertilizer, which one just needs water. I mean, in any sector you want to think about, I'm just bringing it down to the bare minimum. We are being left behind so bad.
for
I don't even
forever.
know. I don't
I
even know
like the
where
point you
we're
just
going to.
made about the agriculture, actually,
Yeah,
because they've been they're even saying it that Africa is bigger than what they're showing us that it is. That means from space or whatever people that were the satellite, they were actually lying to us. I don't even think there's any company, African company, that needed satellite to do any of their jobs. Because if we do, we would have realized how big we are. Because I've been hearing this too, that we're much bigger than the continent is way bigger than what they're showing us that it is. So
and
that would
but
be
yeah,
one
you
of the
see,
problem.
I don't. You see, the good thing now is you don't need to go to NASA to go and launch a $200 million dollar satellite. There are all these micro, small
Yes,
satellites now
yes,
that just can be launched from just about anywhere. Even you
yes.
can get Australia to launch you one. So we can't go and try and invent the wheel. The question is, I mean, there's a
No,
guy
no
somewhere.
way. How do you design the satellite?
I mean, we have programmers all around the world that are involved. I mean, even here in the US, I mean, we have people. We have people, but you have to have people. Okay, like when Buhari was president, for example, I've asked myself this question: can you go to someone like Buhari and say, what is the technological direction that Nigeria wants to take over the next 20 years? Is that a conversation you can? Do you see that man as somebody you can sit down? I think if you talk to
No,
Adelabu,
wait.
wait. If you talk to what's the Ibadan man? Ade Dibuni Abi Adelabu, he will give you a better answer that Buhari could have ever given you. I'm just talking because of the person that he is. So
That's not a
now,
good example, man. If I
no,
ask Biden today, well, what does he see in the future? He doesn't know crap. If you ask
No,
any
he
president,
does
if you ask
know.
any
He does
People believe
know.
president,
it's
they
government
don't
that know how
know.
to design
No, he
light.
does know. But aside from those
He
leaders,
doesn't. He
but
doesn't.
He doesn't know anything about physics. Trust me. Biden.
hold on. Aside from Biden and those leaders, you have people in different industry, leading industry. Even this chat GBT, you see all the top people talking about how to police this vehicle. How do we sit down and make sure that we're not going to have a Frankenstein situation going on? The point I'm making is just like you all have rightly said, we have to have we have to develop. I mean, there has to be some serious people that are going to be willing to put their money behind this thing for the future of the country and
It's
the
not.
continent.
I hear you, but this is not about money. What see?
No, you have to.
It's all about
It
idea
takes money,
first.
but you
You
have to
have to
have
have
an
idea
idea.
what you
Idea.
want.
I know, but that idea has to be it has to be supported by
We've been
something.
left behind. You know,
No,
there's no
we are
such thing
being
as
left
being.
behind.
Do you know there's no such thing as being left behind in science in
What do you
technology?
mean? What do
Hold on.
you mean?
Hold on. The old technology becomes outdated, right? The new ones, the new
No,
invention. Hold
Mike
on
is
now. Hold
never
on. Hold on.
outdated. You build on
Wait
it.
now.
It's not outdated though.
Wait. I use okay. Let's use phone technology for example. Are they still using landline today?
But that's where it started. 1G.
Yeah,
They built
exactly.
on
So are you
top.
saying okay? If Africa now wants to go into phone technology, are we going to start from landline?
At least we need to understand because you know that.
No, you
What
don't
if?
even need to.
Wait. What if electricity went off and your cell phone is not able to be powered on because all the tower that have like the satellite and technology that allow them to communicate, they all went down. Don't you think we will go back to 1G, which will be the old phone?
Those who are already on 5G now, you think they're just gonna stay there while you go to 10G? They're
Bro,
constantly they're
every
constantly reinventing the
this is what I
system.
think. Every society advances at their own pace. You know, so everyone's time is at.
No.
This is
We're
not
not.
true,
Yeah.
bro.
Listen.
Ah,
By the time we get into our own advancements, we'll
so
be
when
way.
would we get to
Hold on.
ours?
Listen, by the time we get into our own advancements, we may start doing something where even the European will be behind.
Really?
Hey,
Really?
I'm telling you, where the rest of
Really?
the world will be like, oh, okay,
this
what this
guy.
American
Really?
is just
Really?
just completely. You will make okay. Let me give you an example. Okay, wait. Let me use this view. Let me use for you to look at it this way. Let's say in the back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, right? When Europeans came to even when they first came to Africa, someone is I'm here myself. Someone needs to mute. Okay, so in the 50s, 60s, or all that time, or even the 40s, whatever, the technology they had back then, when they came to Africa, we're like, wow,
Who
wow.
who told
Hold
you
on,
this story?
wait now, wait. What do you mean story? I don't know what you mean by which story. I'm saying like what the technology they had back then. We look at them and like, damn, even when they came with umbrella, that umbrella time, we're like, whoa, we are way behind. And that's what we saw it. Now, if we, let's say, our own scientists now, they just start thinking, doing free thinking, and then they discover how to make cell phone. When Europeans haven't thought about cell phone and all those things, right? Right? That means we'll be, all of a sudden, we just came out with our own technology, a cell phone technology back then. There will be, we'll leapfrog, we'll pretty much just went ahead of them.
How? Are
You
they
don't get my
sitting
point?
behind and doing nothing while
Hold on.
you're
Wait, what I'm
advancing?
okay, let me explain what I'm saying better. Back then, they didn't have cell phone technology, right? What they had was all that kind of technology what we just saw. They didn't have the advanced technology they have today, right?
It's 1G, and back then it was advanced technology, so they build on top of
Okay,
it.
they didn't have they wasn't as advanced as what they have today.
Yeah,
They
they
later
build on
discover
top.
quantum physics. Back then, they didn't know what quantum physics was now.
Okay,
They
so,
don't know all
so
those
Huh?
things. They didn't
Hey.
know about the electromagnetic field of the earth. They didn't have those knowledge back then.
can I ask?
Can I chime in real quick?
Can I ask you?
But later they discovered it. What if we at that time started getting into science and research, and then we'll be the first to discover these new these new
It doesn't work
ideas?
that way.
We
You
would
need
have
to
jumped ahead
work
of
from
them.
the base.
No,
No,
you're
it
not
doesn't
going
work
to.
that way. If you don't
You're
have
not going
idea,
Our
to.
what's
ahead
the
of them.
basic?
Hold on, please.
Hello,
Mike,
can I?
Prince, hold on, please. Give me 1 second. Mike, this is the problem here. If you back then we had our own, we were independent of them, right? So if we went ahead of them, I would that would make sense. But I'm saying
That's
that
what I'm saying now.
yes, but now unfortunately our own innovation science is based on their own innovation.
Based on their own, and that's our problem. And there was a time, Babati, sorry, let me say before you continue. There was a time on this show, long time ago, about 2 years ago, one man kicked me off the show because he didn't get where I was coming from. He's saying that for us to begin to advance, that we need their expertise to come and be teaching us. And I'm saying, look, no, the best way for us to advance is for us to just eliminate them and just do our own thinking, because that way we can still come up with something that's never existed. We can discover something that's never existed and just be ahead of get ahead of them. I was telling that that's the way we should approach science or advancement. Like we should not be relying on them to start coming and be training us and things like that. Let's just evolve through our own imagination of our own thinking. You understand?
Mike, do you have an example of a society as such?
Hey, Jesus. I am dead there.
The Europeans, now, did somebody come to show them anything?
But
The
even the
Ethiopians?
Is anybody showing them anything before they discovering something new?
But even the
Yeah,
East,
yeah.
Why do you have
What
to
did they
follow
discover?
behind them? Why
I
can't you
don't
just
know.
Yeah,
people, man?
yeah. They got it. They got it all from. I think it was the
but Mike,
Arabians.
In
Mike,
fact, I
They
even say
got
they
it
learn it
from.
from us.
Okay,
They are the
let me chime in. So
set of
let me chime in, guys. So what you guys been talking about, I guess the backwardness of we Africans. I know Babati, it looks like you lost hope from the
honestly, I don't think we are
from
backward. I just think I don't think so.
from
no,
the
Well, I can say that maybe.
no, Mike.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this.
let,
Baba. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Let me not talk too much. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm saying that
okay.
to Prince's point, it wasn't that like we have when you have experts in fields like these are like top dudes that work in top companies across the world having conversations and they're giving you a breakdown of what is to come. When they start, even what Mike is saying right now, even it makes sense, but your own people don't even understand how bad it's going to look be
Say,
for the
yeah.
people.
So all Mike is saying, unless I'm sorry, land.
No, they are pretty much saying use us. In fact, they are offering their own selves for their own people, and they are being even they don't even want to use their own diaspora. Africans are pretty much besides your money. Like you in abroad now, you are only to them. You're an ATM machine. That is what the
Wait,
value has.
use them for what? Because I don't understand. I don't
No,
get
no,
the
no,
point.
no.
Use
What
them
they're
for
saying,
what?
no, what they're saying is okay. AI, for instance, is going in this direction.
Why are we even talking about
No,
AI? We don't
hold
have.
on now.
We
Hold on,
can't
hold on.
create pencil. We are
Hold on.
talking
Hold
about AI.
on. Oh God, hold on now. Hold on, please.
Boy.
What they are saying is, listen, we
Mm.
believe that what we know in the West here. Let's come home together. Let's form something that we can build on with what we know. Now, that will be based on Western knowledge, right? Based, right? Which is still a problem in a way because you're piggybacking on what you learn from here. But that is fine. What they are saying is that your own government don't even give a damn about the diaspora besides the money that they are sending back home. That is the only value they see in you. It's just money, you're an ATM, not what you have upstairs. That is what was like. So that's what they're pretty much saying. Like, listen, we have all these things. We're not even leveraging on what we have here.
What do you
That's
need
not come out.
government for? What do they need government for,
Oh
please?
God, please go ahead. I don't want to do this with
Well,
again.
yeah, because I don't understand. See, that point that you guys are making, I
Okay.
don't understand. We have all
Let's
this knowledge,
let,
but
let Prince
we
go ahead. Let's
we
not do
need government.
Protest continues.
Oh, Prince, go
Okay.
ahead.
So yeah, I was gonna say. So what Mike is saying, I think I get it, but it's only possible if we Africans came up with a unique kind of technology that is not been seen before. and we use it to do things, then that'll be a paradigm shift. And for centuries in human history, there have been some kind of technology or know-how that brought about a paradigm shift in that society that allowed them to gain control or superiority over other cultures. It's
Yeah,
happened.
give us the example of a country. You asked that. Give us an example of a country that does that. That did what you said, what you're referring to.
Well, now,
Locomotive engine.
that's a great one. Locomotive engine, the advancement in weaponry,
Wait,
by the British, and also
locomotive was England, correct?
Yes.
electricity. Electricity, from time
That's
of a
United
Tesla was
States.
a get, huh?
Electricity is United States.
I,
Locomotive
I,
started with
I'm not ascribing any country. I'm just telling you that technologies or know-how that are brought about paradigm shift. I'm not saying to Africa. It doesn't matter, be it China or Japan. Wherever it's happened, they've always gained advantage. So to Mike's point, if we came up, which I believe though, believe it or not, I do believe there's a way to do things now. Okay, I've thought about it, but I'm not going to reveal it.
yeah,
There,
but
there,
if
there are
you
things there are ways to do things now. Like in the area of, for example, in the area of data mass data storage. Okay, uh, there's great opportunity right there, and I know there's one way that nobody's ever talked about because they don't believe in it because they're godless people. But I know, and I've been debating, I guess, to myself, how to make that connection. If I'm able to bridge that gap, game over. Game over. Because data storage is key. Just like, data storage is key. And the ability to be able to store and retrieve data is the future, no matter what. And AI, you guys are talking about, is the future. AI is really based on what you call it, mega data, mega super data. That's all AI. And to the point, actually, the reason I came in quickly was to say that, look, to you guys' point, especially real life, the same thing applies to medicine. Like the medicine we Africans or the rest of the world use are really based on Western medicine. Okay, and somehow, some way they feed us in, you know, and that's why when but you were saying the other day that, or if you're a black man or whatever, go see your African or Nigerian doctor that you'll be better off. And I took some time to think about it, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's not about that. An African doctor, for example, is smarter than a Chinese or Indian or American doctor, but that African doctor or that Nigerian doctor is more culturally competent based on you guys' background. So if you go talk to a doctor, say, well, I eat a lot of carbs, but if you talk to a Nigerian doctor, say, oh, I eat a lot of amala or inyo, for example, they can. There's a way they can understand you or the kind of carbs you're eating. But an Indian doctor, American doctor, will not understand it. So in other words, your quality of care may be much better with an African or Nigerian doctor more so than a doctor from a different cultural
no,
background.
but
So
okay, guys.
in
I
life,
understand what you're
Okay, guys.
saying in a way.
Even hold on. Even all these other technologies that we talked about, whether it's locomotive, whether it's gunpowder. You see, these people had been at it. It's not like somebody just woke up and developed this thing overnight. There have been different people. Even the locomotive. I believe the first guy really was a British guy. It's just that the US guy was the one that patented the technology and what
No,
have you.
British actually brought it up. I
Hey
mean,
guys, don't you
after
listen
So
to the president's speech and
uh,
you guys just continue.
we will get the
we're
summary.
doing that later.
We will get the summary. So the
it's
thing
so
is, you
important.
see, these people, just like even this machine learning, you see, yeah, you can maybe some African or Nigerian or a group of Nigerian can come up with something. Do you understand how machine? I mean, I'm not saying that you guys don't. I know you do. The system itself is learning and self-correcting. So it's not just what is being inputted into the system, like you Google something and you
See,
get back what somebody has already put in. It's
see,
learning how to do things
see,
better.
can do. What you said was
Yeah, but
exactly what this
somebody
guy
wrote
said.
that
One
algorithm
second.
for that
This is
for
exactly
him
what
to
this
be
guy
able to
said.
do it.
His name is Amjad Mossad. It's a Palestinian guy that came to America not too long ago, and is into AI. Exactly to the point. Say it's all about data collection, analysis, pattern recognition, and correction. And
Yeah.
he said it in other words. At the end of the day, it's garbage in, garbage out. See, for us to model a really good AI for, let's say, Nigeria or Africa, the inputs, the data gathering has to come from us. Okay, to be more organic.
I agree with the point you just made. That's what I've been saying.
Right.
We need to create our own information, and we don't have even. I don't. You can go on website now. If you have to read anything about Nigeria, for example, is majority is written by somebody else.
Yeah.
So yeah, is that what you're gonna create an AI that will
But
be?
or realize from our economic models, from our healthcare, what do we Africans do for ourselves?
We
What is
don't.
it?
We don't even have database for hospitals like your history. We
Exactly.
don't have anything.
The
I'm
health
sorry.
record.
We don't have
Yeah.
sorry. Like we don't. I mean, I don't want to speak like this, but the thing is, some of us we have idea of these things, but now we need to bring it to the table, create something
Back
that
it
this is
up.
what we want in the
Back it
future.
up.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, we just talk, but we don't make that move.
It takes
With that,
resources to do this thing. It's not, it's not just something you do overnight. It takes
exactly.
knowledge.
See,
It takes
I just
knowledge.
said
It
it
takes people
that
with interest. It takes people who can
it
see
doesn't
the
even see.
opportunity.
It doesn't
You
even have
see,
to come to life during my lifetime. It can
yeah.
come to life in 50 years as long as I started today.
That's too
eh,
late.
No,
That
no,
is
no,
too
no. I'm
late.
just
But
saying because
we Africans, we're not trained like that. We don't plan like that. That's why the West will always and the Asians will always like topple us or always be at the forefront. Their planning is long term, and just like
Yep.
you say, it doesn't have to be in our own lifetime. But they lay the ground
my
and
kids,
they
yeah,
build on it. They build on it for the future. We don't have that culture. It's like let's not pretend we don't have that culture.
we need
It's just
to.
Yeah.
not in us.
We need to. Because if we want to make
We
anything
absolutely
out
need
of
to.
ourselves, we need to.
if if we want to compete in this future that we're talking about, we have to, but we just don't have it. And I don't see all gloom and dejection for Africa. I truly don't, because I believe in a paradigm shift. I believe in a pivotal moment that's going to come about, that things are going to change. I'm just like
Like
But
how?
Prince
Like
Daddy,
how? I don't believe in this.
I'm not
God
in
is
the
not coming down and doing all
yeah,
these things for us.
Prince Daddy, I'm not believing that, it's just going to happen overnight. But what I'm seeing, like I said, even forget about technology. Go from every area, every aspect of life you want to think about, and go out there and see what people are doing all around the world. I'm not saying we cannot have somebody or a group of people that come up with something that is so personalized to us, but all these things are getting better by the second. So by the time we wake up and come to our senses that we want to start doing something, those other people are not going to be sleeping.
Okay, can I say something? That's not how things work. Um, China now, but now they're creating electric cars. Electric cars came about even before the locomotive cars that we have now, like the mechanical type of car we have, the gas cars. They came before that. That technology is available since then.
Yes.
Now, see, Chinese didn't create their own thing. Information is available. They have brilliant kids that came to America to study in their own schools. They have brilliant information, and they work on top of information they have available to them. They don't have to create anything from basic. They just have to understand how things come about. Like when you understand basic of anything, you can put it together and create. Then you can now advance on top of it. That's what people do. Like that's what you do. Like it's not like you have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to. Once you understand the basic, you can create anything out of that.
We
So
agree.
us
We
saying that
agree.
we have to now go ahead and do
No,
something
but
that
even
was
you,
never done
if you
before, we don't
remember,
need all of that.
if you remember, way before the Chinese even ever got, even when they were making the junky cars, when they started making cars, there was a real future of electric cars in America. It just died out because people did not believe in it. There was a real
No, it's
push.
not people did not believe in
Well,
it.
it,
Hey,
it, it
you
because of
have
the business
you are
environment.
competing with the
Yeah,
gas companies.
yeah,
Of course, they're
yeah.
gonna kill your
Right.
dream because the policy will work against you. That's what it is.
No,
Right.
the,
That's
well, I
It's more
that's
no,
why
for
we don't
business.
no,
have free
no.
brains.
The timing, the time when it came, it was when 19. What was it? What was the
Yeah, it
when
was on
the
time, but
price of
it
no
was
when
on
the
time
price
ago. I
of
think it
gas.
came in the 19th century. Then now in the 20th century,
No,
they
no,
have the
no.
first cars.
No,
So
I'm talking about the Iranian crisis or whatever, and price of gas went up, and
oh yeah, yeah,
there
easy
were
70
queues.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, there were queues all over the place in America. That the electric cars then started to get a new life.
No, no, no.
So
Really? I think they
yes,
already killed electrical then. Even
no,
it came around like 94, and still when
If it, no,
no,
if
I'm
you want
talking about
electric cars and electricity, man, you have to go study Tesla. That guy did
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
what
But
Tesla did with
that's what I'm
electricity.
saying. That was like
What he did with
early
electricity.
hundreds.
Okay, back then, it,
yeah.
the actual potential of using electrons or electricity has not been fully
It's fully
um
tapped
um
into. Yes, we agree.
exactly. That's the word,
Yeah,
tapped into.
I mean,
Even in today's world.
I remember all of the
No, no, no.
experiments he
They
was
create
doing in.
see before the gas cars,
Wait.
before
No,
Rockefeller.
we're talking way before then. I remember all the
Yeah.
experiments Tesla was doing in New York. He actually had a site in New York where he
Yeah,
was
but that was
performing.
all about creating electricity.
No, not just electricity alone.
Yeah, I know. There was other things there was
Yeah.
other projects he was working
So,
on, but
well, I mean,
majority of what he was doing it was
let's
just
try and bring it.
electricity.
Let's try and bring it back home to creating this future. And again, we're not saying just because all these other countries are, they're advancing as fast and as well as they're doing. But again, my issue when I look at what other people are doing, we're not even competing at a level where we can even feed ourselves.
Yeah,
If
but
you
we are
see,
missing the problem. Like we are missing. See, for example, now every single thing that we're being taught at school is like theory. If you ask any secondary or even university, I didn't go to university, so I probably won't know how it works. But I know, like, even university or secondary school students, a lot of things that they learn, let's say chemistry or physics, is just theory. Like, they can't apply, they can't apply anything to like a real life anything, even what they learn. And that's a problem. When I learn about something and I can apply that thing to a real world, that's where, like, okay, we're
are you
crying,
talking in Nigeria or in
yeah,
America?
Nigeria. So we're crying about electricity now. But we all know that everybody, for you to be an electrical engineer, you pass through school. And none of the students can say I can create or I have a
No,
prototype of something
no,
that
but
can generate
we're not.
electricity.
I'm not even talking about the Nigerian children in America. We're talking about Nigerians that are all over the world, that are in
Why?
these different fields.
Okay.
No, because those are the people that are going to have. Well, those are some of the people that are going to have the ideas. I'm not saying that Nigerians in Nigeria don't have ideas,
No,
and
the
also the
Nigerians don't have
resources
idea. Let's be real with
and
ourselves.
the
The
okay,
Nigerian
okay,
in Nigeria,
Okay, hold on. So,
they don't have
and why is that,
ideas.
Ariella?
and
And
the
why is that?
resources
I just said
to
it
bring
now.
it.
They can't apply anything they
I
learn
think
in school to a real life. They can't apply it. They can't apply anything they learn
But
in
the reality is, even if they could, it's going to be is for the most part, it's going to be the Nigerians in the abroads
It's
all
always
over the
like that for
place.
any country, anyways.
Yeah,
It's always
I
even
don't, I don't,
China.
I don't necessarily think so. I don't necessarily think so.
because
I
they're
don't
the
think
ones
these
that are going
countries
to have the
abroad that are grown
capital.
up in a house that are
See, let me see.
my guy.
I don't see that connection.
I
But go
don't
ahead.
think you spend more time around Nigerians in Nigeria. They can't bring. Can a Nigerian abroad present Hush Puppy? Or can they? Are you kidding me? Dude,
And
if you think Nigerians
and
in
did Osh
Nigeria,
Poppy did
bros,
what he did in
hold on.
Nigeria or outside Nigeria?
Is he Nigerian? Was he raised out in Nigeria? I mean, sorry, was he raised abroad? Where did he get
Well,
his brain from?
he
Was he
did
abroad? He got
everything
his
he did
brain from?
abroad, man. He did everything
I'm
he did
sorry.
abroad.
I
I'm
don't
talking
think I
about the
know
brain
much
he
about
has.
Hush Puppy. What did he invent? Or what did he create? I don't
Now,
know.
this thing
Sorry.
invent. I'm just saying
Nothing.
this level
Where
of
he
intelligence.
invests stealing money now.
Can
Jamiu
can
Abiola.
you? I don't use it negatively, but the level of brain. How many of Nigerian children born abroad can read? Come on, man,
Wait,
bros.
did you realize that he actually hired engineers that act for him from Russia, China, and now India as well? Do you realize that he just hired people to do the job for him?
Yeah, he didn't actually do. He didn't code those things.
He didn't
He
do
employed people to
anything. He
do
just
it.
So
hired
is the
people to do
Nigerian
it
kid?
for him.
Well, see that.
Well, don't
Okay,
I don't
see.
even think
Let me say.
you're
Let me say this.
using
See,
something like that as
if
an example.
around the world, you look for places. You can point to very few places around the world that are centers for innovation.
Yeah.
Very few places,
Yeah.
and that will make Africa is not known as a center for innovation,
Yeah,
unless I'm mistaken.
tech hub. Yeah, we're not
Wait,
Well,
a. I
okay.
mean,
take take
Prince
up.
Daddy.
Okay, one thing, but when I say center of innovation, a place whereby new ideas on how to
I
do things,
know. I'm
create
talking.
things.
Yeah, like Silicon Valley or this other place in
Okay,
China.
so
Yeah, yeah,
Africans are not known for new
yeah.
innovation, but their people are part of the people that are creating new innovation. How does that even sound right to us? So
Well,
Africans,
it
wait,
sounds right. I think I've
Africa.
answered that question before. It sounds right because again, um, see, the place, your environment, and the individual's creativity, okay, is
Mm-hmm.
50-50. See,
Yeah.
no matter how brilliant you are, your environment is part of your brilliance. It
You
can
need
kill
other.
or make you.
You need other brilliant people around you.
Not just the people, just
Yeah,
literally the
yeah.
environment, your
I agree.
society is part
I
of it.
agree. I agree.
See, and that's why when Africans when they leave Africa and go elsewhere, yeah, they can easily be part of the creative culture of that place, right? Okay, because that environment does
Environment.
exist.
Right.
Okay, that nurtures, that bring about it.
Yeah, there's
There's something.
culture in
If you ask
Nigeria,
me, there's
bros.
something in the air.
There's no institution that assist you. They are very creativity is. In fact, this thing is talent.
All
Some of
of
this
it. All of it. The
creativity is a
environment.
talent. I'm telling you.
Yeah. The environment, the other
Well,
people, the
see, we
technology,
can go.
everything.
See, we can go to the granular level that we all can easily understand in terms of look at our soccer player, our football players. No, see, the raw talent is in Africa, but at the end of the day, they all end up in the Premiership or all around Europe. Okay, the talent because
Wait,
it's the
Yeah.
environment that
we can
showcase
use
that
that
bring
as an
about the best
example.
in those people. Huh?
There's no innovation in that. That's just talent. Innovation is not talent.
You missed it.
Is a part of
You
it.
say
Is a part
it's
of
part
it.
of it. Say
It's not
the
part
rock.
of it.
Say
Innovation is not talent. The
No,
guy that came
No talent. No
the
talent.
guy that came
if you
at
don't if you
Microsoft,
don't have the
his parents
people that
just
can
they
bring
bought
out
him
that
computer.
talent, no. If you don't have the people that can bring out that talent, it will be dummy.
exactly.
It will
Exactly
just
to
be
the point.
there.
Say that because if you go to this
No,
the European leagues or whatever, they have environments whereby they have training, tools,
Yeah.
diets. They
To
have all. That's what I'm
bring
saying. It's all
all
part of
that out
your
of you is in there,
exactly.
but
It brings
somebody's
the
got to
best out of
extract
you.
it. Somebody's got to extract it. It's just like your crude
Exactly.
oil. You have your crude oil, you have your diamond. If you don't extract it,
Right.
it's almost useless.
it means nothing.
Yeah, but that
means
has
nothing.
nothing to do with talent. You're just in the right
No, but the talent
environment.
is there. But
You're in the
somebody's
right
got to.
environment. That's
Okay,
what
hold
that
on.
is.
Ariella, what are you confused about? What are you saying? I don't get it.
No, because I don't understand what you guys are saying. You said
Oh,
you have
excuse
to
me.
have.
Sorry.
You said you just because you have talent, then that makes you're able to be successful because of your talent. I
No,
guess
that's
I
not
that's
what
never
we
said that. I
said.
never said
That's
that.
not
I
what
never
we
said
said.
that.
I use the word successful because okay, what the point you're making is they have African people, so they have talents and they bring them to where it happens that every single thing that they needed in order for the talent to show is available. And I'm saying to
Absolutely.
right way, and I'm saying
Well,
to you that
that's why I
it's
said
not really.
let's bring it to the granular level, a
Wait,
more simpler level of looking at it. And I use an example
let
of
me land
soccer.
first. Let me land first. But what I'm saying to you is, it's not really about talent. It's just you being in the right environment. That's
If
way
you don't have the
because
Even if in
talent,
a bad
wait,
environment,
wait,
you don't
wait.
have the talent.
If you don't have the talent, they can put you in whatever environment. You're
It
not
means
going to
nothing.
excel. You're not
It
going to
means nothing.
excel. You're not going
I
to
don't know what the
excel.
argument is.
But I want to
Yes, sir.
ask,
Yes, sir.
can we compete favorably, even if we have the talent and we get to the right environment with the whites? Can we compete favorably?
I
Yes,
think
a good hold on.
I think
Let me answer that question quickly.
there will be a
A good
bias. There will be a
example of
bias.
that. A good example of that, let's say if you look at sports, a good example of your question, Simba, would be Usain Bolt, for example. We've always known that American blacks dominate. Let me finish. American black dominates when it comes to the short distance 100 meter races, right? But Usain Bolt happens to be kind of a little bit unique in his structure, in his build. But nonetheless, all, he was able to tap into the best kind of um, environmental resources that American
Yeah,
athletes
but this has
have
nothing
at
to
their
do with
disposal.
innovation, man. But we're talking about innovation. This has nothing to do with the innovation. You have talent and you're in the right environment. It has nothing to do with your innovation.
It was just fortunate that it was built like that. God gave him the build. That, I
No, no,
think it's not a good example.
no. He
no,
has to
but
work.
okay.
No, he has to work because
Look
he's in the right environment. But it has
wait,
nothing to do with innovation,
wait.
though.
Look at the Kenya long distance runners. Okay,
But what's innovation about that?
but hold on. You see, they're good. They're genetically predisposed. But now, I mean, over the years, over the last 20 years, you actually have professionals in that field who go to Kenya. They don't bring them to the West. They actually have camps where they now help them to develop that raw talent that is within them.
I don't think that What about the
All
where they
those
live,
Kenyans
the
that you see
atmosphere?
can do.
Yes, sir.
All the Kenya, they still run along their hills, their mountains. That's
Yeah,
where they do their jogging. So it's
yeah.
not. So it's still the environment. It's the environment that have actually made them to have that. It's not actually
Strength.
genetic.
Yeah, you're
It's actually
correct.
the
Okay, well,
They
environment.
to
run
the
in
point
the
that I made,
sand. They run
So
in
their
the sand.
location is
say
actually
That's
this thing, the atmosphere.
because the Kenyans they
It's
have a natural
adaptation to their
environment
environment that made them to be able to run
that
to
is
be able
true.
to run
Right.
that
Can
because
we go
of
back to the innovation part of it?
they are used to low
Mm-hmm.
oxygen.
Right.
They are used to low oxygen environment.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
they run in high altitude
And
and
that
they use low oxygen
Exactly. Exactly.
and their body is built for that. So the environment
because
and the talent
on the higher
combined,
altitude,
What talent?
less
I
oxygen.
don't believe
they
in this
have
talent you're
less
saying, man.
oxygen.
Right.
You
Do you
understand?
be, do
And
you,
the baby and their body cells have been
And then
able
the
to be
hemoglobin, the hemoglobin actually is higher than the normal hemoglobin that you expected of normal
mm,
human being.
hold on, Mr. Oriola? Do you believe in gravity?
Of course. Anything that goes up usually go down, unless you're in space.
But are we not deceiving ourselves? Are we not deceiving ourselves? They use they because well, why did they created that environment for themselves? We cannot create that enabling environment for ourselves.
We're not innovative. We're
Find,
not innovative, man.
trying to find out what they call this. Is the atmosphere? What's the color? Oh, yes, continue.
Well, see, it's, okay, Simba. You know, I know you want to discount Usain Bolt, but there are many people. If being tall is a requirement to be successful in running like Usain Bolt,
You
there are
know,
many
the
people that are taller
question
than
I want
Usain
to
Bolt.
forget about
No,
Usain
no,
Bolt
guys,
is PD.
Hold on.
Okay.
It was not. No, hold on. It was why Usain Bolt is fast is because he has in the world because of his muscle twitch. That's why he gets the. That's the reason why he's fast. It's the muscle twitch. It's not so much lung capacity or anything. Or see, it's the muscle.
Muscle.
That's
Listen.
why he
Yeah,
gets.
the
Wait,
muscle twitch
what is muscle
is
twitch? So I
is.
beg, let him explain what muscle twitch is. Some of us don't know what it is. What is
Oriola.
that? Is
See
it
the way he's pronouncing
surgery?
itself.
What is that? Tell us.
You can say black people tend to have a higher
BT. They
muscle
say you
twitch.
should BT. They say you should expatiate, add the
you.
notes to what you just said.
So pretty much what it means like your muscle fiber, like tension and extension, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like even your heart is a muscle, right? It's a muscle.
Yeah.
So the faster you can twitch and release, that means that's the faster you can get O2 in and out. So
It's just like a
But I
combustion
say
engine.
it is
How
not.
you get
That is not sufficient
fuel.
for Usain Bolt's greatness. It's not so good because I can guarantee you there are many runners when Usain Bolt was running, they have perhaps about the same or even better muscle twitch than he does or than he did. So it's not sufficient for him to be successful. It's training. We gotta put his training in there.
Hold on.
You gotta put his training.
Hold on. Look it up.
So now it's not talent again.
It's talent.
No, you gotta listen. It's a combination.
I'm saying that if you look it up, based on the testing, Usain Bolt has about 80% higher muscle twitch fiber than the average runner that is about 50%. 80% muscle twitch. It is
So that's unfair advantage.
Yeah,
that's
so
unfair advantage.
naturally is just so you will see him running even before he gets to the end to the finish line. It's already celebrating. He's just naturally twitched, like he's not doing anything. Naturally, it's just
I agree, but if the people in this category at that level, I can guarantee they have about the same muscle twitch also, and we can tell that.
50, no, Prince. They have 50%. He has 80%.
Wait, let me ask you.
No, okay. Praise Daddy. No, Odiola, sorry. Let us finish. No. Let us finish this one before you ask another one.
No.
Praise Daddy. What is your point now? What is your point now?
I'm asking about this. Wait,
okay.
I'm asking about this. I want to ask you because now we can figure it out if what you're saying about the muscle twitch is actually it makes sense. So a lot of runners, especially the short distance, the 100 meters and 200 meters, some of them they got caught because they're using steroid. So does steroid help with muscle twitch?
No, it help. No, they will usually they use the human growth hormone for recovery. It's not so much of trying to. It's the recovery part that it helps with, not so much that it's increasing anything.
Yeah,
like,
but
human growth. Sorry. It also helps to build their muscles. Also, human growth help them to build their muscles.
I'm saying that like when they recover, they can take in more oxygen right faster with the twitch thing. So it helps.
Yeah, but if that's
because
the case,
I've seen all these people that used to gym, the wrestlers, you see them actually buying this growth hormone and they are using it to gym for them to build their muscles.
Okay. So Simba, what's your question again? Or what's your problem?
I said
Which one is
boy, you see lele. I said, what is your point now? What is your point?
No, it's just a build up to what we said earlier that your talent and your environment they play a role for your success.
Quit that talent thing, man. They just told you now that muscle twitch is the reason why, and you kept saying talent. It's not talent.
Even Mbappe, they were born in Cameroon. They won't have.
Now.
They won't even be playing like that. They will be playing like Like I come.
See, Oriola is the only person on this platform that thinks talent is of no good. But I'm not even concentrating so much
That's
on
not what
talent.
I'm
I think
saying, guy. I'm not
your
saying
talent and your environment plays a role in your greatness. That's my point. From the beginning of this conversation, we talked about how Africans, though we are smart, we're in Africa, but our talent is truly
no.
exposed
We're not smart
or realized when
Africa.
we leave Africa and go into an environment that nurture or that has a lot more resources to bring the best out of us. That's the beginning of
PD,
the conversation.
Yeah,
PD. Okay, I want
And
to
absolutely.
ask you some
but you
question. Let me ask
disagree.
you this question. Let me ask you this question. One, you are talking about the environment. That okay, maybe they have the right environment. What did they have in their environment that we don't have in our own environment? Is it the
Oh,
sun? Is it the
that's
water?
what
Is
you
it the
take for
soil?
granted.
Is
The facility, the
no,
institution,
no, no, no.
all those
They
things.
created all those things. Is because of their innovation that they were able to put those things together. God gave us
Exactly.
everybody the same environment.
Great
You
I
point,
understand?
totally
Simba.
agree with
Great
you,
point. You're
and
making
that's
great
why I
So
said,
point there.
why?
well, it's not so great of a point, but I
It's a
made it
great
earlier.
point. It's not a great point to me. It's a great point to me because it's a great point, and
Don't
I
mind
understand why
PD
you don't
or
get
your
it.
lie. You don't need to respond to him. Just leave him. Let him be talking. He's just having a good day. Let him finish with. Okay. So we started at standard temperature and pressure. All of us we have the same environment. So why did they make their own environment conducive? Our own still remain the way it is, the way God just left us. We left it.
But
We didn't
I asked
develop
a
it.
question earlier. I said the question earlier. I said, where are centers of innovation around the world? Okay, see, simply having something, it means nothing. Okay, what you do with what you have is what matters.
So
Absolutely.
that means there's
Absolutely.
something wrong with us. That's why we cannot make the best use of what we have. Something sinister
Yes,
is
we already
wrong with
said that.
us.
Oriela said that black people are not smart and they're not innovative. He said it.
Guy, please hold on, please hold on. But can you tell us the diagnosis of what is wrong with black people? Tell us. Can you move?
Let me tell you, one
Please
of the
now.
things
What
that
is
is right.
wrong
Let me
with
tell you, no, BT, look at it this way. Some people will believe certain things. You understand? You can see even the way we argue on this platform. We cannot even agree on anything. You understand? We don't have,
Yeah, but why do
we
we
said
have
it
to
on.
agree on anything though? That's not
No, 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 no,
smart.
no,
When we
Oriola, just
agree
wait.
on
What I want to
everything.
say is that is it not the same BT or somebody on this platform that said that we lack common knowledge or common or collective intelligence? That we lack collective intelligence.
Yeah, but we all agreed with you that you said
And
that
up till now,
black people
we are
are
not
not
still
very smart. We agreed.
we are not still doing things collectively up till now. That's why when we even travel abroad, we cannot even tolerate ourselves anywhere we walk. We can't even tolerate ourselves. It's fight, 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 competition, unnecessary competition.
Well, that's not true where I live. Oh. That's not true.
No, he said collectively as a people.
Yeah, because
We
that
work collectively as a people
let me
inside.
say, I've said it before that people when you, okay, they say white people or your Western people, they are so